the keys are to the glory days at the stick. From who's got it better than us to brick by brick. It's always the 49ers way, from off-season to game day. Yeah, we talk back. It's the 49ers Cutback.
It's 49ers Cutback Podcast time. What is going on, everyone? Ant here, ready for day 3 of the draft. Joined by the horse. He made it in. He's going to be in for some of the broadcasts today.
Day 3 of the draft, not for the faint of heart.
It's not for the faint of heart. Thanks, everyone, for coming through. What's up, Spy Nick Danger? How's it going? Hey, yo, Jan. Jan loves a little.
I like that.
Yeah. It's fantastic. So, yeah, this is going to be a good one. We're going to go through, cover the picks as they happen, continue to mark guys off the 75-player big board. The 49ers are looking to target horse. And we'll talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. And I bet you can't guess whose name is Herman Dingle. If you were thinking of somebody that we know that would go by a different name.
Probably.
Yeah. He said horse. But he did it as Herman Dingle, so. Spidey Danger loves the draft so far. He said, go get it, Niners. So he's a huge fan of what they did. So, Horst, what did you think of the trade? You know, they ended up giving up a couple of picks. They gave up pick 164 and 222 to go from 102 to 87. And then selected Jair Brown. What did you think about the move to trade up and get Jair?
I mean, they clearly had Jair Brown marked as their guy in that area and were afraid he wasn't going to get to him, so they made the move. I respect it if that's the guy you wanted and you worried he wasn't going to fall to that pick.
Yeah,
get him.
I'm with you. They felt like they had to get him then. That was definitely the target area for Jair Brown. Most people didn't think he was going to make it to 99 when the 49ers picked. So jumping 12 spots, they end up giving up one of their 3 fifth-round picks, and they give up a 7th-round pick as well. But to me, if you want to make sure you lock up a safety you feel can play with Talanoa Hufanga for the next, several years, you have to go do it. And I like Jair's skill set as far as relation to Talanoa Hufanga and just how those two are going to work together. Plus, there's no real pressure on him to start this year. They have Tashawn Gibson.
Yeah.
And I think Jair Brown's game is pretty reflective of Gibson. They're kind of similar as far as speed and that sort of thing. So I think it'll be a nice fit. And I think Gibson, the way Dante Hittner trained Gibson to play in the NFL, I think Gibson will be a nice teacher for Jair Brown.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a nice player for them. He was a stud at Penn State, and I don't watch too many Penn State games, but I remember him. And I think it's a great situation he's coming into. Great coaching staff. Gets to be behind a veteran that's been in the league a long time and a good player for a long time. So I'm really excited for what can happen with him.
Agreed. And Jan says, hey, Ant, sorry if I've been off for a while. I got into carnivorous plants. The only way they disappoint me is when they die. Here we go. Yeah, there's going to be some fun ones. Nick Danger wants offensive tackle and edge now, please. So the 49ers are going to pick 155 and 173. Those are their 2 fifth-round picks. So we're going to have to make it through the 4th round unless they decide to trade up or make another move. There was still all the conversation. What did you think about Christian McCaffrey freeing up money, $8.6 million? Do you think that is just, something they planned on doing for books reasons, or is there another move that's probably going to come from it?
I feel like they're up to something with it. Generally, when that move follows, something else follows it,
Yeah, it was going to take $200,000 to sign their draft class. $200,000, like that's all it was going to count against the cap. You don't really have to free up $8.6 million.
No, I feel like they're up to something.
Yeah, because Nick Bosa's contract, when they extend him, his number for this year, because he's going to play on the 5th-year option, would actually come down. They could actually get his under $10 million. So they were going to free up plenty of money. There's got to be a corresponding move, or why do the bookkeeping of, freeing up that money, converting Christian McCaffrey's salary to signing bonus?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so the rumors are Chase Young is probably available. Montez Sweat being thrown in there as well, as the Washington Commanders are looking to make some sort of moves on their defense. Of the two, which one would you prefer, Chase Young or Montez Sweat?
For 1 year,
Yeah.
probably Montez.
Yeah, Montez Sweat. The interesting thing with him, right? There's no injuries. That's the key. Chase Young is going to cost about $5.4 million. So freeing up the money from McCaffrey, corresponding with Chase Young, it makes sense. But it would be probably a 1-year rental, because even if you were able to exercise his 5th-year option, next year he would make over $20 million. I don't know if that's something the 49ers can afford, or if they think they could fit him into their long-term plans. They just made a commitment to Brandon Ayuk for a 5th year, declined Javon Kinlaw's 5th-year option, but I think it's kind of expected because of injury. Would you be worried if the 49ers traded for Chase Young just with the injury concerns because of the ACL?
No, because I think the boom of Chase Young is worth the bust. I think that if you get Chase Young for, let's say he misses a game or two, a normal season is what missing a game or two. A lot of guys do. You get Chase Young for 15 games,
Yeah,
in the playoffs, that's trouble.
Yeah, and I think what's nice is he came back. I think it was like week 13 last year.
Didn't he come back against the Niners?
Yeah, so here you get a player that's come back and played a little bit, which means he's fully done with the recovery. It's all about now just getting back to the level at which he played. We talked about this with Bosa a little bit, where coming into 2022, we knew it was going to be better. He had a full offseason where he wasn't preparing, just from getting healthy, but he was preparing for the season.
Yeah, and Chase Young will be in that situation too, because he played 5 games, 5 action.
Yeah, the dude's a freak athlete. He's got crazy bend. There's no one that you were gonna get in this draft at the edge position that was gonna be able to do the things Chase Young did.
Man, some of these old players are.
I mean, that's what's gonna happen. I do like that Roger Goodell's getting some love. He's definitely dressed down. It's comfort time and day 3 of the NFL draft. The suit looks. I wonder if we're gonna see that from the war rooms as well. It was kind of bugging me a little bit that they were straight suiting in round 1.
Man, Tom let himself go.
So, Horst, Hugh says, I know I'm in the minority, but I'm pumped that we got Moody. And Horst told me before we went on that he enjoyed the Moody pick as well. And I think this is exactly what I said, when people were texting me about it was, I love Moody in the 5th round, or I like Moody in the 5th round. I love him in the 6th round. I think the question was, here we are. I mean, it's basically a 4th round pick. They've proven they're willing to go punter, now kicker, the end of the 3rd round, 4th round. To me, it just felt a little early, unless they had some sort of idea that someone was going to get Jake Moody, with one of their comp picks, or even get somebody early in the 4th round.
Well, I mean, look, people want to laugh for, a kicker. Look how many games your kickers win and lose you in the NFL.
Yeah, it's huge. And the savings from Robbie Gould, Robbie Gould wanted over $5 million. He's one of, if not the greatest playoff kicker of all time, as far as he doesn't miss kicks in the playoffs. And so I get it, but I mean, you definitely had to have a guy. But they did make the trade for Zane Gonzalez, which made me think, well, we'll probably take a kicker later. They had worked out Ryland out of Maryland. So it was like, oh, we're going to take a kicker later. They can come and compete with Zane Gonzalez. But I mean, Jake Moody being a 3rd round pick, Horst, he's the kicker in 2023.
You would assume so. Yeah, I bet Zane Gonzalez wasn't exactly excited to hear that.
No. And what's up, Mr. Corey? Mr. Corey's in the house. Freddie McDre said Moody went too early. I think that was kind of my feeling. I didn't mind getting Jake Moody because I thought, kicker was definitely something the 49ers wanted to produce, some sort of competition with. I just thought it was going to be a little bit later. But, I mean, there's no reason to get upset about it now. I mean, he's going to be the kicker for the 49ers for the foreseeable future, at least the next 4 years, it looks like.
Yeah, that's facts. I mean, but I still think it's going to pay off. I still think it was good.
Yeah, I'm hoping now that he ends up being everything that they think he can be. Because if he is, I mean, that's really, really good news for the San Francisco 49ers. Because you got to make sure you have, a kicker that can do it. And he's one of those guys that's got a good enough leg to hit plus 50 kicks. And he's pretty accurate, over 80%. I think it's like 86% in his collegiate career.
The next Wade Ritchie.
The next Wade Ritchie. There you go. Jan says, got my boys a couple ant farms. I think I got ripped off because you're still there. Jan's coming with the jokes today. Oh, loving it, man. Loving it.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Yeah. But yeah, this is going to be a fun one where it's the fourth round is officially kicking off. New Orleans had traded up, so they're picking at 103. And we'll see what they end up doing. But the 49ers are going to have a little bit of time here. So we talked about Jair Brown. We got a little bit into Jake Moody. Let's talk about the tight end, Cameron Latou. A lot of people, not a huge fan of it, but I think they were looking for one of the other tight ends. A lot of people really like, some of the other guys that are available. And there's really good players, right, at tight end that are still there. You got Will Mallory out of Miami, Zach Kuntz. He's out of Rice, and he's 6'8", athletic, 4'5", crazy athleticism. But there was other guys as well, Payne Durham. I mean, just a lot of tight ends, Josh Wiley, and everyone has like their cup of tea. So Cameron Latou had come in for a 30 visit. Which the 30 prospects they could meet with. So it was always evident to me he was a target. My thought process coming in was the 49ers could legitimately draft 2 tight ends. I said yesterday I thought one of those tight ends could be somebody that's really efficient in the passing game, i.e. Cameron Latou, and that they would get maybe a more well-rounded player later on in the draft because it is so deep. Maybe that's when you get a Ben Sims or you get a Blake Whiteheart or somebody like that.
Yeah, I like to pick Latou as a stud at Bama.
Yeah, he definitely understands, what he's doing in the passing game. I think my questions with him is more efficiency, if he's going to be able to be an inline blocker. But I think if you're playing him in tandem with George Kittle, it's fantastic. Yeah. I think if you're playing him in place of George Kittle because Kittle's injured, then I worry about him as far as an inline blocker. But I think there's other guys they can still grab in this draft, and they're tight end, and a couple of them that I mentioned, like I said, that would do a good job. Blake Whiteheart out of Wake Forest is definitely one of the guys I see as a late round guy that they could go get. But with so many tight ends still left on the board, who's to say they don't make another move?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if they picked up another tight end.
Yeah, and Hugh says Moody was going in the 4th round. The 49ers traded back. Someone would have jumped them to get him. He's 164 of 168 inside 50 yards. Pretty good stats. I think Hugh's onto something. They do a pretty good job of finding out exactly how teams feel about players. And I mean, if he was the guy you targeted, they worked out Ryland, like they looked at him. If this was the guy and you've got a pretty good special teams coach and he says, hey, this is the guy we need to get, then you go get him. You make sure you get him. You got these comp picks for a reason. So, I mean, to me, it ends up making sense, but I think a lot of people were just thinking it was going to come a little bit farther down the road.
Yeah, I can understand that, but...
Yeah, it is. Ronnie Montoya says, will he surpass Ross Dwelly?
Yes.
Yeah. Cameron Latou is...
He already did.
Yeah, as soon as he got drafted... Cameron Latou made the roster. I don't think there's any chance Cameron Latou will not be a part. So
he will probably have to punch Shanahan's wife.
Make the roster. The 49ers did keep 4 tight ends last year, Horse. Because they just wanted to make sure they had their guys. Ross Dwelly was inactive the most out of the players there. So what do you think? Do they keep 4 tight ends, Latou with Charlie Warner and Ross Dwelly, or does this mean Warner or Dwelly are gone?
I think this definitely means one of those 2's gone, probably Dwelly. And I think I'll let you know how many they're going to keep depending on how the rest of the draft goes.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have a little bit of an issue with Ross Dwelly because I think him and Cameron Latou would be considered the passing passing tight end out of the 2 or a receiving tight end. With Charlie Warner doing so much in the blocking game, I don't think Latou or Ross Dwelly can touch him in the blocking game. No. So, the Saints have just selected a really, really good football player in Old Dominion's guard, Nick Saldiveri. He played tackle there at Old Dominion. He's got a lot of talent. That was somebody that's been very much talked about in 49er land, all over Twitter. I broke down the film, Horse. He's very efficient. He's good. This is definitely a spot that he was thought to go. I mocked him to the 49ers in my final mock draft, a little bit lower. But, I mean, he's definitely a good player. And you're going to get to watch the highlights. Let me know what you think about, Nick Saldiveri. And Yeah, I mean the dude's got some talent. You know, he's pretty skilled. I like his jersey number as well. The big number 64. That's a solid number. But yeah, this is a good pick, and now we're going to start to see good players come off the board. And of course,
weird his arms aren't already halfway extended.
It's weird, right? So Nick Saldiveri goes off our top 75 board. He was definitely good enough. Yeah, he was definitely good enough to be on there. Freddie McDray says something about Cameron Latou. He says if he can't block to Kyle standards, he won't be on the field.
Facts.
Yeah, that is facts. So they must feel comfortable enough that they could either develop him or that he has the ability to block.
Yeah, I mean,
could it also mean, because this was, to me, as soon as I watched his body type, it reminded me a lot of Jordan Reed. So right away I thought, could it be some power slot situations too, where a defense has to be put in a base 4-3, then you put Cameron Latou in the slot, and you say, because if you put out Jawan Jennings, they're not going to put a base 4-3. They're going to go nickel. But with Cameron Latou, they'll go base 4-3, and then you take advantage of that matchup.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a good comparison for him. No disrespect to Reed. Reed was
Yeah, Mr. Corey liked Nick Saldiveri as well. So Saldiveri, I think the first time I'm actually going to give credit to Brad Graham from the SF Niners. He was the first one that was kind of all over Nick Saldiveri, and I think pretty much once everybody started looking at him, they realized that he was a solid player that was going to some sort of social media influencer or whatever. But yeah, the Raiders are about to make a pick here at 104. And we'll see if it comes. Some Jacorian Bennett, cornerback out of Maryland, comes off the board. So, we're starting to see the guys. I mean, this is the range, right? Where the 49ers were going to be targeting players. Jacorian Bennett, cornerback. He's got some skills. He's got some speed. And so there he goes off the board. Actually, not very good punch there on the jam, but we're watching some of the highlights as it's happening, and this was a solid pick, and I think we're going to see a good stretch of players here for like the next 20 picks, and then it's going to get pretty interesting until we get to the 5th round, because there's like a little bit of a void as far as skills and talent.
Oh.
So Spynick Danger says Latou was a former linebacker. He's got high growth and upside.
There you go.
You gotta love that, right? Part of physicality. And funny, I sometimes go on Draft Buzz and just like read what they have to say about players. And at one point, he was listed among the linebackers. So
what they said about him was that with blocking is that he does a great job of using arm length to wall people off.
Yeah, I mean that if they believe he can block, like I gotta kind of tip the hat. Now, the other thing that was interesting.
Can't believe Balky.
He did go to tight end U last year. So he went to tight end U. I expect him to go to tight end U again this year. So George Kittle must already feel comfortable with Cameron Latou. Yeah, Horse didn't know that, but now Horse is all in on Cameron Latou, right?
I already liked him. My favorite.
It's already your favorite player?
Oh, yeah.
You're just waiting for that jersey number to come out?
Yep. Good old number.
Well, he can't have 14 because, I mean, that's my number, and Sam Darnold. I have my Sam Darnold jersey already. I should have wore it today. My Sam Darnold jersey. I have that. I have a Brock Purdy jersey now. So
a 13.
Yeah. No, not yeah. When Brock Purdy changed his number from 14 to 13 last year, that cut me deep. But no, a Christmas present. I got Brock Purdy's jersey. So.
Oh, people like you.
Yeah, that's right. Spidey Danger says Saban asked Latou to convert to tight end. He's new to that position, so
I find it hard to believe that Saban asks anything.
He probably just told him, right? Ronnie says, I just don't want it to be like Dwelly when he is out there. You don't know it's a pass. I think they expect these guys to be well rounded. I think that's been the point of the 49ers addressing the tight end position is. Yeah, look, they definitely have dressed down. So you see all the dudes taking off jackets now.
Yeah, look at he's got his shirt unbuttoned on the top, man.
Yeah, look at Nick Sirianni over there wearing the polo and the jeans. Not surprised.
He's got such a punchable face.
He's an interesting guy. But with Latu, I really do believe that they would have to think he can be an all-around good tight end, or they wouldn't have drafted him that high. You're not drafting just a plain receiver. You could have got, an actual slot receiver at that position. So they've got to think that.
They broke Alabama's single season touchdown.
Yeah, single season touchdown record fell. Kylie Ringo, cornerback out of Georgia, headed to the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles like Georgia.
His girlfriend is paid.
So are the Eagles just going to change their name to the Bulldogs at this point?
I mean, it's not the worst idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
Did you watch the championship game?
I mean, they're good. Like, I like it, but I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen a team draft this many players from one school in a long time. No, I watched them. It's cool, but I've never seen it like.
No, it's kind of strange.
It's like Philadelphia Eagles would like to announce they have drafted the entire Georgia Bulldogs roster. You know what I mean? Like,
where Stetson Bennett's going later.
Yeah, right. But I mean, Kylie Ringo's a good player. The height and length you gotta love, and they added another solid player to their secondary. I think that was necessary.
That was not a well thrown ball.
No, and
Poor Levis. That's pretty much what happened to Levis.
What's up, Jay Ellie's in the household.
Oh my god!
Said what's up to Ant and Horse.
This guy.
Yeah. So I mean, Kylie Ringo goes. We haven't really picked up speed. I like when we get to the draft and it's just like through, but so far we haven't got there yet. Indianapolis Colts are up next. I'm sure they've got lots of needs. So 49ers are going to be picking at 155. You're talking, 49 picks from now. Still some really good players. I see Isaiah McGuire still available. I think the 49ers wouldn't mind having him edge rusher. He's really good out of Missouri. Good balance, 6'4", 270. Good, solid football player. Good hand usage. Could easily have saw him go already in the draft, that kind of that late third range, and he's still on the board. I don't think he's going to make it to 155. Jay Ellie says, sorry, crew, not feeling it so far. So he's not a huge fan of the draft so far for the 49ers. And Jay Ellie is big time in the draft. Like, he knows his stuff.
To love it.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see. Let's see what the Colts do here with their selection at 106. And what's up, Marvin? How's it going? Marvin's in the house. Blake Freeland, offensive tackle from BYU, goes to the Colts. So a lot of people are going to be upset with with that. They've been huge fans of Blake Freeland. Blake Freeland was definitely a little bit lower on my board because I knew that he was going to have to develop, but tremendous athletic ability and upside, huge length. They're going to have to put some weight on him. He can't be 6'7", 302 pounds and anchor in the NFL.
It's so tiny.
Yeah, the guy's so small.
7'3" I remember when I was that.
Yeah. What's up? Eric Brown comes in and says Freeland. Yeah, Freeland's off the board. Almost 6'8", 302 pounds. He's got some skills. The Senior Bowl film wasn't great. He plays a little high. Technique's a little bit, sketchy at times. But I mean, if you want a blank canvas to be able to develop, he's definitely one of the best to get because of size, speed, and ability.
Yeah, he's a gigantor.
Yeah, he's got a lot of mass. I like
his long arms there.
Yeah, I like that they showed a highlight where he was getting a double team help.
Where did he starts his punch from? Yes. Halfway out.
Is this going to be your thing for the whole day? Like
for the whole year.
For the whole year, Horse is just going to talk about this one thing. I like that. So I mean,
I'm still waiting to see someone do it. Man.
No one's going to do it. Okay. Offensive tackles.
Yeah, you can go to a high school every Friday.
There's an offensive tackle. Jalen Duncan would probably be the best offensive tackle available.
Where'd he
go? He's at Maryland. So
I know that.
He had really good Senior Bowl film. I think he's definitely the next guy that's going to go as far as offensive tackle. Then some interior guys that can still go. Braden Daniels, he's solid. Also, Jordan McFadden out of Clemson. He played tackle, but he's 6'2", so obviously he's moving into guard. But I'm a big fan of him as well. And then McClendon Curtis, he played on the inside as well. So those guys could be the next set of offensive linemen that go. Of course, there could be guys like DeJuan Jones that end up getting drafted that weren't 49er fits. Those guys could come off the board as well.
DeJuan?
And
he's big.
He is big.
Throw that out there.
Yeah. Finding Dangerous's Ant. What position do we go next? Edge or offensive tackle or cornerback?
Running back.
It could be running back. I think what it's going to be is depending on how the board unfolds.
How it shakes out.
Yeah, I mean, if someone like Jalen Duncan is available at 155, I think you could go offensive tackle. But if people like Kayubu Kelly, or Eli Ricks are still available, you could go cornerback.
I think you have to take Ricks.
Yeah, you have to go after those guys. So depending on how the board unveils, I think that could be a possibility. Plus, they'll be picking in the 5th round. So if Isaiah McGuire happened to be on the board, he could be a possibility edge. Or a guy that I've given a 5th round grade, maybe no one else has, is Thomas Incoom out of Central Michigan. I like him a lot. To me, he was a really solid version, maybe the Diet Coke version of Isaiah McGuire. He's a little bit shorter, but he's got that bend.
Who is that?
Thomas Incoom out of Central Michigan. He's 6'2". He's 265 pounds, but he's got very good hand usage. He's got good bend. He's got very flexible ankles. And I like the way his first step, he beats a lot of tackles with speed, but he's got the size. He kind of reminds me of Kerry Hyder, but with more speed. So I've been a fan of him in the whole process. And a lot of people have him going in the 6th or 7th round, and I have a 5th round grade on him. So I'd be willing to take him, a little bit earlier.
You see Marte Mapu.
Yeah, Marte Mapu, he was very high on a lot of 49ers.
I'm curious what you thought about.
My question was, what is he? Is he going to be a linebacker? Is he going to be a safety? No, I meant linebacker or safety. And my question marks were, how high was he going to go in the draft? Because I think the 49ers would have been willing to take Marte Mapu in the 6th round or the 7th round because he would have played the 3rd linebacker in base sets.
I just happened to watch him quite a few times at Sac State.
Yeah, I think if he's going to be starting for you,
there.
Yeah, if he's going to be a Will Backer for you, great. But if he's going to be your Sam Backer and play 20% of snaps, I would not draft a linebacker in the 3rd round to play 20% of the snaps. You got your starting middle linebacker in the 3rd round. But he went to a good situation, New England running their 3-4, so he'll be one of those guys. Probably played an outside linebacker for Bill Belichick.
You think Bill Belichick called him was like,
yeah, probably. That's exactly how. That's probably how he's gonna go. We'll see.
What do you think of Roschon Johnson?
I like Roschon Johnson. The 49ers met with him.
Did they?
Yeah, he's a big physical guy, but got a lot more athleticism than I think you would think looking at him.
Rock, man.
He's good. If they go running back though, right, it has to be somebody that can beat out TDP. I think Rashawn Robinson is probably. Would I say the Rashawn Johnson? Thank you. It's probably in that same category as TDP, so I think it's pretty close.
Or Sapp and Mac Jones.
Yeah. I like that it's pretty much just Belichick, right? Like you see a lot of the draft rooms and you see like all these people. You look at the Patriots one and you got Belichick and the one dude that just realized he wants to be on. Yeah, I want to be on TV, so I'm gonna go step in front of it. That's pretty hilarious.
Belichick does not care that he's on TV.
Oh yeah, no, Belichick is just Belichick.
It's not his dog.
I mean, that's kind of just how Belichick rolls.
Did Andre Carter from Army get drafted?
No, he did not. Andre Carter did not get drafted yet. I think with him, he's
really can't set against the run.
Well, he's a project, and he hasn't been working out like a normal workout in a gym. He's more functional strength, being in the military. I think it hurts him a little bit. But, I mean, if you have the time to wait a couple years for him to develop, I mean, he's a solid pick. Jake Andrews, center out of Troy, goes to the Patriots. Solid player. No, the fans have no idea who Jake Andrews is. They're just trusting in the process. But He was pretty solid. I had a little bit of concerns about him anchoring at the next level, but I think that question it usually comes with centers. But I wasn't high enough to take him in the 4th round, but he's pretty good. If you would have got, if you're telling me a 5th round pick, I would have said, yeah, that's pretty solid for Jake Andrews. So not a huge surprise.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
He did end up winning that battle, but he struggled off the.
Yeah, the initial contact, he sometimes loses. Yeah. But I mean, if he could learn to kind of drag his butt a little bit, anchor down, might be pretty good. What's up, Olivia? How's it going, Olivia in chat? Jan says the Belichickin way. Yeah, seems to have worked. Olivia says a kicker is never really valued until he misses and the team takes an L.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a pretty. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Well, thanks, Coach Mike. Coach Mike with a $10 super chat says draft a quarterback just in case. I don't know. No, it's just Coach Mike. Says draft a quarterback just in case. I don't think it's so we're getting an interior offensive line run here as Anthony Bradford comes off the board, guard from LSU. This dude's a big horse, over 330 pounds. They're listing him as a guard, but you can see he wasn't a fit for the 49ers for sure. But yeah. I mean, he fits, what the Seahawks do, and they're probably going to move him to the inside. They're still working on their offensive line. But thank you so much, Coach Mike, for the super chat. And drafting a quarterback is a possibility. The only thing is John Lynch has been pretty clear they want to draft players that can make the roster. So I wonder if they will draft a quarterback because I don't know if a quarterback can make this roster with the guys that are already ahead of him.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely.
Jan Stewart said Giamatti Carmazzi is a sleeper. I called it first here, folks. First face. Nee says, remember the Seattle game where the kicker put it in the tunnel? Kyle said, never again, LOL. And then 49ers Gal says, 49ers normal offseason, one big free agent, and unexpected ones. Quarterback, weird draft picks. Fans hate Lynch and front office. Get to camp and season fan love front office, and we find a gem in the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much spelled it out. Well done, 49er Gal. That's pretty much pretty solid, in fact.
So important.
Yeah. Number pick they're at right now is 109, and the Texans just selected Dylan Horton, the defensive end out of TCU. So D'Amico Ryans gets another guy on the edge. He's looking to build his defensive line. Dylan Horton's a pretty solid player that he was able to get. So, we're seeing edge rushers and interior offensive linemen have kind of been the guys going off the board, minus the Eagles going for another Georgia player with a defensive back. Yeah, pretty much.
It's Mr. Jokey.
Yeah, Mr. Jokey joke maker. Crickets #awkward coming from Jan. Coach Mike says you all need at least 5 quarterbacks on the roster after last year. I mean, realistically, especially if the NFL allows the exemption for a third quarterback on the roster, it's probably likely the 49ers would have 3 on the roster and 1 on the practice squad. So I do think an undrafted free agent is probably the way the 49ers go. No, I haven't. And what's up, Gary? How's it going? Gary in the house. So we got a lot of the heavy hitters in chat, Horst.
The big names are here.
Yeah.
Horst is here, so the big came out.
Is that what it is? Is Horst? You think so? Horst is claiming he did. And now Jess is in the house. Now business just picked up, Horst. Horst sat up straight. Jess is in the house. Olivia says, Ant, do you think the cap is a determining factor on the way the 49ers are drafting? Fit players is on less money. I don't think the cap is really a problem right now. They have about $10 million in free cap space. They only needed about $200,000 to be able to sign their draft class, as Adibare from Northwestern just went. His last name is Adibare. I do not how to say Adibare. Aditamawa, yeah, Adibare. So you got it right, Horse. He just went to the Indianapolis Colts. A lot of people thought he was going to go higher, but I thought there was right. He's extremely athletic. I think the question marks are: is he an edge or is he an interior defensive lineman? I think he got caught into the tweener role. And he, at 6'1", he's definitely undersized height wise and length wise to be able to play on the outside. So I think he's going to get moved inside, and I think that's why he started to slip a little bit. Yeah. Jan called it the Horse Horde. Horse got his own fan base, the Horse Horde. There you go.
Kind of like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, Adebari was a good player and another edge guy that's going off the board, potentially playing defensive tackle. That's kind of where I see him sliding into.
Yeah.
So I didn't actually expect him to be around here in round 4. So he's one of those guys that
Kevin Givens type?
Slipped, falls, and can't get up.
That's kind of who I saw right.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, they've done a pretty good job. They just went Blake Freeland and Adebari here with their last 2 picks. I feel like the Colts have a definite plan here in round 4, and the Cleveland Browns are on the clock here with pick 111.
I don't like Julius Brents because Brent sounds like a first name.
Julius Brents went early yesterday. I think he went like pick 44.
No,
he's a cornerback. Yeah, you're welcome. It's what I do, Horst.
Harrington Valentine.
It's a good. Ooh, Jan says going with another one says the Horstman. Kind of good. Would you like to have some Horstman?
Yeah.
Horst and the Horstman. Yeah,
I said that.
Horst is down with Horstman.
Very excited.
So we're at pick 111, especially for the people that are just listening on audio. 111, 49ers pick 155. So 44 picks left until the 49ers make their pick.
Hopefully I'm still here.
Yeah, Horst is hoping that he's still here when the 49ers actually make a selection. So Lou says, hi, and Horst in the house. I'm happy we haven't moved any of next year's draft picks yet, so we can move up and possibly get a good tackle. Also, do we have any good round comp picks next year? Yeah, the 49ers...
Won't they get one for D'Amico?
Yeah, so the 49ers already have 2 comp picks.
African-American?
Yeah, they already have 2 comp picks next year and their own third-round pick. So they have 3 third-round picks next year. I'm sure they'll probably get some for players, that have left as well. So the 49ers are going to be rolling in the draft picks next year. I don't think there will be any concerns about them having draft capital to be able to go around and make the moves that they need to make. And I think this is what the 49ers kind of do, right? It's their process.
Oh, yeah. The 49ers are good at stockpiling draft picks and using them correctly, whether it's via trade or making. I mean, the more picks you have, the more chances you have of hitting.
We got a $1.99 super chat from Jess. She says, think we need more TCC merch coming soon, ? Yeah, I'll have to get on that. We do have a pretty good amount of stuff over on the chat. So you could definitely get that if you want it. Oh geez. Yeah. That's pretty good, Jan. Woo! Oh, Jan's got the ringers going. Olivia says 3 for next year. Yeah, 3 draft picks. What's up, Paul? How's it going? Paul's in the house. He says, yeah, glad to see some logical 49er fans covering the rest of the draft. Appreciate you coming through, Paul. Yeah, we're gonna the horse corral. There you go. Everyone's coming up with names for your fan base, Horst. Horst is whispering to me about Jan's comment. So if you see it in chat, just know that's what's got Horst up in arms over here.
Have you heard that ridiculous noise I made?
Coach Mike says after Seahawks had a successful rebuild year, how much of that how much of a threat are they to win the division? As I'm thinking, yeah, threat. Okay, we see the. I think the Seahawks have done a really good job as far as adding talent. They added another corner to go with the guy they got last year. And then they've also added Bobby Wagner back. That was a good move. They got Boyd Mafe, edge last year. They added another edge, this year. They're doing a good job of adding there. I think question marks surrounding Seattle are still interior defensive line. Yeah, I mean they still, safety, right? I mean Jamal Adams is still a liability.
You don't like other safety? Guy's a decent player.
Diggs.
One of the Diggses?
Yeah. No, he's good. There goes
kicker.
Chad Ryland.
Jump on Bill Belichick.
Chad Ryland. So maybe it was maybe they were afraid the Patriots were going to take Jake Moody, as Chad Ryland just got selected with pick 112.
And why was he second team All Big Ten?
Yeah. Hey, stop hitting the table. What are you doing?
Table.
Wow, that was loud.
I was very excited. And said, it's my.
He said, "Say it to my face, horse," with laughs.
What am I supposed to?
I think it's because of the comment.
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah, it was funny. And what's up, Raina? How's it going? It says Niners. So yeah, I think we're getting an idea now of why the San Francisco 49ers selected Jake Moody. It appears they knew that New England was ready to go kicker in the 4th round. So it's starting to be a little bit more clear as Ryland goes off the board. And Horse, I think we get a better understanding.
Yeah, it became pretty obvious that they thought New England was going kicker.
It's true.
Maybe they felt there was a big difference.
Yeah, Clark Phillips, a solid corner out of Utah, just went to the Falcons. So that's another good pick. And Paul says, wow, what a day. The Cutback crew with Jess in chat. My goodness, how can it get any better? I don't think it can. And we're just going to have to put subtitles or inaudible next to Horst.
Can you not hear me? I'm sorry.
I don't know. They're whispering in the mic.
I apologize.
Yeah. Olivia says, but the 49ers make hay in later rounds and after the draft.
That's true. They do make hay.
They do. Paul says, Ant, we need to quit thinking of compensatory picks as 3rd rounders. They are definitely either 3.5 or 4. I think that's fair. I think compensatory picks definitely are more 4th round picks than 3rd round picks. So I think you're pretty spot on there.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Yeah. And Horst, Jan says the Horst culture. Horsticulture. Jess says, Horst, pull the mic closer in front of you. So we're getting some.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, we're getting some stuff here. Everyone, check out
I don't know why they waited for you to say something.
Yeah, check out a quick commercial real quick. I'm going to head out for 1 sec. Horse is going to carry us for a second.
I'm going to carry the team. It's what I'm good at. All right, so on the board we have Dan telling me Holler Horse, so I'm sorry about that. I did not realize that you guys couldn't hear me early in the morning. I don't get my voice up till about 11, 12 o'clock, so I apologize for all that. Right now, the Panthers just took Chandler Zavala, a guard, and guard out of NC State. There's another guy that maybe the Niners could grab. Going to be the workhorse. But Jan is having a heck of a day using my name in sentences. I'm kind of liking it. Funny. What about you guys? Who on here are we disappointed maybe that we didn't get that's already been drafted? Let's keep it with reasonable people, not people that went top 10. Obviously, the Niners were not going to be able to pick in the top 10 this year. And yes, Big Pop, our next choice is at 155 of the fourth round. Does look like that's an interesting point there that Lombardi said that the Niners kicker spoke to Robbie and they have the same agent, so maybe he did get some details on how to kick it. Levi's, that'd be interesting. Levi's definitely doesn't present the issues that Candlestick presented. Or and the Bears took my guy Rashawn Johnson out of Texas. He was part of the two-headed backfield with guy that went in the first round. That guy runs the football, man. So Ronnie over there is a little upset that we didn't get Freeland. And Freeland, what did we think about Freeland? And Coach Mike, I will never say that about Moss and Rice. Never say that. That's a good point. The fans definitely were moody about Moody, but I think it's hard to judge any draft pick because look at so many third rounders. That was a big thing coming into weekend was outside of Warner. 49ers hadn't made a third round pick that had stuck around in the current regime. So if you pick a kicker that becomes a successful kicker for 10 plus years, is that not better than picking up a player that doesn't reach a second contract? And I actually agree with Big Papa about Blake Freeland from what I'm watching. I think he's a little stiff in the hips, and I think that Blake Freeland struggles with speed rush. But I think he's got a lot of potential. I think he's a big, strong guy. He's a guy that I might like better as a guard. Jay Ellie, you have every right not to like the draft, and I could be dead wrong about all this. He could come out and miss half his field goals this year. But I always love getting your input because you always don't sugarcoat it. You tell us what you think, and it's always fun to talk about. So, David Campbell said never a third rounder for a kicker. That is true. Latu from Bama is from Utah, so there's a guy for you guys from Utah. And Latu is he Samoan or Tongan? See, and that's what I agree with you with Matt Burgos is that Moody might be the most productive player in this whole draft for the Niners. I don't hate it, but to be a kicker is just as important as almost any player on the field because look how many games come down to a last second field goal attempt in the pros, or how many games are maybe not decided by a last second kick, but you lose the game by 2 points and your kicker missed a field goal earlier in the game that would have gave you the win. And that's a good point, Big Pop. I do agree with you that Moody's true value will be a 2 year evaluation, but isn't that how it works with almost any draft pick? They can't evaluate a draft pick today. You have to wait until they play games to know what they're going to do, or till they get to their second contract to know how a draft class worked out. Well, the guy I want to know what you guys think about, or if anyone else is a fan of him, is I know I texted Ann about him earlier, talked to Ann about him, was Henry Tuiwotu from Alabama. He's a kind of a local legend around here where we're from, out of De La Salle. He was a huge recruit. Didn't quite have the college career he was expected to have. Maybe there's some Bama fans out there that can shed some light on him. all the way. So Jay Ellie, you don't like that they picked a move tight end that's 6'3". I'm not understanding why the height isn't there. So he's not big enough. Where Jay Ellie's going with that. Welcome back, Ian.
Oh, thank you very much. Dang it, one of my favorite players just went off the board too.
Colby Wooden.
Colby Wooden, I like him a lot.
Really the job.
No, he's not. Okay.
I like that. Let's hope we can replace good as gold with Moody as money.
Oh, I like that. So
Matt Burgos is offering to donate $40 to your podcast if I admit that Randy Moss had a great effect on Jerry Rice.
on current receivers,
I'm not gonna do it.
you're not gonna do it. That's $40, horse. Matt, that's why Matt doesn't offer me that, because he knows I'll do it.
It's like the really thin.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah. So horse, what did I miss? So JLE saying
You didn't miss too.
he doesn't like the 6'3" move tight end.
I was just kind of letting. I like that. I was talking to JLE, through here, letting him know that I enjoy that he doesn't sugarcoat his opinions, even if they're not the same as ours. So I was kind of asking him what he thought so far. Then I also asked what. I know I already talked to you about this, but if I know there's a couple Bama guys out there about Henry To'otu.
Yeah.
I was explaining for those who didn't know, he's somewhat of a local legend in these parts from De La Salle.
And Jan says, "Who's that guy next to Horst?" That would be me, Jan. I was gone for like 5 minutes.
Let's start off.
Yeah. You're killing me.
So Jay Ellie is saying that he doesn't like Latu's blocking with his hands aren't consistent, but that probably has a lot more to do with him making the transition from linebacker to tight end.
Yeah. I mean, I think that with Latu, I think they're, like Jaylee said, he is a move tight end right now. He's not an inline guy. But I think when you're looking at what their roster is consistently and currently, you have Charlie Warner. He can play inline, but Ross Jolie hasn't proven to be a very physical blocker on the edge. So he's more of a move tight end right now. And I think you've upgraded as far as move tight ends because Cameron Latu is by far a better receiver right now. There's more dynamic. He's better after the catch. Ross Jolie gets, tackled almost immediately. So
yeah, I definitely agree. I think he's a plus on their roster. Sorry about that, Burgos twins, for mixing you up there.
Guest speaker Ant from Matt. Yeah, I'm a guest on this show. It's kind of fun. And then Matt did say that Mike was the one that offered. And Coach Mike says Ant. I don't know if he's trying to get me to do it or not, because he knows I will, because $40 is $40. Yeah, Horse won't do it. But Ant will. So if that's something you want me to do, just go ahead and put it in there. I mean, I'll do it.
See, now Dan's being a hater that I was letting them in on the podcast.
Yeah, exactly. So Lou says, what is the rookie pay scale for a third round kicker? It's still going to be extremely low. Now, Braden Daniels, one of my favorite interior offensive linemen, just went to the Washington Commanders. So I got to take him off the board. But
saying he's from but
yeah, he played at Utah. He was a transfer.
Oh,
yeah.
That looks like maybe Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, he was a transfer to Utah.
His footwork on that one.
Horse, I'm telling you, wait until you see more recent film. Yeah, he's solid. I mean,
I remember it.
Oh, and you were watching City So.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. That.
Yeah, when you watch Braden Daniels,
what
he's
I
fantastic.
saw was not. I generally understand what you like with offensive linemen. That's why I was like.
Coach Mike with the $2 super chat says has to be Horse Moss over Rice. See, I told you they already know. I'll do it. So.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, he's not going to do it. $2 super chat from Luke. Thanks so much. Luke says, Moody for 15 years. Let's effing go. Keep the vibes right. Or keep the vibes high. I'm with you. I mean, if you believe he can be the kicker for the next 15 years, it's a great pick. I think the Ryland pick by New England
helps solidify
it solidifies that you had to make that pick. If Moody was your guy and you liked him more than Ryland, you had to do it. So I definitely think it validates that pick by the 49ers a lot. Freddie says, I would rather had Durham, Mallory, or Weil. So, I mean, I think Those guys are still on the board, right? I mean, did any of those tight ends go while I was gone?
What's Mallory's first?
Will?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so Will Mallory's out of Miami. He didn't go. So
no, he didn't go.
So those guys are still available. You could still go get one of those guys. Okay, so Horse is watching Braden Daniels now, and yeah, he's good.
He's gonna play guard though, right?
He's gonna play guard at the next level for sure. So I mean, he was definitely one of those ones that a lot of people are high on, and this is the window.
True. When I was mistaken, and they were showing the other guy, you're big into footwork, and the guy's footwork was sloppy.
Yeah,
that's why I was really thrown off that you liked him.
Oh yeah, no, City So is not on my board.
A different guy.
Yeah, I did watch him. But
he just didn't seem like your kind of guy.
No, but they're doing pretty good. Washington with Stromberg too, the center. So building their interior offensive line, I like what they're doing so far. It's pretty nice. Kansas City's on the clock at 119. So we're getting there eventually. As the Andy Reid lookalike, yeah, right, comes out to do the. Coach Mike says Moody could be another Tucker. Hey, if he ends up being another Justin Tucker, I'm down with that.
That'd be amazing.
Matt says Moody, I think, only had one field goal miss under 50 yards and barely missed a 62 last year. I'm definitely a fan of Moody as a kicker. He was my favorite kicker in the draft. And I think now that the Ryland pick happened, it definitely proves the 49ers had to do it early.
Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, or Mike. I know both of you follow Michigan. He hit a 58, 59-yarder against TCU in that college football playoff game, right? I remember.
Yeah. And Luke says, Latu, the Utah boy, LFG, just let him and Kittle lose for Purdy to work with. I'll be honest, when I watched Cameron Latu's video, I was definitely a fan of him in the receiving game. So I really didn't mind the pick at all. I kind of thought it was a possibility. So to me, that one doesn't throw me off very much. I think Jair Brown didn't throw me off. I just was wondering if the 49ers would actually go safety.
57. Thank you.
Yeah, and JLE says Durham, Weil, and Whiteheart. Yeah, and all three of those guys are still available. The 49ers could easily go tight end again.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I did ask Ant while you were gone if them to throw out any guys that they really liked, that whether they'd been picked already. I just said that were reasonable. Obviously, not like a top 10 guy they couldn't have got to.
Right.
And I think JL is responding to that.
Yeah, JLE is. JLE's talked about tight ends a lot on the channel. And I mean, those have been guys for sure. And me and him are in alignment with Weil and Whiteheart.
I do agree. I saw Weil play. That guy's a stud.
And Whiteheart's mom retweeted one of my tweets. So you gotta like that. We want Whiteheart just for that reason, right? Paul says it was a 57-yard field goal.
Still a bomb.
Yeah, it's a bomb. Mr. Corey says, what if he's another he kicks straight Cortez?
Then it's a bad pick, but the correlation I was making when he was gone was that I don't understand how it's any different than you pick. What was the running back from Utah?
Oh, come on.
Joe
Williams.
So you pick Joe Williams in the third round, and he ends up no good. So you pick a kicker in the third round if he ends up not very good. Kind of the same idea to me. The position doesn't matter as much. If you pick a player and he becomes a successful player, then cool.
Yeah, so we got, Matt Burgos and Luke Luna are definitely in on the kicker. Matt says he hit those field goals outdoors in the Big Ten. Luke says we know how important Kyle thinks field goals are. He wants a guy that he can trust, especially after Robbie. David Campbell, taking the opposite approach, says they didn't have to draft a kicker. You can pick up a kicker anywhere, anytime. No guarantee this guy will be a premier kicker. Would have liked to try and get another mid-round gem. And I gotta say, I want to both sides, because you got the kicker argument, and he could be great. Is Horse? I told you that stat earlier. What is it? One of the last 16 kickers that have been drafted have made it to a second contract. And we've got a super chat from Coach Mike. Says raising it to $60. Come on, Horse. Just a simple shout out to the most impactful wide receiver of all time. # Moss override.
I've already made you $7.
Okay.
because I've gotten him to super chat twice.
Okay, there you go.
But so we had the one I was going to go back to was what David Campbell said. If Moody turns out to be Justin Tucker, isn't that a mid-round gem?
Yeah. I mean, it could work out. It could not.
No, but that's my point. Was any draft pick could or couldn't work?
Yeah, I guess
I just don't see why it's disappointing.
I think it's more about positional value, right? I mean, at that point, you got to think offensive tackle or edge rusher have more positional value than kicker. But I think that doesn't always resonate with how the 49ers value special teams, because Kyle Shanahan does value kicker. They've been willing to pay over $4 million a year. And then we got this from Ziggy. Says John Chapman said there were a few better tight ends when we picked Latu. And you know what? That's kind of the case, right? Depending on how you value tight ends, there's always players that you think are a little bit better. I mean, when they selected Jair Brown, I had safeties ahead of Jair Brown. I had guys like Jamie Robinson that I really liked, Christopher Smith out of Georgia, who will probably end up on Philadelphia later. But I think there's always guys you think are better, and then you will find out what happens when we actually get out there on the field and they play within the system. But so far, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and trust what Kyle and John normally do. They normally do pretty good. I thought when Aaron Banks got picked, I thought there were other players, and Aaron Banks acquitted himself pretty good last year.
Yeah, he looks like a good player. And that's the thing I do love about the 49ers current regime. I hate to admit it, I think it's more injuries. I still think he's a good player. But, for every Kinlaw, we have a guy like Aaron Banks. Maybe we didn't like the pick, and then now Aaron Banks is a stud.
Yeah, and 49er Classic just re-upped membership. So thank you so much, 49er Classic, for re-upping membership. Coach Mike just became a member as well. So thanks, Coach Mike, for becoming a member. Really, really appreciate you joining the Cutback crew. So yeah, if you haven't become a member and you would like to become a member, right now is a good time to join the crew. And Matt Burgo says, Moody is not going to be Tucker. I equate him closer to Nate Kading. That's okay. Mr. Corey, what kind of gem is Kinlaw and McGlinchey, and they were first rounders?
Well, first of all, I remember this with Mr. Corey. We can argue all day about Mike McGlinchey, but the truth of the matter is Mike McGlinchey got broke off because he's a good player.
The Jets just selected Carter Warren, offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh.
That's the goal when you make the NFL, is to hit that second contract and make big money, and he accomplished it.
Freddie McDre with a $9.99 super chat says, I don't want to hear any more of this disrespect to Jerry Rice for the rest of the draft.
See, Freddie, that's why I wouldn't say it.
Yeah.
I know my fans out here, it would hurt them.
Yeah. So here's Carter Warren, and Carter Warren goes, and this is a pretty good pick for the Jets as they look to bolster their offensive line, and they're gonna, it's another really good player off the board. Now Trent Baalke and the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be selecting at 121, which means we're inching closer, Horst. We're 34 picks away from the San Francisco 49ers making a pick.
34.
Just storming through it here right now. We still got a lot of really good players available. Jalen Duncan, I don't know if he was drafted while I was gone, but he's still available. Kyu Blu Kelly. Carl Brooks, one of my favorite interior defensive linemen, he's available. Josh Weil, Isaiah McGuire, who got brought up in chat. Jamie Robinson out of Florida State.
So he's not very good.
Jordan McFadden out of Clemson, one of my favorite offensive linemen in the draft. I think he's going to translate to the interior. So there's still a lot of really, really good football players that are available that the 49ers can definitely go out and get. And I'm kind of excited about it. Coach Mike with a super chat says, all right, bet has changed. $80 if both Horst and Freddie admit Moss over Rice. Do it for the cutback.
Look at Big Papa's taking shots.
Yeah, that's Paul. He says, Horst, I've got your back. Way to have a backbone and not somebody that can be bought out by money like the guy next to you. Well, What you don't know, Paul, is that I know Mike and Matt very well.
Yeah.
And so they know that it's not a bet you throw my way. That's why I'm kind of having some fun with it. So.
Yeah, Mike, that chop upset me.
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
The chop is fantastic.
It hasn't been in 20 years.
Whenever I talk about, it hasn't been 20 years, 2013. You have to talk about, when you talk about Florida State players, it's like you just have to give a chop. You just have to do it. It's mandatory. Jay Ellie knows what's up.
First of all, yes, I drink Rockstar.
Well, that's true. Yeah, it is Rockstar. But yeah, I mean, of course.
I mean, I drank a few Red Bulls because there was a remix that I knew that drank them all the time. But we don't want to go there.
The Arizona Cardinals will pick 122. Go John Gaines the second.
Gaines' brother.
It's not. Out of UCLA, John Gaines goes.
It probably isn't.
More interior offensive linemen. So there's been a really good run on offensive linemen here over the last several picks. And so Luke says, all lie for the cutback 80. Who wanted? Well done. Tisha says, I went Tyler Scott. Tyler Scott, solid player. Jess says, Paul, Ant has a wedding to pay for. Let the man get a super chat.
Well, maybe Matt shouldn't have been a tight ass and should have just tight butt. Should have just donated the money at the wedding.
It ain't easy being cheesy, I'll tell you that much.
Apologize for the slip.
The Seattle Seahawks are picking now. Did Casimir Allen? Oh, I thought Casimir Allen got drafted.
No, but Cameron Young did.
Okay, Cameron Young, defensive tackle out of Mississippi State, goes to Seahawks. They try to, we talked about this earlier, they're trying to address the interior defensive line now.
It's a long time.
Yeah, so, no, when they first showed the highlight, they showed Casimir Allen, and he's one of my late round guys that I'm hoping the 49ers are able to pick.
Did DTR get picked?
No, DTR hasn't got picked. They're showing,
the lineman.
They're showing John Gaines, the offensive guard.
Yeah, he probably sucked.
Yeah. Let's see. Jan says, you can tell by now, wired up Horst is, settle down, buddy. Paul says, well, I have to give Ant credit if he was putting his family in front of football. Yeah, I was. For 3 weeks, I didn't do football. It was tough, man. You know how tough that was?
USC are the Knowles' best win-loss this year? USC.
Oh, where did that come in? Oh, your USC versus our Knowles' best win-loss this year. Ooh, Horst. He's going USC.
Florida State's lucky to win 7 games a year these days.
Actually, they turned it around last year in a big way, Horst.
I don't know.
Yeah. Freddie McDray said it would be dirty money. Well said. And Coach Mike said that would be some sweet dirty money. So yeah.
I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, no. Horst is like, I'm not gonna say it. He's like, what if I call them really thin pen?
He's making you a pretty good deal. I'm still
not gonna. Yeah, I wouldn't. So the Ravens are on the clock, 124. Horst, so 21 picks. So some Frank Gore picks away from the 49ers. Oh, it's 31. Okay. So it's some Tayshaun Gibson away. Thanks, Horst. Appreciate that picking me up. It's an early morning, man.
Yeah, you did a lot yesterday.
I'm just glad I didn't have to work last night.
Oh my.
And so, I mean, there's still some really good players available, Horst. We're seeing the defensive tackle now that the Seattle Seahawks just selected. You could see Horst that he's a good mover out of Mississippi State. But we still got a lot of really good players left on our board as well. And I think that there's going to, potentially be somebody there at 155 that the 49ers can nab.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Michael, the Vikings picked up Jordan Addison. Not that USC wide receiver.
Yeah.
Put some respect on his name.
Jordan Addison, solid player. Horst is having a moment over here. Thanks everyone that's tuned in already and been hitting with the super chats. I really, really appreciate it. It has been fantastic, and the interaction has been great as well. Thanks for all the great comments and the 49ers, content. It's been good. So thank you guys so much. And hey, Horse, we're a little over an hour in, and it's been a lot of fun so far.
It's just been a blast.
Yeah. Yeah, Luke says Vikings have an arsenal offensively, for sure. I'm so surprised they didn't go defense.
Hey, Ellie, I do try Reigns. I haven't found a flavor that I really like yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Corey says you were scheduled to work as center had Brendel left. Yeah, if Jake Brendel left, they were.
You were playing?
Yeah, Mr. Corey said they were going to put me in.
They must have saw your pass.
Yeah, I said I got like 2 snaps in me. One run snap, 1 pass snap, and I'm probably done. Apparently, I'm killing Jess with the pen. Sorry. That I'm doing stuff wrong with my pen. And then Jan says it's been a Horst. Ouch. Paul says Vikings may have an arsenal, but somebody still has to pull the trigger in crunch time. He's not wrong. The Baltimore Ravens selection is about to come through. And thank you so much, 49ers Faithful Mom, for the $19.99 super chat. Really, really appreciate that. Coming through saying, enjoying the NFL draft coverage. Let's go. #TCC. Loving it, man.
It ain't jump chance.
No, it ain't. Yeah, I'm loving it, man.
See, Matt, if she's just or it's Mike, huh? She's just gonna donate that. You gotta up the bet.
Jan says, good show. Whoa. I'm not reading that. You see this? Disrespect? You put some respect on my name, Jan. You put some...
Ouch.
Jan needs to put some respect on my name. So we're waiting for the Ravens selection to come through at 124. And then hopefully we'll have a little bit of a run. We're going Baltimore 124, Los Angeles Chargers at 125. Ziggy says, did I hear someone talk about dirty money? Yeah, so apparently there's dirty money if somebody will say, actually Horst will say 49ers, or that Randy Moss is over Jerry Rice as far as impact to the current wide receivers.
What they want me.
Yeah.
About not doing it.
So Matt says Ant's in chair 2 today. I'm definitely in chair 1. These are both my chairs, actually.
That's true. He purchased both.
Yeah, I did buy both chairs, so we got that going for us.
That's fact.
The Horse fans, the haymakers, coming from Luke. You got lots of options, Horse.
I'm really gonna have to sit down this weekend and mull through it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to mull through it so that way we can, we need to get a new T-shirt. Yeah.
And new shoes.
I mean the whole thing, right? The whole gambit.
Oh, Cleveland's pick is in.
Yeah. Wow. Who even got picked? Did you see who got picked before this? Oh, we missed it. Yeah. Ziggy said, what kind of psychos would want that?
Want what?
And Matt Burgo says, Ant, I'm disappointed you haven't introduced Jess into all the football movies at least. How is she going to understand our endless references? She has. So we did Varsity Blues. We did Remember the Titans. She knows Blind Side. We've been working at this. Tavius Robinson, edge rusher. Darius Davis to the Chargers. So we're moving at a little bit of a quick pace here with some of these picks. So yeah. Oh, look at that. Paul says, shouldn't the Horse fans be called the Cowboys? Oh, Isaiah McGuire just got drafted by the Cleveland Browns. Yeah.
Ziggy, don't be that guy.
Ziggy's great. We've got a $5 super chat from Coach Mike. Come on, horse. Ben Franklin is saying he wants to be a TCC friend. Moss over Rice. Dirty 100.
The thing is, you're not even offering the money to me.
Yeah, Mr. Corey bringing up the Eagles took Kylie Ringo, so the Philadelphia Bulldogs. New Orleans on the clock, so we're already to 127, so got a little bit of a quick pace going there for a few picks. So 127, 49ers pick at 155. I would think that if they were planning on trading up, this would kind of be a spot, but there's still a ton of players in the top 75 that are available. Tons. Of course, when they get to 155, are they going to take a running back?
Never know.
Yeah.
Mike, I'm not doing it. By the way, I've now made you $12.
There you go. So, players that I have on the board, Israel Abanikanda, running back from Pitt, Caillou Blue Kelly, cornerback out of Stanford, Jalen Duncan, tackle out of Maryland, Carl Brooks, defensive tackle from Bowling Green, Josh Weil, tight end out of Cincinnati, Jamie Robinson, safety from Florida State, and offensive tackle guard Jordan McFadden out of Clemson are the top guys I have on the board still available. Those guys are all sitting there in my 7 to 20 range. So actually 7 to 16. So still some really good football players out there and available. And I kind of think the 49ers are probably going to get a pretty good selection. But the truth is, it'll probably be someone that's not even on the board.
Yeah, with the Niners, especially once you get here, we're always like sitting here, it could be this guy, it could be this guy. Huh?
Yeah.
And they make the pick, and the guy turns into be a pretty good player.
Yeah, pretty good player. So the New Orleans pick is in. They haven't yet released the name of said player, but it's going to go New Orleans, then the Rams, and then the Cowboys, and that's going to finish off the 20s. And then we'll be working closer to pick 155 in those San Francisco 49ers. JLE says nobody knows who or what the 49ers will select.
Exactly.
Big facts.
They're a very tough team.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Half the time you can't even predict.
JLE says could be a quarterback.
That's in Bennett.
Jake Hayner. Mr. Thune out of Houston. Yeah. There's a lot of good players. I was looking over my list. Eli Ricks is still available. Darius Rush, if you're looking for corners. Jay Ward, could be a nickel guy. He's available. KJ Henry, pass rusher out of Clemson. Alex Austin, the corner out of Oregon State. They met with him. My guy, Thomas Nkoum out of Central Michigan. Demario Douglas out of Liberty. And then if you want some speed, it would be taking a guy from the Philadelphia Eagles because Robert Bill from the Georgia Bulldogs is available as well. Yeah, Tune is who JLE said.
Pretty good, huh?
Who? He's good. Yeah, he was somebody I definitely was interested.
I don't want that tackle.
Yeah, the tackle on that side wasn't as good, but Isaiah McGuire is a solid player, very balanced, 3-down defensive end, can set the edge against the run, but can also get. So Jake Hayner comes off the board for the Saints. Saints going Fresno State behind Derek Carr from Fresno State. Yeah. Yeah, so apparently this is a new trend. Philadelphia just drafts everyone from Georgia. Saints just are getting every quarterback from Fresno State. Seems like a good choice. JLE says cornerback from Bama still available. Yeah, Eli Ricks is still available.
I would love Eli Ricks.
Freddie McDray says offensive tackle Fisher. Yeah, Fisher out of Shepherd. He is available. I look for him to be a late round pick. So when you start getting to the end of the 6th, 7th round, I think that's when you could see Shepherd potentially go. I think I don't remember if I put him on my board or not. He was really, really close to making the board if I didn't put him on. But he was he's had so many injuries over his career that I think that's part of the reason people would be a little bit leery of drafting him early on. Yeah. And then Ziggy says Matt Burgos will get a punter, then another kicker. Ronnie this is true. The 49ers invented the quote, "Never let them know your next move."
That's facts.
Yeah.
Okay, they got the Rams pick coming in. Man, coming into this, I guess I didn't study hard enough. It's shocking to me. Henry T.
Yeah. I mean, it's value of linebacker, Horst. I mean, linebackers haven't really been, the picks. I mean, there's you're playing so many sub packages now. 80% of the time you're in sub packages. The value of off ball linebackers is definitely changed in the NFL. So who do you think the Rams go here? They've definitely been trying to replace, guys that they've lost in free agency.
I wouldn't be shocked to go deep, maybe O-line.
Yeah, they went Byron Young with a pick yesterday. That one really cut me deep. That was a good one, but yeah, they definitely need secondary help. So it could be, and there's plenty of good ones. Hopefully they don't go Eli Ricks, but Darius Rush is available as well out of South Carolina. He's a very solid player. So there's some good ones available.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be good players available at this point in the draft. Look what they say, 64% of NFL players are picked on this.
Yeah,
I mean, that's one thing is people need to understand.
49er Gallus saying DeAndre Swift to the Eagles. Did that happen? Is that a trade that happened? I don't
know.
Yeah, I don't know either. So
the Rams picked Stetson Bennett.
Oh wow! So we're getting a little bit of a run on breaking news. DeAndre Swift traded to the Eagles.
Wow.
So the Eagles have picked up.
Good news. That means they won't get Derrick Henry.
Yeah. I mean, they're not getting. That is good news. They're not getting. Yeah, Horst. Where did he go to college?
Georgia.
Oh, interesting. I'm sorry. DeAndre Swift to the Philadelphia Bulldogs. Just fantastic. At the same time, Stetson Bennett from the Georgia Bulldogs gets drafted. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't make this stuff up. Let's see. Longtime Niner fan says, "Hi, Ant and Horst. I was stuck in an airport all day yesterday. Is Edge from San Jose State still available?" Yeah, Boko is still available. I had a 5th round grade on him, so I think that's kind of where we'll see him. It has definitely slowed on edge rush. We just saw Isaiah McGuire go off the board a couple picks ago. So edge rusher, there was a huge run on it in the 3rd round, and then it has slowed to, kind of slowed down. Adebawore went, Isaiah McGuire went. There was a couple other guys as well, but for the most part, it looks like edge rusher. There'll probably be some solid ones available. Yeah. So let's see what we got here. Quarterback run from 40-yard gal. Yeah, that's happening. Mr. Corey says, "Don't worry, Ant. I got cut watching Packers take Tyler Kraft." It's hard when you watch those guys and you really, really enjoy them, and then all of a sudden, they're out, and you're like, "Dang it, that was my guy." Longtime Niner fan, wasn't he from Georgia too? It is. It's one of the most crazy things right now. How many guys are getting from Georgia? Rob D says, "Average backup or special teams was the draft profile for Kittle and Huff, etc. I'm going to keep my faith in the team knowing what they are doing." I think that's a good thought process for sure, because, there are lots of times that players, look like a certain type of player coming into the process, and then once, they get into the roster and they fit into a certain scheme, they develop in different ways. And you're right, the 49ers have hit on so many guys late into the draft that people thought were special teams or, backup players, and they end up developing into studs. It's all about the eye of the beholder, and sometimes, certain players weren't exactly fits for their college as much as they were expected to be, but they're huge fits for the NFL team that they go to. David Campbell says, you all are getting punchy. JLE says, Philly really does need to change their name. It's crazy. I think it ends up being coincidence, but he became available because of Jahmyr Gibbs. So very solid. Jelly says Pack took 2 tight ends. Yeah, they did. They got 2 tight ends. They're getting weapons for their young quarterback. It was definitely interesting to see. Coach Mike with a $5 super chat says Horse went from best man to worst man. Franklin is disappointed. Hashtag do it for TCC. Hashtag 120. So it's up to 120 now. Very, very interesting that that happened. So Stetson Bennett is on his way to the Los Angeles Rams. There was some thought that maybe they would go for Will Levis, but they get a different signal caller here. And Anthony says, good pick for the Rams. I would rather have had Haener out of Fresno State, but Bennett is pretty solid. Yeah, Bennett has played in a lot of big games. He definitely stays cool and collected when he's under pressure, and he's going to be able to run the offense. And this is a solid pick. Jake Haener probably would have been the more likely pick, but they got a guy with a nice pedigree, and so more than likely this is the quarterback of the future for the Rams, unless they try to make some big move next year for Caleb Williams. Diggy says, I identify as a Georgia player. Can I get drafted? Well said. Matt Rieger. What's up, Matt Rieger's in the house. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that guy. I don't know where. Spining Danger said, what draft number are they at? So the Cowboys are picking, and they just picked Viliami Fehoko out of San Jose State. So Fehoko goes off the board here at 129, which means we're going to be on pick 130. So Fehoko has been a fan favorite of a lot of people. He's going to be playing for the Dallas Cowboys. They get another edge guy, a pretty solid player. My question marks with him were, would he be able to play in a 4-3 defense as an edge guy, or would he have to move interior? But I think he's a 5 tech in the NFL. So the Cowboys get Fehoko out of San Jose State. Very, very solid pickup. Big Papa. Let's see. Freddie Mac Jason's Jr. just got drafted. There's lots of players going off the board now. Matthew Rowley says, I'm still geeked that we got Moody. Yeah, there has been some, Matt, that have been really excited about the pick. Others not as happy, so it's been kind of a mixed bag. But I saw your comment last night. That's absolutely fantastic that you are super happy as a Michigan fan to get Moody. And it's nice having a kicker. I'm hoping that he develops into the kicker that we think he can be. Because if he does, then it's a great pick. If he doesn't, then there's going to be question marks and conversations. I do, however, think that the pick of Ryland by the New England Patriots definitely makes it more likely the 49ers thought they would miss out on Moody if they didn't take him in the 3rd round. So I think it does sort of give it some help. Frank Saldivari. What's up, Frank? How's it going? Frank Saldivar says, a kicker, and with laughing faces. And it's always nice when Frank comes into chat. As Horse comes back onto the scene, Horse.
I have an announcement.
Yeah.
I hope the Burgos are watching. My life has been threatened outside. Moss, much bigger impact than Rice. Randy Moss, bigger impact. Right.
We got a super chat from 49er Classic for $19.99. Thank you so much, 49er Classic.
There's your $120.
Yeah. And Mike had said every Niner fan has a price. They'll eventually sell out. I've bought a few already.
I didn't sell out. I'm just scared to walk back out the door.
It appears my wife has threatened Horst.
I wasn't naming names because I'm scared.
We are on pick 130. The Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be up.
I know, right, Jess? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. And Jen says it sounds so legit, Horse. Jay always says clip it. David Campbell says, regarding New England drafting a kicker too, one bad pick does not justify another. That is fair. I think it's just the guy they liked, right? I think they met with Ryland too. But I think it's fair to have that thought. And Janice says, I'm sorely disappointed in you, Horst.
You are not going to take care of my family if I die.
Ziggy said, man, Ant sounds like a dangerous place to live. Yeah. Big Papa Paul says, oh, Horst.
I upset a lot of people right now, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, people are upset now.
I was threatened.
Yeah. Sorry, Horst. It's not easy out in the streets. So we've got a little bit longer now until the 49ers pick. We're at pick 130. So we got 25 picks, Horst. Coach Mike with the $120 super chat. Horst just got clipped. Every Niner fan has a price.
I didn't say Moss was better than Rice.
Moss over Rice.
You said made a bigger impact on today's receivers.
Yeah.
I did not say Randy Moss is better.
There you go.
He did make a bigger impact because they're all lazy.
And Twisted Clown with the super chat says, I like the idea of a kicker. Top to bottom, what position could have an immediate impact knowing Kyle likes to redshirt everyone? Your thoughts, Ant? So, Horst, I'll give you to this one too. Top to bottom, what position could have an immediate impact knowing Kyle likes to redshirt everyone?
What position right now, kicker? What position they could pick right now to have an immediate impact? I'm going to be honest. There's not really anyone right now that I would put money on that can impact this.
Yeah, I think that,
I think Fehoko.
Yeah, Fehoko did go. He went to the Cowboys drafted Fehoko. And so I think as far as an impact, I think you can expect someone like Cameron Latou also to have an impact because I think he will be tight end too for the San Francisco 49ers. So he'll get on the field. We know how, they used tight ends before, Tyler Kroft, and so I think he will. But obviously, I mean, you're right. The kicker, Jake Moody, is going to have the biggest impact because he's going to be the kicker for 2023. So I think both those guys are going to have an instant impact, and they were both good selections. I think Jair Brown will get redshirted, so I don't expect him to have as big an impact as the other ones. And Paul is going to forgive you for lying.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it.
and Matt Rieger wants to know if Gavin Reinhold got drafted yet.
Or Reinhold.
Reinhold.
No, I heard that guy's knee sucks.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's not going to be.
Why is Matt Rieger?
I don't know, but he asked about the big nose guy not being here earlier. Ziggy says, Horse, we can all understand what one will do when their life is on the line, but we all know the truth in your heart. They're not buying it, Horse. Yeah, it's definitely time to pick for players that they can develop. I agree, Paul, for sure. Freddie McDre said you might as well say you're a Seahawks fan while you're at it, Horst. Jan says, Horst, that $120 will take care of your family for a long time.
No, what I was saying about taking care of my family was if I'm dead, who's going to do it?
There you go.
Being honest.
Yeah, no, you are. I think that's very fine. So we're at pick 132 here. Pittsburgh is on the clock. I think I might have missed a pick, Horst. Do you know who got selected?
Tyler Lacey.
Tyler Lacey, the edge rusher from Oklahoma State. There you go. Good player. Not on my top 75 list, but good player. Got drafted. So 132. So we got Pitt, then 133 Chicago, and then 134 Minnesota. Those are the next picks that are coming up. Yeah. For who? He's a receiver. And let's see. Lou asks, will the 49ers go edge next? You think they'll go edge next, Horse?
49, I'm not predicting it.
Yeah.
If I'm them, I'm probably going best available player because they have such a strong roster. But I mean, I definitely could understand going edge next.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a need. The question is, who would that edge be? And that was Charlie Jones that got drafted at 131. So, as far as guys who are available at edge, I think this is where it gets interesting because most of the good players in this range are off the board. But KJ Henry out of Clemson, he's available. Robert Beal out of Georgia, Thomas and Coombe from Central Michigan. Those are all guys that could go. They could go with interior defensive line as well. Strength on strength. Carl Brooks is available. They could also get a guy that they probably could get later in DeJuan Johnson out of Toledo. Those are guys who definitely put pressure up the middle and make plays. You got Dante Stills out of West Virginia, Dom Peterson out of Nevada. All those guys, interior defensive line help if the 49ers decided to go in interior defensive line. And Luke wants to know how many picks until the 49ers select. It is 23. So we're getting close. We're definitely getting close. Faithful from Birth says no, Niners are going punter next. Who knows? Paul agrees with you, Horse, and he says best player available is what they need to do.
When you have a strong roster, that's what I.
Yeah. So so Nick Herbig got drafted right now by the Steelers, and this is a 3-4 outside linebacker fit. So he definitely fits what they want to do. They're going to put him, out there with T.J. Watt. They tried to bring back Bud Dupree. That didn't work out. So Nick Herbig from Wisconsin is a selection for the Steelers. So it is edge. It's just not an edge that probably would have fit what the 49ers do. So, but he's got some skills.
He always, and maybe this is for an obvious reason, feels like it. Watching this guy, he always felt a step slow.
Yeah, and Frank Saldivar says a developmental player after the first few picks, they are all developmental players. I mean, I think that you're looking for, players. We last year we thought, right, that a guy like Samuel Womack was a developmental player, but he stepped in and started the first 2 games of the season.
I mean, what's your opinion of a developmental player? To be a developmental player, the guy that shouldn't touch the.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think the way the 49ers have went about it, they definitely do institute a redshirt program where they have guys that sit, and wait. I think they have somewhat advanced some of those guys last year because of injury. Spencer Burford, a couple years ago, Talanoa Hufanga taking snaps, in the secondary. I think they have worked some of this in, and we've seen it a lot of times because of injury. But I think the 49ers, mostly the way they go about it is to redshirt players. And I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't know how much of an impactful player you can get, in the 4th, 5th round.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and Lou says, Ant, what does the O-line room look like currently? So Tyler Scott from Cincinnati just got drafted by the Bears at 133. So we're on 134, which means we're 21 picks away. Finally got to that 21 number, Horse, that I've been trying, the Frank Gore that I've been trying to get Sanders. To. So as far as offensive line players still available on my board, Jalen Duncan out of Maryland is still there. I think he's solid. Jordan McFadden out of Clemson. Those are my top 2 guys. McClendon Curtis as well. He's definitely a solid player. So those 3 guys right there, I think would be the highest on the board.
I think he was asking the Niners.
Oh, what the Niners O-line looks like? Well,
but I could be wrong.
Obviously, Trent Williams, Aaron Banks, Jake Brendel, Spencer Burford, and Colton McKivitz is my belief. As who's going to want, who's going to be. Then I think
they added Feliciano.
Yeah, Feliciano's going to be your swing interior offensive lineman. I believe they still plan on going with Jalen Moore as a swing tackle. You got Nick Zakel as well that they've been high on, that he's going to continue to play interior offensive line. So I mean,
probably the future center.
Yeah, he could be the future center. So. They definitely got talent on the interior, a lot of young talent and guys who need to develop. And then you talk about a player like Jason Poe, who they worked with a lot last year, the undrafted free agent. Luke says our O-line is underrated. That's how it's looking. I definitely think it's underrated as far as offensive tackle, because there were lots of people that thought that getting a guy in the 3rd round, they were automatically going to be able to start over Colton Kivitz. And I think I didn't think there was a guy in that range that could. I thought there were guys in the beginning of the second round, like a Matt Bergeron. He would have been able to come in and start, but finding a guy, it would have been tough. JLE says best speed edge on your board. As far as speed, I think it's Robert Beal. I know that there's a couple other guys. There's a guy out of App State as well. I'm going blank on his name, but I think he should be playing in a 3-4 defense. So I think Robert Beal is probably the next speed guy. I think out of the guys, maybe KJ Henry, but he's not like extreme speed like Beal, who's a 4-4 guy. I would definitely love for the 49ers to get Thomas Incoom. I think he can make a huge impact.
And he was out of where you were talking about him earlier.
Who's that?
Incoom?
Yeah, I was talking about him earlier.
No, where is he out of?
Oh, Central Michigan.
Central Michigan.
And Josh, what's up? 49ers Faithful Forever says Cowboys getting Fiocco pisses me off. Yeah, he's definitely one of those tough ones. I know it was funny. Warren, who does Cover 2, is a Michigan fan, and the Cowboys drafted 2 Michigan players, and he wasn't too happy about it for sure. So it definitely could get there. Hampton, thank you, JLE. I appreciate that for throwing out Hampton. Yeah, Hampton at App State would be another speed guy. I just don't know if the 49ers would go that way. I see him definitely as a 3-4 outside linebacker. I don't know if he could if Nick Hampton could consistently play with his hand in the ground. I think that's a bigger question.
He's a little light in the behind.
Yeah.
Playing the Niners system.
Yeah.
I know who that is.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different things there, so he would have to put on some size. But there's still some good edge rushers available, and we'll see what they end up doing. So pick 134 still. We got Minnesota at 134, New England at 135, Jacksonville at 136. Yeah, right. I mean, we're just hoping. Oh, 49ers Faithful Forever. Yeah, Andre Carter still available.
That's an interesting.
Yeah.
By the way, I've never heard that. He has no relation to the Andre Carter they picked in the first round in the early 2000s.
No, he's not. That has been asked before if they're related. So yeah, Carter is there. I'll go look at the top available according to other boards and not just.
That's interesting because I didn't think he fit their defense that well, but his athleticism at this pick, if he were to fall to their pick here.
Yeah, what's interesting is according to ESPN's board, he's not even one of the top players available. So he fell on their board, especially the edge rushers that I see on their board are Jose Ramirez out of Eastern Michigan, and that's another speed guy. But you're talking about a 6-foot one edge guy, KJ Henry, who we brought up earlier. So those guys are available. Outside linebacker Yasir Abdullah. I don't think he's a fit for the 49ers. Lonnie Phelps. There's some that are huge fans of him. Nick Hampton, who we talked about earlier from App State. He's another guy that's an edge rusher that that could be available.
Raiders have traded for.
So the Raiders have moved up to pick 135. We'll see who they end up selecting. That was weird.
Like a guy from.
Let's see who else is available as far as edge rusher in the draft. Carl Brooks, I have him moving inside, so I don't see him as an edge rusher. Mike Morris out of Michigan, once again another guy that I see playing in. So I mean, they have Carter way down on their board, way down on their. Andre Carter they have ranked as the number 80th best available player. Currently. A little surprised by that, Horst.
Yeah, that is.
I mean, I seen it on film. He felt a little light. He could kind of get knocked off his spot and that sort of thing. But I mean, as far as developmental talent, here in a couple of years, he's probably going to be pretty good.
He's very gifted.
Yeah, exactly. Lou says, do you see Drake playing more on the inside this year? What do you think, Horst? Do you think Drake Jackson will play more on the inside this year?
I don't think so because I think they're going to need him on the outside.
Yeah, I think that Drake Jackson's going to play. I thought, unless they sign someone, right? Like if they brought in one of these guys that's available in free agency or they trade for Chase Young, I think in those scenarios, you could see Drake Jackson moving inside on obvious pass downs. But I think right now he's slated to be the starting defensive end opposite of Nick Bosa, and that means he'll play on the outside. I think it's more likely to see a Cleveland Farrell move in on the inside during obvious passing downs right now than Drake Jackson.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Probably. So the Raiders are up at 135. The pick is in as soon as I know what it is. What's up, Ricardo? How's it going, Ricardo, in the house? Josh says Carl Brooks. I love Carl Brooks. I would if at 155 if he's available, that's where I would go. I'm all over that pick for sure. Still waiting for them to actually announce the Raiders pick. It's interesting how they do that. It takes like forever for them to show it. Josh says Andre Carter is solid, though. I agree. I think Aiden O'Connell, quarterback from Purdue, just got drafted. So the heir apparent to Jimmy Garoppolo, probably not. More like a backup, but they went up and got their guy.
Boy, people were really high on him at one point. O'Connell?
Yeah. Luke says, do we trade for Chase Young? Do we trade Trey for Chase Young with the adjusting of the CMC contract? I don't think you have to trade Trey Lance to get Chase Young. I think you could just trade picks. So, Ziggy wants to know if it would be cheating for him to give you $20 to recant. I don't know. I don't know what the rules on this are.
The rules, and Mike already donated the money.
Yeah.
So.
David Campbell says the only edge rusher availability I want to know about is Chase Young. And I'm with you. I want the Chase Young thing to happen as well. Because I think that is the best scenario. I don't think you can get an edge rusher in this draft that is going to have the type of production or, just equivalency to what Chase Young can do.
Yeah, that guy's an edge.
Paul says, hey, attention to the Raiders pick. It may be on our team in 2 to 3 years. If it would have been an edge rusher or a defensive lineman, that is a spot-on comment right there. I definitely do. Frank says Amenahue will be missed. Yeah, Amenahue is going to be up there in Kansas City. Amenahue will be missed. Amenahue and Samson Ebukam, though, got broke off and absolutely paid.
They deserved it. Both of them deserved it.
They did deserve it, but they got paid a lot of money.
I wish we could have kept them, but good for them.
Yeah, Jay Ellie says A.T. Perry is there at wide receiver. Ebukam went to the Titans.
Is that where he went?
Yeah, I believe so. Went with Rand Carthon. Josh says, are we even certain Jackson starts? I think Farrell starts. Jackson only lasted 14 games last year and got gassed. Do we think he can just go a whole season as a starter? It is different because he will have a full offseason to be able to equate. Yasir Abdullah just went to the Jaguars at pick 136. I think it would make sense for Farrell to start if Drake Jackson is going to be more of a pass rush specialist. Farrell play early downs, Jackson play the other. But, kind of listening to some players talk about him, I heard Armstead talk about it was going to be a very increased role for Drake Jackson. So they could go Cleveland Farrell. What are your thoughts, Horse?
I expect Drake Jackson to start over Farrell. You never know because sometimes your starting base is based against the run, and Farrell's a little more of a run guy than Drake. I'd expect him to play a similar amount.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good question, Josh. I really do. Because I don't know. You're right. He did gas in those 14 games. I think he'll be better athletically as far as conditioning wise. I think he will be better off this year.
Sometimes it's a big difference. Playing 17 games is a lot different. Most college teams play 13.
Right.
If you get to the national championship.
Yeah, and JLE saying, there's free agents at edge as well. There definitely is. There's lots of players. That are still available that the 49ers could go grab, that are available to select.
Are we talking just for edge?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's because the 49ers have a need at edge. I don't think anyone thinks that the 49ers edge is set. I mean, do you think it is, Horst? I mean,
No.
are you good with Drake Jackson, Cleveland Farrell, the guys that they got?
So,
Yeah, Bosa. I mean, available players, Leonard Floyd is still available. Frank Clark out of Kansas City. J.J. Watts, he's retiring. Robert Quinn, still available. Yannick Ngakoue. Davion Clowney. Matthew Ioannidis. Marcus Golden. I mean, there's a ton, Horse. Melvin Ingram.
yeah.
Justin Houston. I mean, it's plentiful. Yeah. The free agent market is plentiful with players. I don't know. They definitely could go another way. I mean, I think Chase Young is what everyone's hoping, but
I mean,
they could have
that's
just
a
been.
pipe dream. Like, not that it couldn't happen, but I'm not sitting expecting it.
Well, I mean, kind of. Don't they make pipe dreams happen? They got Trent Williams. They got Christian McCaffrey. I mean, they kind of do it.
I guess you're right.
I mean, so
What about Jadeveon Clowney?
I wouldn't be willing to pay him, the money that I think he's going to want to make. That's the kind of my problem. Josh says 2024 third round for Young, and I'd pull the trigger. I'm with you. I'd give up a third for him too. Ziggy with the $20 super chat says, "All right, Horse, let's hear you
I
recant."
still don't know the rules, and I don't understand.
Coach Mike says, "I'll charge back just outside your door." We're caught in a predicament here.
I actually think we can agree on that Moss might have had a better impact on this group of receivers, but Rice is the better player
Yeah.
because receivers are soft and titled,
I see what you did there, Horst.
and so was Randy Moss.
I see what you did there, and I like it. Josh says, "Need edge badly." Well played, sir. Josh says, "Do we go Eli Ricks?" Horst, you were talking about
That's
Eli
my
Ricks.
guy right there, man.
Okay, KJ Henry is the pick of the Washington Commanders, so another edge guy off the board. So talk about Ricks for a
I
second.
like Eli Ricks. He was a huge recruit. Came out of Modern Day. He's one of those guys that moved to LA from South to go to Modern Day. Huge recruit, came out of there, went to LSU originally, and I don't know exactly what happened there. Had some success as a freshman, transferred to Bama. When he transferred to Bama, it just didn't quite work out. He played, and he ended up starting, but he never quite had the numbers and stuff people expected from him. But Nick Saban to this day is very high on him.
Yeah, I mean, he was a guy that I was a huge fan of watching. He kind of, every time I watched him, I got where I liked him a little bit more. I would have been willing to take him from 99 to 102. I liked him that much. So I think Eli Ricks, if he was available at 155, I think he could come and compete and do some work for the 49ers in the secondary. So I would like that pick if he was there. And then Ronnie said, "Will Kalia Davis make an impact this season?" Darius Rush just came off the board. Yeah, cornerback from South Carolina. So we're seeing some of the guys come off. This is kind of that range. But Kalia Davis, I expect him to make an impact. They were very high on him when they opened his practice window, practice for 21 days. They gave him a practice award. I think he's expected to make an impact. He's got a very good first step. He's athletic. He used to be a linebacker. So I expect him to make an impact, especially getting down the line of scrimmage and being able to run people down. The question for him is he's a penetrator who gets in the backfield, but he was unable to finish a lot at Colorado. That's what I want to see. Can he now finish those plays in the backfield? I think if he can, he'll not only make an impact on this team, but I think he'll elevate up the depth chart.
Davis was a high talent guy, but definitely far from a finished product. They got a hold of him. If he can become the finished product, he has the ability to become a very impactful.
Yeah. Josh says Cutback Clark. So Cutback Clark, I see him as a nickel guy. I don't know if the 49ers are going nickel with them already having Sam Womack. Jay Ward got selected as well. So Jay Ward is off the board, and I really like Jay Ward a lot. He was definitely on my list as well. So we're seeing guys coming off the board now, but he was a guy that had the position versatility. So Contrell Clark could be a guy potentially that they go with as well. Paul says CMC's contract restructuring may be for a free agent edge, and that's definitely the case. It could be. And with all those guys that are available.
Yeah,
definitely.
And they might still sit on seeing who teams release post-draft, post-training camp.
Yeah.
Remember, that roster is not set until the week.
Right. So is Minnesota.
People need to understand that.
Minnesota had taken Jay Ward, so that was a very good pick by them. I like that selection. Josh says, knowing Shanny, it's going to be Israel Abanikanda at 155. He is the number one player on my board currently. I'm a huge fan of Israel Abanikanda.
If there's one guy, Israel Abanikanda.
Yeah, I do. I had people over, and Horse, I made them watch the highlight video of Israel Abanikanda.
He made us. We were forced to watch this.
You were not forced to watch, but Israel Abanikanda. A solid player, Horst. I like him. Luke says, if we trade for Chase Young or Sweat, do we make a push this year? Not because we can afford them on a future contract. I think that you definitely can't afford them. I think it would be a signal that you're going all in on 1 year at edge to be able to, do what you can. So, I mean, I think $5.4 million is something for Chase Young that seems legit.
For the guy, like I said earlier about Chase Young, for what his boom represents, there's your guy Clayton Toon. For what his boom represents, $5.4 million is nothing.
Yeah, I mean $5.4 million. Then he leaves, and you get a compensatory pick for him leaving.
But every person in here that's begging for Chase Young, if that were to happen and he gets injured 4 games into the year, don't be the guy on Twitter criticizing Shanahan, criticizing Lynch. Oh, you signed another guy with a bad knee. Don't do it. You're going to want the guy with the bad knee. Don't get upset when it happens again.
Yeah. Squidward said, do you think we pick up a quarterback in later rounds? I think that's a possibility, especially you get into the 7th round. 7th round pick quarterback, undrafted free agent made the most sense to me.
Who are you thinking?
Well, it depends on who's going to be there, because I think DTR is probably going to go in the 5th to 6th round. So he'll probably be gone. We know who my guy has been the whole time. Is that Tanner Morgan out of Minnesota?
Minnesota, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I like him later on.
Why do we like Tanner Morgan out of Minnesota?
Because he's one of those guys that operates in the pocket, throws things in rhythm. Receivers don't have to slow down for the ball, so he's highly accurate. He does, and where's he the best? Over the middle of the field. That fits Kyle Shanahan's system. But when he had pro caliber NFL players at wide receiver, he did so good. He had Rashad Bateman, and he was just able to get those players. That was his biggest season, almost 4,000 yards, lots of touchdowns. So when he had the players, he got it done. I'm a fan of how he operates an offense, and I think getting him in the late 7th or as an undrafted free agent, you could bring him in. He could be your camp arm and then eventually be on your practice squad. And he's kind of a guy that started a lot of games in college and is highly accurate over the middle of the field.
I'm going to be honest. The reason I asked is I don't know too much about him. I remember the name.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I don't know too much of him.
Yeah, he's fun. Let's see what we got going. Jan says, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Go. Like that. Huh?
I was reading.
Oh, okay. JLE says Morgan Fitz. Thank you for that. JLE says Gophers had a good tight end as well as Bateman. And they also had there for a little bit, they had the receiver. I'm going blank on his name. He got drafted by Tampa Bay. He was there for a little bit as well, and I was a fan of him. So we're on pick 140. Cleveland selection is in.
But by the way, Luca, I actually completely agree that when it comes to Chase Young, it's well worth the risk.
Yeah.
Of trading for him and paying him that $5 million this year. I'm just saying there's so many Niner fans that are going to get angry. Does get.
Yeah, agreed. So DTR did get drafted right now by the Cleveland Browns. So DTR is off the board. And we have a $20 super chat from Teresa. How's it going, Teresa? I hope you're having a good day. It says, from Gunner, his second draft, watching with the TCC and his uncle Anthony. So that's my nephew, Gunner, Horst. Yeah.
I saw him.
Yeah. Yeah, Horst got to see Gunner. So thank you so much, Teresa. I really appreciate that. And Gunner, I hope you're having a good one. A huge 49er fan. And say what's up to Johnny as well. Randy says, did we restructure to accommodate a Bosa raise or to sign a DN? It's got to be to accommodate a signing at defensive end or some other move, because a signing and extension of Nick Bosa would actually lower his cap number for this year. Right now, he's going to be playing on the 5th-year option, but once they get to an extension, that first year, they usually take it and lower it because of the signing bonus. So they're actually going to save money with a Bosa deal. So I think they are preparing to go in and make a big move.
Yeah, I definitely they wouldn't have freed up that money for them.
Yeah. And
I'm not saying it's Chase Young. I'm not even saying it's an edge rusher. They freed up the money they don't do that for them.
Lou says, Horst, big difference between renting Chase Young for $5.4 million for 1 year than drafting Kinlaw in the first round with bad knees for 5 years.
I think you're right that those are two different subjects. It's not one we were discussing, though. But I'm talking about, people are constantly on the Niners. I agree with whoever made the D Ford comment earlier. There's been other guys that they've picked, signed. People really get on the Niners about that signing, guys with injuries history. And then when the person does get injured, that's all I was saying. If you do want the money spent there, upset if he gets hurt.
Yeah, so Minnesota's on the clock here for 141. Luke Luna with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Luke. Really appreciative of everyone that has been putting in the super chats. It means a lot, but just everyone's interaction has been fantastic throughout the draft. So I really appreciate everyone that's tuned in to day 3 of the NFL draft with me and Horst. We've been having a lot of fun. And Luke says, let's drink. I'm leading you to water super chat. I love it, right, Horst?
I love it.
Yeah. And Luke says, everyone super chat $2. I like it. He's leading a wave, Horst. He's leading a wave. So here we are. We're at 141. The 49ers are 14 picks away. They are Sam Darnold away from making a pick. And so this is going to be a lot of fun. We're getting close to the 49ers area. Horst is going to be checking out here.
Unfortunate.
And he's going to be leaving. And so I will be carrying you the rest of the way through this draft. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to interacting with all of you. But Horst, thank you for coming through and joining me for the first part of this draft. Over 2 hours of Horst content.
Cutback fans allowing me to participate. Thank you for all the interaction. Hopefully now I can make more in your house.
Yeah. Yeah. So Horst is going to try to get out of the house. I think you'll be okay. And enjoy yourself, Horst. Have a good day. And then, of course, you got to keep working on the Big Yikes draft edition.
Oh man, I saw a couple in there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call you guys out. But...
And before Horst leaves, a $50 super chat from Jay Ellie says, "Drink up, crew." So Horst gives you a that, Jay Ellie. So thank you guys so much for that. So that's awesome. So I'm here. Horst is exiting the building. So thank you so much, Horst, for all the work that you did in this episode. For the best. Horst is the best. Yeah, you don't hear that. You don't hear that very often. Horst is the best. I'm gonna go ahead and move over a little bit here. Get more room for me. So thank you so much. Jan with $1.99 super chat says, keep Horsting on. So yeah, Horst had another engagement that he had. He coaches high school football, and they had an engagement that they have going on today. So I appreciate him coming through for sure. Jess said, see you, Horst, with $1.99 super chat. Thank you for that. And Freddie says, the Horst drinking a Bud Light. He's pretty funny. Thank you for that. I appreciate everyone's comedy in this as well as we continue to roll through. 141 pick is in, and it's Jacqueline Roy, defensive tackle out of LSU. And so the defensive tackle run is going. We're going to be on 142. It's going to be Cleveland again. Their last pick was DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. The quarterback run was real. So now the quarterbacks, it's a little bit different situation. I don't know if the 49ers would be willing to go, around there at 155. David Campbell says, if the Niners draft Abanikanda, I can already hear Papa singing the Candyman can as he scores a tutty. Oh my gosh. Well played. Just so well played. David Campbell. Absolutely fantastic. Oh man, that's so good. Definitely one of my favorite comments of the day already from David Campbell, because I can totally hear Greg Papa saying that. Absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Lots of laughter. Everyone's having a lot of fun. Luke says, Ant, you deserve the support. I hope the channel grows. I'm still at day one. Just haven't been on shows as much lately. Yeah, I really appreciate you, Luke. You've been around since the beginning, and you've been one of the ones that's been a supporter, and I appreciate it. I'm going to keep grinding. I really enjoy doing this, and I've been having a lot of fun doing it. And why not? You get to sit in chat and talk to all you great 49er fans, and it really is a special group. I always look forward to the interaction. So thank you for coming through and leaving comments. I don't mind if we agree or disagree. I just like the interaction, and it's a lot of fun. So thank you so much, Luke. And thanks for the well wishes. Longtime Niner Fed says, Sourdough Sam can shotgun now. Ooh, I'll bring him back into the scene. You guys ready for this? Sourdough Sam is back. Horst is gone. Sourdough Sam is back in the house. Good job, long time, for reminding me to bring Sourdough Sam back in. Frank says dressing up for Bud Light. LOL. He is going to Beer Fest, so that's true. It's happening. 400 Gal says 10 times quarterbacks gone. Quarterbacks are going at a high level right now. So yeah, it's been a quarterback run, and the 49ers, I didn't expect to take a quarterback in this early part of the draft for sure. There's still a lot of very talented players left for the 49ers to strike. I mean, some of these guys I thought were going to be gone, and they're still here. So I think one thing that's been noticeable is this: there hasn't been a safety run. There's only been, I know the Niners went up and got Jair Brown, but there hasn't been a huge run on them. Cameron Mitchell is pick 142 of the Browns, so he just went from Northwestern. So cornerback Cameron Mitchell is pick 142. The Jets are on the clock at pick 143, and then New England at pick 144. So I mean, there is, Sam is in. So Sam is the co-host right now. He's ready to roll, and so am I. This is going to be fun. We're gonna finish off this thing. We're a little over 2 hours in. 49ers have yet to make a selection, but hey, it's fun. Twisted Clown says the best a man can get. Fantastic. The Bud Light reference. I remember those commercials. It's the best a man can get. So good. Just the old school thought process is hilarious. The old stuff. So yeah, there's some good players still available for the San Francisco 49ers on a few different levels. Just looking at the board overall, I wanted to see who, because I know what I have on my board. I want to see kind of what everyone else has on their board as well. And, there are some good corners available. A guy the 49ers met with, Terrell Smith, he's still available. He's out of Minnesota. We've seen a lot of people talking A.T. Terry out of Wake Forest. He's available. Israel Abanikanda, the Candyman, as David Campbell put it earlier, that would be hilarious. He's available. He's in the top 10 of ESPN's list. Daniel Scott is safety. The 49ers won't go safety, so he's not on the board. Will Mallory tied into Miami. Would they go back-to-back? Miami. Jalen Duncan, tackle out of Maryland, at number 10. And then Josh Weil at 11. And then a guy who made my list. I don't know if I talked about him a lot, but wide receiver Antoine Green out of North Carolina is another possibility for the 49ers. So definitely some guys right here that are available that they could strike on according to ESPN's board. And of course, according to my board, there's some players that I really have as well. Abanikanda, Kaibu Kelly, Jalen Duncan, Carl Brooks, Josh Weil, Jordan McFadden, all players I think the 49ers could potentially take. There's still running back Rashawn Johnson, who they met with, McClendon Curtis, an interior offensive lineman. So Will Mallory, Alex Austin, the corner out of Oregon State, all players potentially to go. And the Jets just took Israel Abanikanda. So we're not ever going to get the Greg Papa announcing Abanikanda. So he was a scheme fit, and Israel Abanikanda goes to the Jets. So my number one guy that I have left on the board now is Kai Blue Kelly, cornerback out of Stanford. And so we're starting to see guys going, and every time you see one of those teams that runs a similar system to the 49ers, you have to think that potentially they could lose one of their guys. So Abanikanda, 143, 12 spots ahead of the 49ers. We're on pick 144, 11 picks to go until San Francisco picks. It's starting to look like they're not going to be willing to trade up. Luke says, Seattle will take guys the 49ers want, and we trade the pick for a vet we like. It could happen for sure. Rashawn is gone already. I must have missed that. I'm sorry, Josh. Thanks for that, for getting me on that. If he's gone already, I must have missed it. I did step away for a minute. JLE says wide receiver. It could be. It just depends on who you want to go with. JLE says Duncan, offensive tackle, still available. He is. That's the thing. He's the number one offensive lineman on my board, Jalen Duncan out of Maryland. The fact he's, right now making it this far is interesting. The Patriots pick is in, so we'll find out what they do here in a second. But there's, some talented guys, but my board is definitely starting to get picked over. Of course, the second area over here, which I felt were going to be 5th, 6th, and 7th rounders, is still doing pretty good. But we'll see. So Antonio Mafi, guard out of UCLA, goes to the Patriots. So that's another guy that was definitely interesting to the 49ers. They were willing to meet with Antonio Mafi, and he's now off the board. So we still have some good players available, but definitely you see guys the 49ers have met with starting to go off the board here. But that means we're at pick 145 and 10 picks away from the 49ers making their next selection. Yep, and Warren said that the running back you wanted to the Jets, the kid from Pitt, Israel Abanikanda, he's gonna do well, and he's gonna be a nice 1-2 punch with Breece Hall with the New York Jets. I think it's a solid selection, and I do think he's gonna be a good football player. I liked him a lot. I liked his vision, his one cut ability, the balance. I think he'll be a good pick, and he got a lot of a lot of ability that he can use. And no, Warren's not going to be stopping by. So Warren has been out of state. He's been in Florida. So he's coming back into town tonight, I believe. So he will not be coming through, but we'll be getting Warren on the channel again here pretty soon. So that way he can come through and bring some knowledge, especially he's a Michigan fan and we got Jake Moody. So I definitely am going to want to talk to him about that. But yeah, Warren's been enjoying some time out in Florida. So Jan says Sam looks like he's a part of the graphic on the screen. I like that. Yeah, Sam is he's a stud, man. He's a stud. I think it's the beard for sure. So yeah, here we are. Panthers are up, pick 145. So we're gonna have this pick coming up. It's gonna be announced soon. They've been doing a pretty good job on their selections as well. And the best players available still on my board: Kyu Kelly and Jalen Duncan. So if you like offensive tackle, Jalen Duncan's available. Interior defensive lineman Carl Brooks played edge at Bowling Green, but with 6'4", 304-pound frame, he's definitely built to play 3 tech in the NFL. Great lateral quickness. Josh Wild, tight end out of Cincinnati. That would be interesting if the 49ers went back-to-back tight end, but it definitely could happen. So it's interesting that he could be on there. So I'm excited about the 49ers' opportunities to still get some of these good players that are available, and we'll see what they do. They have 155 and then 173. So a couple of picks coming up in the 5th round that the 49ers can use to hopefully bolster their talent on the roster. And so who else is available? Let's look at some of the interior defensive linemen. I brought up Carl Brooks. He could be a possibility if the 49ers want to go that direction. But there's also other guys in the interior that they could go as well, like Dante Stills out of West Virginia, DeJuan Johnson out of Toledo, who definitely a big fan of. Dom Peterson is also an option. And Ikena out of Rice. Those guys are all possibilities for the 49ers as defensive tackle as we continue to go through this draft. And I'm curious, kind of who some of these guys are that they end up targeting, because now we're getting to the land where the 49ers have the most success, that 5th round. So let's see what the Panthers ended up doing here. The pick is in, and it is Jamie Robinson out of Florida State. So the Panthers select safety. Knew he wasn't going to be a 49er target after the selection earlier of Jair Brown, but definitely wanted to see him land in a good situation. Jamie Robinson, a solid individual and a good player. So another guy off the big board, and the left side of the column is starting to look pretty clear as of right now. So, yeah. And then Luke says, Eagles have a running back room. Damn, yeah, they're built. The Eagles are definitely going all in on trying to win a Super Bowl. The 49ers are going to have to match their fire with fire. It's going to be pretty impressive. Those two teams are definitely the top teams in the league. And then there's some teams that are kind of up and coming, like Seattle. The Atlanta Falcons have made some moves as well. So I think those teams are all coming on. Should be an exciting season. And there's, 3-4 teams. I think the Cowboys are always someone you consider a playoff contender. There's 3 or 4 teams up there that are going to be battling. And yeah, JLE's loving the pick of Jamie Robinson. So it's really, really good for Jamie Robinson landing in Carolina. I think he's going to have a good career there. He's a very good player and a good individual. Me and JLE have watched a lot of Florida State games, so we know about Jamie Robinson. And I was actually surprised that he's still on the clock here. I thought he would have already been selected. But, hey, hopefully he gets on the field right away and is able to make an instant impact. I would like that for sure. And so with that, it's pick 146, New Orleans. Their last pick was Jake Haener, the quarterback out of Fresno State. They're on the clock here in round 5. And the 49ers are picking at 155. So we're almost there, 9 picks away from the 49ers' first selection of day 3 of the NFL draft. Looking forward to seeing what they do. Now, if you haven't already, give the video a like. I really appreciate it. It goes to help the channel. If you decide to share it on social media, that helps as well. It triggers the algorithm. But also, if you're watching and this is your first time watching, subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it. Do 49ers content all year long. Very welcoming community. Everyone in the TCC does a great job. You can see them all in chat, and they're absolutely fantastic. So thank you guys so much for the support. Really, really appreciate it. And the Saints pick will be announced here pretty quick. So very, very, very thankful for what everyone has done today. The outpouring of super chats has been fantastic. The interest and the overall interaction in the show has been great as well. So thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Pockets the Cheesecake says 49ers drafting a long snapper here. I mean, I would normally say I wouldn't put it past them. I know it's tongue in cheek. I wouldn't put it past them. And then they just upped their long snapper. We just made our long snapper one of the highest paid long snappers in the league. But that was solid. I really, really enjoyed that one for sure. That was great. Oh man. That's part of what I like about doing the live streams is the interaction. Jelly says all special teams are all the time. Could you imagine if they go special teams again? It would definitely shake some things up. So New Orleans pick is in. Then we got Tennessee at 147, Chicago at 148. The Saints are going with an all Fresno State quarterback room. New Orleans Saints selection is officially about to be revealed. And we'll see if it's one of those players the 49ers could have been targeting at 155. It is Jordan Howden, safety out of Minnesota. So a very solid player, but not someone the 49ers would have been targeting at 155. So that's good news as we continue to watch. Dana, how's it going? Says awesome show. Really appreciate it. Dana, always love when you come through and leave comments and jump into chat. So thank you so much for coming through. Rob D says drafting the new boombox guy next. The new boombox guy still has to be decided, right? Going to be interesting to see who that ends up being. They've gotten a lot of people that have tried to become the boombox guy. So pretty interesting. 49er Gal says, nobody get their hopes up that their chosen playmaker. Yeah. Don't get your hopes up. It's probably not going to be. I think the only time that I've ever seen the fan base know who a player was going to be selected and hit it was last year. We were doing day 3 live stream. It was me. And I had, a couple people come in and out, but I'm there at the end. And for probably when the 49ers made their last pick in the 6th round, the entire 7th round, everyone kept coming in the chat. And there was a rapid amount of people that came through and just said, it's going to be Brock Purdy. It's going to be Brock Purdy. And I was like, you guys think it's going to be Brock? I wasn't sold. And everyone was sold on Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant. And they were completely correct. And it was awesome. And so that was a lot of fun last year, hearing everyone, come through and just say, hey, it's Brock. And it was in unison. It was fantastic. Jay Ellie says he liked Howden. I did as well. I thought Howden was a solid player and made a lot of sense for a safety needed team. So I think they're getting a good one there. And we're inching closer to pick 155 for the San Francisco 49ers. It's going to be, an interesting choice. I think they still have some really good players available with Kai Blue Kelly and Jalen Duncan, and then Carl Brooks and Josh Weil. There are some guys that are at a couple of different positions of need that the 49ers could definitely go to and address. Blue Kelly, the cornerback, very good hips. I love the way he's able to turn and run with receivers. And then the way he drives on the football is something that I was a fan of. So he's definitely someone that's high on he's the number 1 guy left on my board. Jalen Duncan, the offensive tackle out of Maryland, pretty good film. Definitely. I mean, if you could play, put him as a redshirt 1 year behind Colton McKivitz, I think he would be a very solid player. Carl Brooks, I think you could throw him in the rotation, defensive line right away. He fits the bill. He could do some damage for the 49ers on the interior. And if they want to go tight end, they could definitely change up their tight end room in a big way with Josh Weil, adding a 6'6" tight end with a lot of range who can score in the back part of the end zone and be a red zone threat. I like it. Jan says we all knew. You did. You guys were all on it. Jelly says thoughts on Luke Whippler, the OSU interior offensive lineman. I like him. I like Josh Whippler a lot. My questions with the 49ers and why I don't get too in depth with interior offensive linemen is they don't normally draft them. And Josh Weil just went off the board. So Josh Weil, tight end from Cincinnati, just went to the Tennessee Titans. Rand Carthon strikes on a tight end that was definitely a target of 49ers fans and me especially. I like Josh Weil a lot, so he's gone. But with Whippler, I just don't pay as much attention to interior offensive linemen in the draft process because it's more likely for the 49ers to take an offensive tackle in college and move them inside. Maybe they're a little undersized. Maybe they don't have the necessary abilities to play on the outside in the NFL, but because they were the best offensive lineman on their team in college, they played offensive tackle and then they kick them inside. So that's what I don't do, but I did like Whippler. He's a very good player. And so that's why when we're talking about guys, offensive linemen that I like, that I say are guards, Jordan McFadden ends up being one of them. Now, I did break down some of the interior offensive linemen, and guys like McClendon Curtis definitely stood out as a possibility as well if the 49ers decide to go interior offensive line. I just think they're really stacked on the interior offensive line with young guys like Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford. They re-up Jake Brendel, which means they made a commitment to him for the next, at least 3 years. I know it's a 4-year deal, but and then they've drafted Nick Zakel, and then you signed John Feliciano. So I think that the interior part of the 49ers offensive line is pretty secure. I think the question marks are just about swing tackle and overall tackle depth. And as long as it seems like they're going to roll with Colton McKivitz this year. So, Colton McKivitz will be the guy. So Jordan Howden off the board, and then Josh Weil goes off the board to the Tennessee Titans. Rand Carthon with a great pick there. Solid selection. The Bears are now on the clock at pick 148. 148 is the Bears. 149, their North rivals, the Green Bay Packers. And then 150, the Buffalo Bills. And the pick for the Bears is in and about to be selected. And we'll get a good idea of who it is and whether they were on our board or not. it's Noah Sewell out of Oregon. So he did not put a value on linebacker for the 49ers, but Noah Sewell is a solid player, and he's going to be headed to the Bears. So the Bears have been all about front seven, all about adding all kinds of playmakers and help. They bolstered their interior defensive line, adding 2 defensive tackles yesterday, and now they go ahead and get a linebacker. So they're doing a really good job in Chicago of trying to get some young players that can make an impact. And so interesting that ESPN is listing Josh Weil as a fullback. That is definitely interesting because he's definitely a tight end. So interesting that they would do that. But anyways, JL says McClendon. Yeah, I like McClendon Curtis. He's good. He's a solid player. So pick 148 is done and in. That's Noah Sewell. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock at 149. We're 6 picks away from the San Francisco 49ers picking. So we're almost there, guys. It's been almost 2.5 hours, and the 49ers are expected to make a selection here pretty quick, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Once we get to a couple of picks away, I'll ask everyone, hey, go ahead and throw in who you think the San Francisco 49ers could possibly draft. I'm curious at what position. It might be easier to go position-wise than actual player, but just getting an idea of what everyone thinks and who's going to be the pick. So Packers on the clock, they have picked a edge rusher in Lucas Van Ness, tight end Luke Musgrave, wide receiver Jaden Reed, and then tight end Tucker Kraft. Getting weapons for Jordan Love. Never got weapons for Aaron Rodgers. And then in the 4th round, they took Kobe Wooden, the defensive tackle out of Auburn, who was one of my favorite players in the draft as well. I had him a little bit behind Carl Brooks as far as flexible interior, defensive lineman that could play. He could play a 5 tech for sure, but I liked him as a 3 tech in the 49ers system. Sean Clifford, quarterback from Penn State, just became a Green Bay Packer. I don't know how many people had Sean Clifford on their board for the 49ers, but he definitely just got drafted. Jan Stewart says tight back or full end. There you go. Well said. Frank Saldivar says a 6-pack away. Oh, 6 picks. Well said. Pocket says JL Skinner. I mean, if the 49ers, what's up, traffic? Welcome to the chat. If the 49ers wouldn't have already went Jair Brown, JL Skinner would make a ton of sense right now. I think he fell down the board because of injury. I definitely think he would be somebody that the 49ers would be interested in, but with them already going safety, I don't expect them to double up. So Buffalo's on the clock at 150. We're 5 picks away. Seattle's going to pick at 151, then Detroit at 152. So we'll see. We're getting close. Frank Saldivar says, is Harrison still available? If you're talking about Zach Harrison, no, he's not. He got drafted yesterday early on in the 3rd round. He sparked the move on edge rushers that was pretty intense. So he is definitely gone. Lou says, who is the best player on your board currently? And that would be Kai Blue Kelly, cornerback out of Stanford, followed by Jalen Duncan, offensive tackle from Maryland, and defensive tackle Carl Brooks out of Bowling Green. And then another offensive guard and Jordan McFadden out of Clemson. Those are my top 4 players available on the board. So there's definitely some good moves and good players available. So, and then Pocket says JL Skinner could move to linebacker. I like your thought process. Says do the Fred move. You definitely could take JL Skinner and move him to linebacker. The questions are is he the eventual replacement for Drake Greenlaw, or is he just going to play, the 3rd linebacker role? Is he just going to play the Sam linebacker in your base 4-3? If he's just playing Sam linebacker in your base 4-3, then that's a lot of value here in the 5th round. But I mean, if you think he could be that guy that eventually takes the place of Drake Greenlaw, once Greenlaw's contract is up, then yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't make a move like that. It's a pretty good idea overall. Pocket says, is Cottrell, the quarterback, still there? He is. So he's still available as well. There's a lot of really, really good football players that are available. And I have my board, but I'll look at, another board as well to kind of go over who is still available in the draft. Because there are still some really, really good football players available in this draft. So Terrell Smith, the cornerback out of Minnesota, the 49ers met with him. Corey Trice out of Purdue, quarterback. A.T. Perry, who's been brought up, the wide receiver from Wake Forest. Daniel Scott, safety out of Cal. That's not going to happen now. Will Mallory, Miami's tight end. He's available. Luke Whippler, who JLE was talking about earlier, out of Ohio State. He's available. Jalen Duncan out of Maryland. He's available. We talked about him. He's the number 2 guy on my board. Antoine Green, who is also on my board, wide receiver out of North Carolina. I liked him. So then you have some other edge guys and defensive linemen. Moro Ojomo out of Texas. Travius Hodges-Tomlinson, the nickel out of TCU. He's available. So lots of good players. Quarterback available, Jaron Hall. Other edge guys available. Jose Ramirez is available as well. So there's some good players. We've heard the 49ers were high on Elijah Higgins, wide receiver out of Stanford. He's available. Tight end Zach Kuntz, the giant upside. He's available. Lots of people thought he was going to go late 3, but here he is in round 5. And to me, that's not a surprise. I think he's a 6th-round pick because of all the injury concerns. I also don't think he's as fluid an athlete, as what we saw earlier from Josh Weil. JLE says Jose Ramirez for the end. Yeah. My questions about Ramirez are all about height. 6'1". Does he have the necessary length? But I mean, I like his first step. I like his ability. I prefer Thomas and Coombe to him, but And the JLE says bring the pain. It could be Payne Durham, another possibility. These guys are still falling. So there's still a lot of really, really good tight ends that are available. Pocket says Incoom edge, get that sack specialist. Yeah, that's my guy. If I was drafting an edge rusher with pick 155 or pick 173, I'm taking Thomas Incoom. I'm that high on him. I think he's a big time player in the making, and I would definitely go there. I think he'd fit right into the rotation right away. Frank says, in reality, which players on the board would have an impact this year? The truth is you're pretty set at the starting positions almost everywhere. You're not going to be able to get an edge that can start over Drake Jackson or Cleveland Farrell. So your defensive line is set. Your linebacker group, you're not going to get a linebacker that can start over Oren Brooks. So it's set. To me, the defense is pretty set. I don't think we're going to get a starter in this draft. As far as offense, there's not going to be a starter that you're going to be able to get at this point. You could probably get an impact player if you get another tight end, potentially them and Cameron Latou could be guys who have an impact because the 49ers play 2 and 3 tight end sets, so they could get on the field and make an impact. But realistically, you're drafting right now for guys that are going to make an impact on special teams and guys that are going to make an impact in 2024 as contracts continue to move on. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. Jan Stewart says injury concern sounds like a lock. Yeah, I think the problem is, like with Zach Kuntz, is the film is also just not there. He's not as dynamic, as some would think. So Detroit is picking at 152. I think I did miss a pick. Yeah, Mike Morris. So Justin Shorter went 150 from Florida to Buffalo. Mike Morris, defensive end from Michigan, went to Seattle. So Seattle adds another defensive lineman. I believe they're going to move him inside. I don't think he's going to play edge, but they probably saw the same thing I did, a 275-pound guy at 6'5" that could put on 10 to 15 pounds and move to the 3-tech. So Mike Morris is on his way to Seattle and going in. And now offensive tackle Kobe Sorsdahl from William and Mary goes to the Lions, who was definitely not on my board, guys. I don't know if you know this or not, but I had no idea who Kobe Sorsdahl was. So I was not going to get that. What's up, Coach Ralph? How's it going? Good morning to you as well. That is interesting. Corey Sorsdahl from William and Mary, definitely not on the list. So that was 152. Tampa Bay is picking at 153. Seattle will pick at 154. And then the 49ers pick at 155. So once we get to Tampa Bay's pick, start throwing in who you think that they're going to take. JLE saying O-line, edge, DB. They're all available. They really are. You've got guys in all those categories. You can go DB with Kai Blue Kelly. You can go offensive tackle with Jalen Duncan. You can go defensive end with Carl Brooks. You can go edge with someone like Thomas Incoom. There's other guys as well that are available. So to me, there's a lot of players that are still available, that they could go ahead and get. So pretty good. Yeah, Paul says Lions make a Womack pick. Yeah, pretty much. That's crazy, right? Matthew Rowley says, when do you think we draft our obligatory running back that we don't use? I mean, I think it could come in the 6th round, maybe the 5th round. We'll see. I think if Israel Abanikanda would have been on the board at 155, I think the 49ers would have struggled not to go Israel Abanikanda, but now he's not. So, I mean, the only other guy I could think that they could potentially go for at running back at 155 would be Sean Tucker. Other than that, I don't see it. I think they could get someone undrafted to come in and compete. I think they're not going to get somebody that could beat out TDP at this point in the draft. And so you just roll with who you got, and then you get an undrafted free agent, or you sign or draft someone in the 7th round that you believe, can come in, and eventually you can get to the practice squad. That's some of it is now considering which guys you feel can get to your practice squad and who can't. The Buccaneers our pick is in at 153. It'll be announced shortly. Frank Saldivar says, what tackles are available in free agency? The right side of the O-line makes me nervous. Let me look. Let me see what we got going on as far as free agencies with offensive tackle. I don't think there's a lot of offensive tackles that are available in free agency. It was pretty picked over. Taylor Lewan, but he wants to play left tackle. He's had tons of injury concerns. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers took Zervosia Dennis, linebacker, out of Pittsburgh. Lots of people fans of him, so linebacker. They definitely need linebacker as they're looking to start to replace, their studs. So Taylor Lewan, Donovan Smith, George Fant. Those are the number one. Isaiah Wynn. I mean, not a lot offensive tackle wise as far as starters. I mean, it's not a great list. Jason Peters, he's 41 years old now. I don't think you go that way. I think he's going to retire. So, I mean, to me, it's not a big market. The best situation, could you convince Taylor Lewan to play right tackle? George Kittle tried on busting with the boys. It didn't seem to work out. Donovan Smith, let's see what his market value is. That'll give us a really good idea of, if his market value is $19.5 million. So that's why no one's signing him. George Fant, $3.3 million. I mean, you could bring him in. Is he better than Colt McKivitz? I think that's the bigger question. I just don't know where they go as far as offensive line. JLE says maybe win. It could be. So we'll see. Lou says, why do I get the feeling that this pick is going to be somebody out of left field? Because that's how the 49ers roll, especially in the 5th round. It could be. And the center from Michigan, although I'm saying his name wrong, but the center from Michigan is the pick for the Seattle Seahawks. The 49ers are now on the clock. So go ahead and throw in there who you guys think is going to be the player. So at 155, plenty of talents on the board. 49ers could strike at a multitude of positions. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing who they get. So let me know who you think. You could let me know position. You could let me know guy. Who's your favorite guy on the board that you want to see the Niners get? What position should they go? It's going to be fun. So the pick is in for the 49ers. So we just have to wait for them to announce it. So they did not trade back. They're going to make a pick. Frank Saldivar says the next All-Pro NFL MVP, and the pick is. I like that. We do have success with fifth round picks. So hopefully we continue to have that success. I mean, De'Amari Lenore, Talanoa Hufanga, George Kittle. Just lots of success in the 5th round. And hopefully we can keep that going. So far, let's run through it. We've had Jair Brown, safety out of Penn State. Jake Moody, the kicker, out of Michigan. And then Cameron Latou, tight end out of Alabama. Lou says edge. And then Lou says edge. JLE says your stream is like 2 minutes ahead of mine. It's the 5th round. It's a slam dunk. And Coom as a red shirt for Paul, I would love that. So, I mean, if they went that direction, I'm in. So we got 49er fans dancing out here. I'm curious where they're going to go. Definitely excited about 49ers potentially getting a player. And, Mel had their needs as offensive tackle, guard, defensive end, and cornerback. That's a lot of offensive line considering who they signed. I think defensive end is realistic. I would go Thomas and Coom if I was the San Francisco 49ers as far as if I was going edge. But seeing Kaibu Kelly and Jalen Duncan still on the board. Of course, Carl Brooks is my guy. So this is kind of tough because I don't know how I would pass on Carl Brooks. I just see him as a future superstar in the league at defensive tackle, the lateral quickness to be able to make guards look bad. He had 11 sacks for Bowling Green last year. I like him a lot. So him and Thomas and Coom, I'm a huge fan of. I know you don't really have to draft interior defensive linemen because of who you have, but I definitely would do it. So the 49ers pick is in, and the pick will be... Let's see, waiting on it. It is Darrell Lutter Jr. out of South Carolina. So they did meet him. He's a corner that they met with that they like. So that's the pick. And I know you guys think I'm crazy, but he's on my list. So Darrell Lutter, here he is. Just marked him off my list of potential 49ers draft picks. So there you go. 49ers get another corner on the outside. Does this mean the end for Ambry Thomas? They've definitely went out and got another guy, but Lutter is a huge, fun guy to watch. If you guys haven't watched him, he was fun. And my final mock draft, I did mock him to the San Francisco 49ers. He wasn't expected to go this high, but, we did take him. So he's a solid pick at 155. I like it. He fits the mold of what the 49ers do. So yeah, I'm a fan of this pick. Very, very solid. What do you guys think about the pick? Let me know in the chat. So the 49ers have made their pick is Darrell Lutter. Very, very good. And Jordan McFadden from Clemson just went off the board right behind that to the Chargers. So another guy off our board. It's a very solid pick. He was very good at Clemson. So the 49ers get Lutter. And what's interesting, you had Kaibu Kelly still on the board, corner. Eli Ricks out of Alabama still on the board. So very interesting that they've met with Alex Austin. They didn't go there. It was interesting. They went DB. It was just not the DB. I think we thought they were going to go at 155, but definitely somebody that I've been a fan of and I've liked. And so it wasn't like completely out of left field. So I kind of like that, but yeah, 155, they must have had a fifth round grade on him, a nice value pick. Very solid. I was liking that. And Luke says, I was thinking DB because of Thomas. Yeah. So they went ahead and got a guy that I think everyone can feel comfortable with and, coming in and competing in that secondary. And the way that they've been able to strike on these fifth round players, you have to feel pretty good, about the 49ers luck here. And longtime Niner fans says 49ers like South Carolina players. So Darrell Lutter is going to be a San Francisco 49er, a solid cornerback that they're able to bring in and make plays. And so the board is starting to shape up. They traded away 164 yesterday. 173 will be their next pick. That is about 16 picks from now as Baltimore is on the clock with pick 157. So, I mean, we're gonna have a couple picks here, and then we're gonna have a little bit of a time that we're gonna have before the 49ers make some picks. Coach Ralph says, appreciate how much homework you do and speak with knowledge and confidence. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, I've been trying to do as much homework as I can. I got to admit, last year I was definitely able to do a lot more as far as homework, but I put in as much effort as I could this year. And so far it's worked out. They haven't went anywhere crazy out of left field that I wasn't prepared for yet. And so I've been kind of happy about that. 49ers Faithful. What's up, Josh? He says 2022 comparables coverage grade 70.4, run defense grade 70.6 completion, 50.8, coverage grade 70.4, coverage grade 70.4. So he is, you guys can check that out in the chat. Josh throwing down some knowledge. Josh knows his draft stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Daryl Lutter. He's a very, very solid player, and he's got a lot of skills that I think, people will like within the system. He fits within what they do. He's the normal size. I know there's been a big push for the 49ers to get bigger cornerbacks because of Steve Wilks. But for the most part, the 49ers have kind of stayed true, to what they do as far as defensive backs. And so even though the defensive coordinator has changed, some of the others haven't really changed. So it's good to see that they're getting this thing to pop up for me over here. Paul says Lutter 97.8 single high coverage according to PFF, number 1 in the nation, and nobody runs zone coverage more than D'Amico Ryans and Steve Wilks. So, exactly. And Ralph says that's what you get for getting married. That's the truth. That is the absolute truth. You just don't have as much time. But overall, I'm a fan of the selection. I think it was good. And the 49ers, sure up another position. They just continue to draft. They draft cornerbacks more than any other position. Every year, it seems like they're taking 1 or 2 cornerbacks. And so, they continue to get, guys that fit their system. And I think that's a good way to go about it. You want to keep bringing in talent, producing competition, because when you get competition, you get better play. And you always want to, continue to work on your back end. It's not a good idea when you have to bring in guys, that are off the street, off the scrap heap. And Kaibu Kelly, cornerback out of Stanford, just went. So he was the number 1 guy left on our board. But when you have, guys moving up already, or when you already get Daryl Lutter, you're probably not going to take another cornerback. So it's not real surprising, that we see him move on. And Kaibu Kelly now lands with the Baltimore Ravens. Solid pick for them. Indianapolis is going to be on the board for 158. Still some really good cornerbacks on the board. And Eli Ricks is still out there. So, maybe we're going to see a rush now that the 49ers made a pick to get Lutter. We'll see if there is now a run on defensive backs and cornerbacks. Usually this is what starts. Somebody hits on one, and then everyone starts going after it. So maybe that's what's going to happen here. Paul says, with no O-line draft so far, makes me think they hope the 49ers coaching staff knows something I don't. I think they're higher on Colton McKivitz than most. I think that they have been very comfortable with Colton McKivitz playing right tackle, and I think they feel like they're set at right tackle. They knew last year that it was going to be Mike McGlinchey's last year. They could have addressed it in the draft. They did not. They could have addressed it during the offseason. They did not. So unless they know they're going to be able to get a free agent like Taylor Lewan or something like that, I think they're pretty comfortable with Colton McKivitz. Colton McKivitz and Jalen Moore competing, and then rolling with that. But yeah, I think I think they're pretty comfortable with how they're sitting right now. Which is, I mean, you got to give them credit. They trust their scouting, they trust their coaching, and they've done a really good job of working on, getting these guys where they want them. And I think that Colton McKivitz has showed a lot of improvement over the last couple of years. When he first came to the league, his rookie season, he was coached by John Benton. John Benton moved on to the New York Jets when Robert Saleh took the head coaching job there. And then that's when the 49ers went to assistant offensive line coach Chris Foerster. Now, Foerster was offensive line coach in Washington with Kyle Shanahan and Mike Shanahan. And then he went and became offensive coordinator in Miami. So he's a well-equipped guy. He understands the basics of offense, blocking, run game. And the 49ers have used him at a pretty high level. And so I think they feel confident with how he evaluates and develops talent. And Jake Brendel got into that a little bit as Daniel Scott, safety from California, goes off the board. So defensive backs are definitely on people's mind here in the 4th round. But I definitely think that Chris Foerster, the things Jake Brendel said about him, about kind of being in the lead as far as techniques and the way he goes about teaching his offensive linemen, I think goes to say a lot, about who Chris Foerster is and like the things he provides the team. So really good pick of Lutter. So let's go over Lutter a little bit. He is about 5'11". He ran a 4.46, so he's got enough speed. He, like Big Papa said, or Paul said, he plays the cornerback really well, especially in zone, so he fits the system. He had a 40.5-inch vertical leap. That is the top 94 percentile. That's really good. He's about 190 pounds, so he's got enough size on him. He's a very solid player. And in 2022, he did really good. He had 28 tackles, 6 assisted tackles, and then he had 4 pass breakups, 1 interception, and he gave up a quarterback rating of 87.9. So the dude is very skilled. I liked watching him when I watched him. He was a guy that always kept his feet underneath him. The Packers have just selected Dontavian Wicks, wide receiver out of Virginia. So Wicks comes off the board. I know some had thought maybe the 49ers had interest in him at wide receiver. So that's pick 159. We're moving to pick 160 with Jacksonville. Lutter is a guy that he just really has got a good back pedal. So you just feel the confidence in him, the smoothness in his hips. There's a lot of confidence in the way he plays corner. And I think he's a system fit, and that's what it's about. It's not about getting, guys that are the best overall players, but the best that are going to fit within your system. And then that's when they have true success. So really big fan of this pick overall. Kind of surprised that he jumped some of the guys like Kyu Blue Kelly and some of the other cornerbacks that are on the list, but you got to like what they do. Paul says some of our red shirts from last year could be the next Banks. You're right. I mean, there could be. There was some really good red shirts last year. Guys that are going to be willing to step up and play. And so I think they have some that are going to, we'll see what they end up doing. A guy like Taylor Hawkins at the safety position. He's definitely somebody that I'm interested in. Quantrez Knight, from the nickel corner position, seeing what he's got. I think he's going to be interesting. But yeah, there's definitely some guys, that can make an impact. The Jaguars selection is about to be announced here for pick 160, which means the 49ers are about 13 picks away from making their next pick here in the 5th round. They would have been close to being up at 163, but they traded that pick away yesterday. Antonio Johnson, the safety from Texas A&M, is now off the board. So we are definitely in a run of secondary players, cornerbacks, and safeties going off the board here in the 5th round as teams are finding tremendous value in depth pieces that they hope can eventually develop into players that can make an impact on their team. So this is kind of what normally happens in this range, and we'll see. The 49ers will be coming up here pretty quick. It's not that long. The Los Angeles Rams are now on the clock for pick 161. Indianapolis will follow it up with pick 162, and they've made some really good selections as well today. So it's so far pretty exciting overall. The draft has been good. We're seeing really good players go off the board, and here we are, 12 picks now away from the San Francisco 49ers picking, and Jalen Duncan, one of the top offensive tackle prospects, is still on the board. Carl Brooks, defensive tackle out of Bowling Green, still on the board. I think those guys have to be real considerations for the 49ers. Interior offensive lineman McClendon Curtis, still available on the board. Will Mallory, if they decide to go tight end again, 4.5 speed out of Miami, is still available. The Rams pick is in. We'll see where it goes here. 1 second, everybody, as I look to see who the Rams end up selecting. Nick Hampton, linebacker, edge rusher out of Appalachian State. So they're going all in on trying to get edge presence with them losing edge help and defensive backs. So they're definitely trying to do that for sure. Let's see. So Lutter, he started 22 games in his career. I believe it's 22. But he played a lot of games in college. So this is a guy that in his collegiate career played 33 games in college. So the guy's logged a lot of snaps. Last year he played 702 snaps. And the year before he played 541. So he's logged a lot of snaps, and he's from South Alabama. So he got a lot of snaps in, and I think he's going to be an impact player for the 49ers. We'll see if he gets on the field in year one. I expect him to be more of a redshirt and be a full-out depth player. 152 is up. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. And so, yeah, Lutter has had some games that he started in college. He did a pretty good job a long time. And so I think the 49ers know they're getting a guy with that veteran experience. So 162 will be the Colts, 163 Cincinnati, and then 164 Minnesota. So that was the draft pick that went in the trade yesterday when the 49ers moved up for Jair Brown. So that'll be interesting just to see where that goes. Frank says the future unfolds in the present. Evolution. It definitely does. It's happening as we speak. The pick is in for the Colts. We'll see what that selection ends up being. So if you're just joining, the San Francisco 49ers selected a cornerback with pick 155 out of South Alabama, Darrell Lutter. So he's the pick of the 49ers, and he's expected to fit well in what they do scheme-wise. And then the 49ers' next pick will be 173 of the 5th round. So we're moving pretty expeditiously here. Been live for almost 3 hours. And now Will Mallory, one of my favorite tight ends, just went to the Indianapolis Colts. So Will Mallory off the board here at pick 162. So the 49ers went with Cameron Latou yesterday. Will Mallory goes off the board now. So we've seen a couple of tight ends we really liked, and Josh Weil and Will Mallory go. But if the 49ers are looking to go with a second tight end, there are still plenty of options, including Payne Durham, Blake Whiteheart. So there are some guys still available. But Will Mallory, he was a stud. And so the Colts are getting themselves a very athletic 4.5 40 tight end that can definitely do some damage early playing off ball. We'll have to develop into an inline blocker, but I think they're getting a solid player. So Cincinnati Bengals are up next with pick 163. Then it'll be Minnesota with the 49ers former pick at 164, and then Chicago picks at 165. So pretty much we're getting close to the 49ers, 10 picks until they make another selection in the 5th round, and there's still really good players available in this draft. Of course, we know what my board looks like. Let's go ahead and look at the board from ESPN and just see who they have as well. Terrell Smith, who was a cornerback I like, but I don't think the 49ers go corner, so let's remove them. If they look to go wide receiver, you got A.T. Perry, Antoine Green being listed as the number 1 wide receivers, Xavier Hutchinson, Brock Purdy's former teammate out of Iowa State. He's available. Parker Washington out of Penn State. He's available. Elijah Higgins, who the 49ers have been linked to a lot. He's available out of Stanford. And then Trey Palmer out of Nebraska. All those guys are potential wide receiver targets that the 49ers could be interested in according to this board. Luke Whippler, of course, who Jay Elliott was talking about earlier, the center out of Ohio State, is available. And so there's still some very, very talented players. Dale Skinner, who was brought up in chat earlier, still out there. Jose Ramirez, edge rusher out of Eastern Michigan. And Zach Kuntz, also big tight end out of Ole Miss, probably the most physically gifted of the skilled players left. He's still on the board as well. So 163 ends up being Chase Brown, running back out of Illinois for the Bengals. So the Bengals go running back. Next up, pick 164, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers, used in the trade for Jair Brown. And we'll see if who the Minnesota Vikings end up getting here. So we're going 164 Minnesota, 165 Chicago, and then 166 the Kansas City Chiefs. And still a tremendous amount of talent available. The Chiefs one is the one I wouldn't be surprised to see one of the offensive linemen we like go off the board. Yesterday they took Wanya Morris, who was another guy that we all were hoping the 49ers would take. But of course, Kansas City Chiefs, they know about talent, and they needed to replace offensive tackles. And so they went out and they did it, and they've really landed on a couple of really good football players. And so Kansas City continues to add good guys and good players. And the 49ers are going to be, on the clock in 9 picks. The pick is in for Minnesota. We'll see who they selected with the 49ers' former selection. This would have been their 5th round pick. Jaron Hall, quarterback out of BYU. Interesting selection for Minnesota. They haven't had great success with their draft picks at quarterback. But getting Jaron Hall here in the 5th round, big arm, lots of ability. I think that's a solid move for them. So it ends up being quarterback that the 49ers trade away. I don't think anyone's really concerned about that, though. So next up, pick 165 Chicago, 166 Kansas City, as we inch closer to the 49ers' next selection at 173. Luke says, I think we go Higgins because we may lose Jennings. Yeah, that's been one of the things is Jawan Jennings is going to be a restricted free agent next year. Can you afford to pay Jawan Jennings, over $4 million, $4.3, $4.5 million, if you have to put a 2nd-round tender on him? I don't think they can now that they've accepted the 5th-year option of Brandon Ayuk. You have to make some concessions and decisions in other areas, and I think that means making decision as far as Jawan Jennings goes and Ray McLeod. They did get Danny Gray, so they have the vertical threat, but I think they'd like to pick up guys that can move the chains. Maybe Cameron Latou is going to be one of those guys that they end up using in that Jawan Jennings type role. It will change the way defenses play them. They want to keep more defenses in a base 4-3 instead of going into a sub package, which they will do with Jawan Jennings on the field. That could be something that they were looking at. But definitely the 49ers, have what could be a need at wide receiver. Do you take care of it this year? Do you take care of it next year in the draft? I think that's the bigger story. I think if they could have gotten their hands on a player like Jonathan Mingo, I think they would have been willing to move on from Jawan Jennings. But right now, they probably will hold on to Jennings throughout this draft. And then potentially, see what happens next year. Maybe he does walk and they don't get anything back. I just thought they were going to want to get some draft capital for him. Luke says Hall behind Kirk. I like that for them. I think that was a solid move. I'm with you. KNDR says Trey Palmer is a deep threat and a return threat. Yeah, and I did watch some Trey Palmer. KNDR knows all about Nebraska players, and I did watch Trey Palmer. I think that was my biggest problem with him. Terrell Smith just went cornerback from Minnesota. Very, very solid player. So that was a very nice pick for them. But the thing that I had a problem with a little bit, KNDR, with Trey Palmer was everything felt like a vertical pass. Every single catch was deep down the field, and I felt like we already had one of those guys in Danny Gray. So to me, that was a little bit of a concern. When I'm watching film, every single catch is 20-plus yards downfield, and it's just straight go routes. Then I have a little bit of concern about how that player is going to fit in Kyle Shanahan's system. I need to see him do a little bit more. I need to see them be able to run in cuts. I need to see slant passes. I need to be able to see them, catch things and run. I thought that Trey Palmer looked really good. I just don't know if he's necessarily a scheme fit for the San Francisco 49ers, but we'll see what the Niners do. I think if Trey Lance was going to be the starting quarterback or is the starting quarterback, then yes, you entertain getting even more deep threats because of the big arm. Luke says, I'm from Utah, so I hope Hall gets a job after Kirk does well. Yeah, I kind of like him too. He was definitely a quarterback that, I was a fan of throughout the process. I just didn't believe the 49ers were going to draft quarterback at some point. I originally did. Once they signed Sam Darnold, it was definitely they're not going to draft. I didn't think they were going to draft a quarterback early. I thought there was a potential for them to maybe get one late in the late rounds, but I think it's more likely to be a UDFA or undrafted free agent. KNDR says it felt like all our pass plays were going long. It did. It seems like when Nebraska was trying to throw passes, everything was just deep down the field. I think it's going to change up a little bit now that you guys have changed head coaches. But yeah, that was one of the things about watching film. Lou says, do you see Lutter taking Ray's spot next year? Lutter is a cornerback. As return guy. I don't know who's going to take the return responsibilities. I think the 49ers would like to get somebody who they could get later, Demario Davis, Nico Remigio out of Fresno State. I think those guys could do it. Another guy to keep an eye on out of UCLA, Casimir Allen. I think Casimir Allen, Demario Douglas, and Nico Remigio are all late round potential picks the 49ers could make to replace Ray McLeod. You could take them now. They have that special teams ability. If something happened to Ray, they could handle the kick return and punt return roles. If he plays out the year, which I'm hoping he does, you can probably stash one of those guys on the practice squad, and then they could be a redshirt guy that comes in next year. All of them very fun players. DeMario is probably the highest ranked out of all of them. But Casimir Allen, well, the fun thing about him, a lot like Ray McLeod, he has the ability to line up in the backfield and make plays there. He had long runs for UCLA out of the backfield playing for Chip Kelly. So to me, those were good. Those are all possibilities. Frank says, how do they compare with Danny Gray and Ray Ray? As far as wide receivers, I think that as far as Danny Gray and Ray Ray, I think Danny Gray, the speed is there, and I think that people see him as a vertical threat. I just honestly think that Danny Gray can be more than that. I think he's got the ability to develop to be a guy that can take one over the middle and take it to the house. I think he's more than just a bona fide vertical route runner. I think he can be an all-around wide receiver. So I still have high hope for Danny Gray. That's what I saw on film last year, and that's kind of what I'm rolling with. And what's up, Jesus? How's it going? Says Latu, very raw. He is. BJ Thompson, linebacker out of Stephen F. Austin goes. And I liked BJ Thompson in this process. That's another really good selection for the Chiefs. I swear, the Chiefs are on a page with me as far as some of these guys, because they are absolutely hitting on some of the guys that, I thought could be late round opportunities for the 49ers. I did not see BJ Thompson going in the 5th round, but I mean, solid pick right there from Stephen F. Austin. That's a good one. So there you go. Carbeer says, A.T. Perry to replace Jawan. It's possible. Lots of people have been coming in chat and saying we need to replace Jawan Jennings with A.T. Perry. That could happen. I think if they are looking to replace Jawan Jennings, the pick 173 could be the time. We're 6 picks away. The Rams pick at 167 is in. We're just waiting for it to be announced. Mr. Corey says, Ant, give me some quality O linemen that are still left. It starts with Jalen Duncan, tackle out of Maryland. He's still available. He's number 1 on my board. McClendon Curtis would be number 2 on my board. Those guys are still available, and I think would be good options for the 49ers. They're guys that I really see fitting, what the 49ers want to do. That was Ryan Hayes out of Michigan is another guy that I'm a fan of. So, I mean, those 3 guys, to me, are potential for the 49ers. Alex Palzewski, also out of Illinois, another guy that would make sense for the 49ers. So those are kind of the offensive linemen that I've seen. Like I said, I don't get too much into interior offensive linemen with the way the 49ers draft, but that's a possibility. So the Texans are at 167. They traded up to jump in front of the 49ers, potentially. So KNDR says, Ant, did you watch any of Palmer's LSU tape? He may have had a better offense. I did not really get too much into it, to be honest. I mean, with the amount of players that we're watching, I tried to watch, for players that caught my attention, I would watch a game, and then if it was real good, I'd watch another game. If it was a guy that couldn't catch my attention, I wouldn't even, I wouldn't watch multiple games for sure. So I did not do that. Frank Saldivar says, Jalen Hurd, Ant, LOL. Oh, geez. I mean, freaking Jalen Hurd, that one still cuts me deep. I wonder what happened to him. I really do. I wonder if he's, I hope he's enjoying life. He just kind of fell off the face of the earth after, being released by the 49ers. No other team ever signed him. I'm guessing that means he was never healthy enough to play at all. But I just kind of, I every once in a while think about, hey, I wonder what happened to that guy. I wonder what's up with him for sure. Mr. Corey says, I'm a Michigan fan. Hayes weighs like 250. I like him, though. Yeah, I liked his feet. I liked his ability. I watched the Senior Bowl, too. I thought he did pretty good. So overall, I thought he was a late round guy I'd be willing to take. Good feet, good technique, not overly athletic, not going to blow your mind. The Texans went up and got Henry Chiotu out of Alabama. So probably the number 1 player on most people's board, just went off the board as D'Amico Ryans needs to get some linebackers, and they get a lot of value here. And I think that was a solid pick. So we're at pick 168.
Arizona is on the clock. We got Arizona at 168, and then Dallas is going to be picking at 169. So the 49ers getting close. We're 5 picks away from San Francisco making their next selection. Luke Luna says, if we can't afford to pay our best wide receiver, Ayuk, then maybe we can offer Jauan Jennings a deal, but we need to find a replacement. One of them for sure is going to go. Yeah, and the thing about Jauan Jennings is, if you could get him to sign a contract for lower than the $4.3 million, deal you'd probably have to give him, you could definitely, probably convince him to do that. We've seen other players do that as well. But I think he wants to go see what's out on the open market and what's available to him. Right now, he's just not getting as many snaps. He gets a little over 20% of the snaps for the 49ers offense. And I think he would love to be able to go out and see what a Miami or Houston or New York Jets, Green Bay Packers, Rams, all those teams run a similar offense, what they'd be willing to give Jauan Jennings. And if he was watching and he saw what Kendrick Bourne got from New England, he's got to think to himself like, hey, I did that. I'm one of those guys. So financially, he's got to think that there's a lot of money, that could be available to him, and he's probably going to, try to go get it. The Arizona Cardinals have selected Owen Papoi out of Auburn. So here comes the run. The Texans believe they need to get ahead of Arizona to get their guy, and it appears they did. So the Arizona Cardinals shift a little bit, but still go linebacker. And we've seen them go linebacker a lot over the last several years. It just hasn't really worked out for them. But they're getting a good player here. Owen out of Auburn is pretty solid. So overall, I like the pick, and that means we're on pick 169, the Dallas Cowboys, followed by the New York Jets at 170, and then the Los Angeles Rams at 171. Jets and Rams, if 49ers are looking to go offensive player, definitely could swoop in and take one of those guys with them running similar systems to what the 49ers run already. So Mr. Corey says, Ant, do you have any interest in Hunter Lupke? I like him. I don't see how he makes the roster in year one, which means you're putting him on the practice squad. Do you worry about him potentially being taken by another team? I think I would be concerned about that. If you knew that Juice was going to be gone next year, that you were going to move on, then I think potentially you would want to go that route. I think I just have concerns, if Juice is playing 2-3 more years, I think it's just a little early to draft his replacement, but I do like the player. I think he's solid, and I think somebody's going to knock it out of the park with that pick. I just don't know if it'll be the Niners. I think that, potentially he would make sense. I just don't know where that selection happens. If he ends up being a UDFA, an undrafted free agent, I think that would make a ton of sense for the 49ers to bring him in and then see what he could do and find a variety of ways that you could try to use him, especially on the practice squad. And then eventually, hey, if something happens to Juice, you have him able to come up. Luke says Jennings is going to Houston. D'Amico knows how good of a football player he is, a blocker, a tone setter, makes big catches with few opportunities. And that's why I think he would be somebody that most teams would be interested in, because he's a do-it-all kind of guy. When you're one of the best blockers in the league, you know what you're going to get out of him. And he can play the slot. He plays the power slot, converts on third down. There's a lot of value there. And I think he knows his value. And I think that's part of the reason, that he would not be willing to take a cheap deal. Akeem Richards just got drafted by the Cowboys. They have him listed as offensive tackle. I see him being an offensive guard in the league. So Akeem Richards comes off the board. Solid selection by Dallas. They go interior offensive line. And it's Jalen Duncan still here. McClendon Curtis still here. Pretty interesting that both those guys are still on the board as we near the 49ers pick. We're at pick 170 now. The 49ers pick at 173. So the New York Jets, the Los Angeles Rams are the next two picks. So who does everyone think the 49ers are going to go with? We have, a few positions of need. They addressed the cornerback position. They've addressed safety. They went with one tight end. They could go with a second tight end. They could go with an offensive lineman. Jalen Duncan would make sense if they wanted to go offensive lineman. He's got some ability. Luke Whippler, if they wanted to go interior offensive lineman, he's a guy who played center in the league. You could go with someone huge upside like Andre Carter to play edge. You'd have to develop him, but I mean, he's got elite traits. He just needs to change his body, put on some more size. So it's interesting. Why is, and Mr. Corey says, why is everyone concerned about losing Jennings right now? He's not an unrestricted free agent until 2025. Here's why. This make it simple. Next year, he'll be a restricted free agent. If you put an original round tender on him, that's $2.86 million. Someone will sign him to an offer sheet that is more than $2.86 million that the 49ers cannot match. Financially, you can't afford him with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. So then you would only get a 7th round pick. The New York Jets have now traded the pick to the Raiders. The Raiders have jumped up to 170. Original round tender, you get a 7th round pick for him leaving, and that's just not enough value for Jawan Jennings. If you put a 2nd round tender on him, it costs $4.3 million for that 2nd round tender. That you can't afford to pay Jawan Jennings $4.3 million and then pay Deebo Samuel over 20 and Brandon Ayuk $14 million. The only way they could do it is if they knew they could sign Brandon Ayuk to an extension and bring his money down. But then who else do you lose? I just don't think you could put almost $40 million into your wide receiver room between those 3 players. So that's why everyone's talking about it already. Lou says edge or tackle. Yeah, I think those are both possibilities. David Campbell says time for the Womack WTF pick. I like that. Mr. Core says we know who they won't go with. Offensive tackle. Probably not. Frank Saldivar says, since we need 10 quarterbacks, should we just draft a quarterback with every 7th rounder? I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback, but yeah, I mean, it seems like every quarterback got hurt last year. I think as far as value, Jalen Duncan, Carl Brooks, and Thomas Nkoum are the guys that I think have the most value for the 49ers in positions that they need to draft. Carl Brooks, of course, would be a defensive tackle, so maybe he's not what everyone would want, but I think a rotation with him fitting into that 3-tech would ensure that if Javon Kinlaw is not healthy, you're not losing anything. Carl Brooks can definitely do it, play with leverage. He's a solid player, and I like him a lot. Ronnie says go with the center. Whippler would be the number 1 center. Luke Whippler out of Ohio State, that's available. And if they went center, I don't think that would surprise me. Actually, it kind of would surprise me. They have never drafted a center under Kyle Shanahan. They've drafted offensive tackles that they say could play center, but they've never actually drafted a center. Most of the time when he goes center, he goes the veteran route. And so that would surprise me a little bit. The Raiders pick is in. They've been, making some moves throughout this draft, and they went quarterback Aiden O'Connell with pick 135. So they felt they had to jump up ahead of the Rams and the Giants to potentially get someone. I wonder who they're going to end up drafting. We've had our run on quarterbacks. We've had our run on secondary, and there's still a lot of really good secondary players if they decided to go there. Mr. Corey says, I know everything you just said and about the tenders. My main point isn't anything that's an immediate issue, especially in a weak wide receiver draft that's into the 5th round. No, I don't think it's something that you're expected to. I think it's more likely for them to address the Ray McLeod impending free agency next year as undrafted free agent than Jawan Jennings at this point in the draft. Even though, to be honest with you, there are guys that you could get. I think Jared Wayne is like pretty much Jawan Jennings-esque. There's a lot about him that he definitely fits that exact role. Same size, same weight, same speed, absolute dog, blocking with the ball in his hands. So I think Jared Wayne would make sense if you wanted to go that direction. So to me, there are guys, but I think the farther we get into the draft, I think that was more early where you could look to upgrade the position and then move on from Jawan Jennings with a trade. I don't think that is really the case now, but I thought that was coming in. So Christopher Smith, the safety from Georgia, just went off the board, so that the Raiders go Georgia safety, and the Eagles are just really struggling right now. They're like, man, I really wanted another Georgia guy, and they couldn't make it happen. So he is gone. Christopher Smith. There are still some really good safeties available on the board, but we know the 49ers won't go safety unless it's like got brought up earlier, J.L. Skinner potentially playing linebacker. So we're going 171, the Rams. So we're going to go Rams, Giants, 49ers. That's what's coming up. Frank says, take the big man every time. I like that. Jan says, Kinlaw still on the team. Yeah, he's still on the team. He's going to be on the team for this year. They're not going to exercise his 5th-year option, but he's still on the team. This, of course, says, since we don't need you at center, Ant, can you suit up at right tackle? I definitely don't have the athletic ability and speed to play offensive tackle at this current state. I have let my body go a little bit, and I can no longer. I used to be able to pull out the athleticism, not anymore. My kick slide is all over the place. I don't have long enough arms. Trent Baalke would never draft me, so I don't think I could play outside the interior offensive line. I'm sorry. I just don't have the capabilities at this point in my life. Luke says, when we redshirt rookies, grab a guy now so he's ready to go when we lose Jennings. That's a possibility. I think Jared Wayne would be the guy that I'd most like in that situation. I think he fits. I think you could get him in the 6th round. So I really like that. 49ers Gal says, could you imagine a no trench draft for San Francisco? I can't. Right? They're going to do it at some point. There's going to be an offensive lineman. There's going to be defensive lineman at some point for sure. Jay Ellie brings up a good point. Voorhees out of USC suffered the injury. He's a very solid, talented player that could definitely be an option. Would the 49ers be willing to go with an injured player? I mean, he would have easily been a 2nd-round pick if it wasn't for the injury that he got, during the preparation process. So, yeah, that's possible. Frank says, I like Jennings. He really pisses off the other team's players. He does. He really does. The Tampa Bay selection is about to get announced. Mr. Corey says you're too healthy for Baalke. Payne Durham goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So Payne Durham, a solid tight end, off the board at 171. And another player comes off our list. Payne Durham, very good player and a very good tight end. A solid pick for Tampa Bay. Luke says, I wish they would draft a true center, but I also like and understand signing a veteran at center. Yeah, it seems like Kyle just feels more confident. And, when it comes to Jake Brendel was been with First since Miami. So they just have, Keandre Coburn is still on the board, Mr. Corey. So he's available. Gerard Clark, Coastal Carolina, he's still on the board. Those definitely are. There's still a lot of defensive tackles that are available. And I know a lot of people like the big, zero tech guys. I think the 49ers are moving away from having the really large interior defensive linemen. You see Ridgeway, Armstead are both, between 300 and 310. Kinlaw's down to 305 now. Kalia Davis is a lot like DJ Jones, just over 300 pounds. To me, it looks like there's a little bit of a transition back to what they were in 2019, where everything is predicated on speed, where guys like Julian Taylor would split the doubles using speed, and Ronald Blair. I think it's going back more to that style of defense than some of these big hosses like they tried to do with Javon Kinlaw. They tried to go big with him, Hassan Ridgeway, and I think they're seeing that they want that that vertical penetration from the interior defensive line. So the New York Giants selection is in, and then the 49ers will officially be on the clock. And it's Eric Gray, running back out of Oklahoma. He's off the board, and now the 49ers will be picking at 173, their 2nd pick of the 5th round. But we'll see. We'll see who ends up coming to the 49ers now. If they want the tackle, Jalen Duncan is there. If they want the interior defensive lineman, Carl Brooks is available. They want another cornerback, you could go Eli Ricks, still available. Interior offensive lineman, McClendon Curtis. Those are the top guys on my board. Then you start talking about, running back DeMario Douglas, edge rushers Thomas Nkoum and Robert Beal. Robert Beal, being the speed, really intense speed guy at a 4.4 40 coming off the edge. Questions would be more about speed, but is he a specialized pass rusher? Thomas Nkoum is a 3-down defensive end. So I'm all about drafting guys, and like everyone's saying, trench it. I'm all about taking an offensive lineman or defensive lineman with this next pick and going after one of these trench guys. You address defensive back with your first 2 picks. And then as far as, there's still some tight ends available, but I'm guessing you could still go tight end later. I would love for one of the 7th round picks to be Blake Whiteheart. Let's see. We're seeing Frank says kicker. Jan says Brooks considering Kinlaw. I honestly think Brooks 2 years from now could be a starting defensive tackle for the 49ers. I think he's that good. When you had to make decisions on other guys, I think you could definitely do it. So I think they could do it. Ricks or Perry, it could be. Eli Ricks is very solid. Frank says double down on the insanity. Take a kicker, right? Take like Ruggles out of Ohio State. Just get the Ohio State and Michigan guys. Let them compete against each other. Freaking hilarious right there. So we're inching close to 3.5 hours live, and the 49ers are about to make their selection. Their pick is in at pick 173. We're going to know exactly who the 49ers go with. Will it be out of left field, or will it be somebody that we've been talking about, considering, and on our board? I think that's going to be the question. I know, right? 49ers pick equal advert break. Boo. I'm with you for sure, 49er gal. That I did not like that either. I was like, oh, here we go. And then here came the commercial break. Now we're waiting as they're going through and talking about some of the other picks. And then they'll eventually show the pick here. And then the Rams are picking twice in a row. They have 174 and 175. And so those are coming up here pretty soon. Let's see. '49ers have 5 picks remaining in this draft. Just sitting here waiting. I feel like it's taking forever for them to decide who the pick is going to be. And still nothing. Who do you guys think the pick is going to be? Pick, here it comes. The selection is coming. Might be the longest wait ever for a selection. I swear. Robert Beal Jr. So it is the edge rusher, Robert Beal out of Georgia. The 49ers go speed. I love it. He's on my board. And the 49ers go with Robert Beal out of Georgia, adding major speed and edge rush off the edge. Absolutely fantastic. I know he wasn't getting as much love because he played opposite. So big time fan. Twisted Clown said breaking frustration. Yeah, Paul says, how soon after the draft do we get the players that didn't get drafted that are signing with us? It starts happening right away. Most of them start becoming official the next day. So Robert Beal Jr., I really like Robert Beal. He was one of the guys that I've been a fan of watching his film. Tremendous athletic ability, 3-4 outside linebacker that they'll transition to playing on the edge, putting his hand in the ground. They got 4.4 speed and an elite first step. He's an explosive guy. You're talking about putting 10 pounds on him, and then he's the same size as Samson Ebukam with a little bit more speed. This guy's got major juice, major bend. I'm a fan of it. Yeah, I'm a fan of it. And I like what Jelly said. Hey, went the Philly route, right? If you can't beat him, join him. I liked it. I like the pick a lot. He's a guy that I've been on. In fact, if you watch the Draft Gems video, Robert Beal was one of my guys. I've been a fan of Robert Beal in the whole process. And when a lot of people were saying he was a 6th and 7th round pick, I thought he was better than that. And here he is in the 5th round, and he goes. So excited about the pick of Robert Beal Jr. to the San Francisco 49ers. So they do go edge. They did not go with Thomas and Coombe, who I really like, but now we're on a little bit of a hiatus here. The 49ers don't pick again until 216, the end of the 6th round. So there's going to be a little bit of a wait, but nice selection to be able to bring in Robert Beal to the San Francisco 49ers. So they went Darrell Lutter earlier, now Robert Beal. getting some very talented players. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock now. They're going to be making their pick. They got 174 and 175. So what do you guys think of the Robert Beal pick? I'm sure it was surprising, but what do you guys think about the fit? Going out and getting a guy that right now would be a specialized pass rusher, but nearly 6'4", almost 250 pounds. Beal is an absolute stud. I like his abilities and the things that he can do. He's got good technique. He's played in a lot of big games for a very good defense and understands, what his role is within a defense. Can play the run. I think if he can develop into a solid run stopper on base downs, I think this guy could be a knockout win for the San Francisco 49ers. So they do address edge. Probably got a little bit more to go on there as well. So I'm a fan of Beal. Frank says the real Beal. I like that. Paul says Chapman's draft book says he has a crazy high motor, good speed, and arm length. He does. He's good, and I've been a fan of him through the process. So it's really good. 49er Gal said, give Bosa the coach. Well, he's going to get Chris Kaserik coaching his butt off. And like Paul said, with that high motor, he's going to be a guy. So Warren McClendon now goes, the offensive tackle from Georgia. The Rams were needing help at offensive line, and they get a pretty good one. McClendon played tackle at Georgia, but he looks like he's going to play guard at the next level. But pretty good athlete, fits the system, and this is a good spot for him at the end of the 5th round. Rams are also pick 175, getting ready to come through as well. Frank says, let's be real about Beal. He's a 5th rounder, all-pro Hall of Famer. I like him. I like him a lot, and I think this was a great spot to get him. Twisted Clown says, at this point, any additions are cherries to the sundae. I like that thought process. Jay Ellie says, what is Drake Jackson's height, weight compared to Beal? Drake Jackson, I believe, is 6'4" or 6'5". I think he's 6'5". Drake Jackson, 6'5", and when he came in the league, he was closer to 260. But they've been messing around with Drake Jackson's weight. Drake Jackson's weight was thrown off tremendously by how USC used him as off-ball linebacker in college. So they were talking about Jackson putting on weight. I believe they wanted him at 265. So that's the difference. I believe Samson Ebukam played around 255. I think that's kind of more of the correlation of what Beal is. As far as weight goes, as long as you can set the edge and not get moved off your spot, I don't think it'll end up mattering, but I think they're pretty comparable. I think as far as Beal is a little bit shorter than Drake Jackson and about 10 pounds lighter. Jan says, believe it. Well done. 49er Gal says, no draft house for the Rams. Looks like the smallest room all crammed in. Oh, well played. Yeah, so 175, 176, and then the Rams pick at 177. So the Rams are going for 5th round picks galore right now. Paul says Kittle was a 5th round also. Yeah, so was Tauno Fonga and Deommodore Lenoir. The 49ers have had good success with 5th round picks. So usually when they pick 5th round guys, they do pretty good. And they got a couple of good ones here. Darrell Lutter and then Robert Beal. Lou says, is Beal more of a speed edge and Incoom would be more like Drake Jackson? So yeah, Beal is an extreme speed edge. The guy has an elite first step and he's got 4.4 speed. He's got tracking ability. Thomas Incoom is more of a base 4.3 guy that has enough speed. I believe he runs a 4.6. So not slow by any means. But a guy that can still bend the corner, has good bend, but his height is about 6'2". So he's about 1.5 inches shorter than Beal. So Bill's elite traits here, I think, is what people are looking for. And Davis Allen is the selection, tight end out of Clemson. So Davis Allen comes off the board, and a lot of people thought he was a fit for the 49ers, and now he goes to the Rams. Makes sense. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a difference between Beal and Incoom. I think Incoom is more of a guy that can play right now, is more equipped to play base downs, but it doesn't mean Beal can't develop into that. I think the reason I'm optimistic about it is how much we saw Samson Ebukam improve in setting the edge from just in an offseason of coming from the Rams to the 49ers. I thought he did a really good job. So I think the 49ers have had success in this area before, getting those guys that are outside linebackers and then helping them develop into base 4-3 defensive ends. Mr. Corey says, I'm just happy about Brown and Moody. Everything else is just depth and backups. I think Brown is depth this year too. But I did like the move overall for sure. I think you're right. Corner Gal says, do you think camera people are hungry? They keep showing crowd eating. Oh, they could be. I mean, it's a long process. I wonder how many of those guys switch out and take breaks and all that. I mean, we're 3 hours and 35 minutes into the process. Still got a ways to go. 49ers next pick is at 216. So we've got a long ways before the 49ers make a pick. We're going to see a lot of players go off the board in the next hour or so, and it's fun. JLE says, is Drake still younger than Beal? I believe he is. Yeah, I believe he is. Drake Jackson is one of the youngest dudes, that is on the field. I mean, the guy came in crazy young, got a lot of ability. Definite fan of Drake Jackson. I wish he wouldn't have been kind of held back by his college. I think if he would have been put in the right situation, he could have been even more of an impact player in year one. But I look for him to continue to grow and eventually, be a big time player for the 49ers on the edge. I like Drake a lot. And I'll keep an eye on what's going on as far as seeing if the 49ers make any moves or look to move up or anything like that. But not sure if they will. So 49ers have a ways to go. Indianapolis Colts are now on the clock at pick 176. We've seen a lot of players, really talented players, go off the board, but there's still a lot of really talented players left on the board. And these players are, ending up in good situations. We got good players that I really like, still like Thomas and Coombe that's still available. Maybe the 49ers would decide to double up on defensive edge rush. I think that was always a possibility. Tight end was always a possibility as well. But you have guys like Jose Ramirez as well. That's a guy, that could go that direction. So Robert Beal is a fun one for the 49ers. This is a guy that I'm excited about because I think he just fits a need that they have as far as speed rush. He can definitely, get it done. I like him. He's strong. The running, a sub 4.540 as an edge rusher is really, really ridiculous. But he did play 5 years in college. He did not have a lot of production. He only had 2 sacks last year. But I mean, I don't think you're drafting him, off production. You're drafting him off how he played. And I think that's going to be when you have Nick Bosa and you have him pushing guys, towards Robert Beal. Beal's going to be able to run them down. I like the athleticism. So to me, it was a solid pick. I liked it a lot. And the Colts selection is in, and they have picked Evan Hull, running back out of Northwestern. Let's see. Mr. Corey says, so glad our O-line is dominant that we didn't have to spend any draft on O-line. We haven't yet. We'll see what happens. Ronnie Montoya says, would Beal be the next D Ford? I think they would love for it. They would love to have that happen for him to be the next D Ford. I don't want to put that on him. D Ford was a special player who was drafted at the end of the first round. Combination of size and speed and first step, all elite. So we'll see. And as far as my big board, it's still looking pretty good. Jalen Duncan's the number 1 guy on my board. Carl Brooks is number 2. And then there's Eli Ricks. I don't think the 49ers will take another cornerback. A lot of the safeties have to take off. McClendon Curtis is still available. So he could be a guy the 49ers go with. Alex Austin, Thomas and Coombe, Demario Douglas, wide receiver. He's available. Jared Wayne out of Pitt, another guy that I'm a huge fan of. And then some defensive tackles as well. Dante Stills, DeJuan Johnson. Tight ends, Ben Sims and Blake Whiteheart are available as well. So there's still some very talented players left in this draft that are on the big board. And my board kind of encompassed 6th and 7th round picks as well. So that's kind of why I still have so many guys left on my board. Let's see. Ronnie says, Ant, who has had the best draft so far in your opinion? That's tough. I think a lot of teams have had really good drafts. I think the Eagles have, done very good, especially if you add in the the trade for DeAndre Swift. I think they've done very good. I think the Houston Texans did so good at the beginning of their draft. They changed culture, got a quarterback of the future, got an edge rusher that's going to be impactful. I think they did a good job as well. So I think either one of those teams right now stand out the most in my mind. But I think once I go back and look over all the picks, I think it'll be evident. The Rams just went with Puka Nacua out of BYU, so they are looking to bolster their wide receiver room, and they've been getting some pretty talented players, but they had to make sure that they're filling some of the holes. They had to cut a lot of really, really good football players. Paul says we don't have a lot of ammo for 216. It's only worth 5 points, and 222 is worth 2.6. And we traded away 222 yesterday, Paul, to move up to 87. So we only have 216, and then we have the 2 7th round picks, which is 253, 257. So the likelihood of them trading up, you're right, is probably not very good. Lou says, Ant, you spoke earlier about 49ers restructuring Caffrey to get more cap space. Do you still see them making some kind of move? If so, or do you see it being money to sign the rookie pool? They didn't need $8.6 million to sign the rookie pool. Even trading up to 87 for Jair Brown, signing the rookie class was going to cost the team about $250,000. So they didn't need the money. They had over $2 million in cap space. Freeing up the money seems to me like there's a corresponding move happening. They're going to do something. They're either going to sign an edge guy, trade for an edge guy, something of that nature, or maybe they got something else in mind. Maybe George Kittle, finally convinced, somebody to come in at right tackle, maybe. So I think it's interesting that they made the move. I think there has to be some sort of move they make money, using that money, because I still believe the contract extension for Nick Bosa, once they get that done, is going to free up even more cap space. So I think it's a signal that they're trying to go all in, and they're going to make a move on one of those edge rushers. And there's just so many edge rushers out there. So minus it being Taylor Lewan deciding to play right tackle, I'm pretty sure it's going to involve an edge rusher. And that edge rusher, I think the thought, because it was coming to the draft, was that it was going to be Chase Young. That has not materialized yet, but there's still plenty of edge guys out there. Robert Quinn, Jadeveon Clowney, just lots of guys. Leonard Floyd is still available. Frank Clark, Yannick Ngakoue. Matt Ioannidis, Marcus Golden. So still edge guys available. Robert Beal definitely helps, as the Dallas Cowboys select Eric Scott, cornerback of Southern Miss. So now we're starting to get guys that, you get kind of out there in left field a little bit, players you haven't been talking about a whole lot, but these team scouting departments have really worked on. These are scouting department picks for sure. Jan says Niners definitely need to get better at D to get past the Eagles. They definitely got to make sure they can make the necessary moves to be able to keep the Eagles at bay. I think that's the matchup everyone's expecting to see at this point. Daly says ×2 at edge, DB, O-line, tight end, double them up. Yeah, so they could go another edge later. They went DB twice already. They haven't went O-line at all. So if they're going to double up on O-line, they're going to be coming up. They have 3 selections left. So we'll see what they do. Paul says rookies are going to be very cheap. I think I heard under $1 million. Yeah, it's crazy cheap. Because they don't count against your top 51 overall, pretty much. I think that, the 49ers, we're going to have a little bit of a wait here. We're at pick 179 for the Green Bay Packers. They're going to be making the next selection. And then it's going to be time for 180. So the 49ers don't pick until 216. That's another 36 picks. So we're on a little bit of a wait here for the 49ers next selection. They'll pick 216 and then 253, 255 to win the draft. So lots there. Mr. Corey says they need an O-line to beat Philly. Hey, what are you talking about, Mr. Corey? They have a great O-line. Right? It's basically the starting 4. All you're doing. Oh, Carl Brooks just went off the board. One of my draft crushes, sorry guys, just went off the board to the Green Bay Packers. This one cut me deep too. I like him a lot. Out of Bowling Green. The dude had 26.5 sacks, and I think he's going to move to the interior as part of playing 3-tech. Unless I think Green Bay might still play a 3-4. If they do, he'll play a 5-tech for them. So yeah, he comes off my board. Karl Brooks off, which means he was one of my top 2 available players. It's Jalen Duncan now, and after that, Eli Ricks is the next one. So if they're planning on going with a third defensive back, potentially, that would make sense there. But it doesn't look like they're going to go with another defensive back, so we'll see what they end up doing. Frank says secondary free agents will be critical for the 49ers this year. Yeah, I'm curious what they do as far as undrafted free agents. I really am. I'm curious if they, end up going with, how many undrafted free agents. Last year I kind of expected to be a low number, and then it ended up being 14. So they could still sign a lot of guys that are going to be available. Paul says, is there any quarterback that may be undersized with a whole lot of snaps in college? Yes, Tanner Morgan out of Minnesota, my guy. Tanner Morgan is 6'2". He's 204 pounds. Not really not undersized, but a guy that had a ton of snaps. He's a 4-year starter for Minnesota, had a lot of success when he had skilled, wide receivers at that he could use at his disposal. But he's tremendously accurate over the middle of the field. He's got enough mobility to be able to escape the pocket. And I'm a big fan. He's got a strong enough arm to get the ball downfield. Nothing to make everyone think, oh my gosh, this guy's got a cannon. But yeah, I mean, he's the guy I've been kind of peddling the 49ers way. I don't know if it ultimately works out. But as soon as I saw film of him, he screamed San Francisco 49er to me. Frank says they need a better blocking backup tight end. Yeah, I think they still need to address tight end with a second guy. If that is somebody that they draft, I would love Blake Whiteheart at this point. If it's not, maybe Blake Whiteheart as an undrafted free agent would be a huge pickup for the 49ers. But you're right. I want to get another tight end. I want to get someone that can block and catch because, when it comes to Charlie Warner, he just hasn't been very good in the passing game. And the Cardinals select a Cardinal. Keitrell Clark is off the board, and the Arizona Cardinals are making some pretty good picks so far in this draft. Mr. Corey says at this point, bring in washed up Taylor Lewan. Had a lot of injuries, but yeah, I mean, if Taylor Lewan could capture even 75% of how good he played, he could start opposite of Trent Williams and be absolutely spectacular. That would be fun. JLE says, bring in defensive tackle DeJuan Johnson and Dante Stills. Those 2 guys are great. I do like both of them as part of this. I also like to throw Dom Peterson from Nevada in that group. Those are 3 guys that I've been a fan of. Now that Karl Brooks is off the board, DeJuan Johnson is my favorite of the group. So, yeah, I would be down with him. And he should still be available when the 49ers pick at 216 if the 49ers expect to go interior defensive line. But once again, another guy that's going to roll in about right now 280 pounds at 6'4", but that's an extreme penetrator. And I like that athletic ability coming from the 49ers 3-tech. Frank says veteran free agents that will contribute immediately. There are guys out there. I mean, that's the thing is they've – the way that they've changed it to where free agency is now ahead of the draft, a lot of times the teams wait. They don't sign everyone. They go through that first wave and then they wait, and then they go ahead and grab these guys. And some of these players come in on cheap deals, and the 49ers are hoping they're going to be able to get a guy on a cheap deal. So could it be an edge rusher? Could it be an offensive lineman? Potentially. We'll see. We'll see for sure. And so right now we're at pick 181. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. We've got Tampa Bay at 181. Then the Los Angeles Rams, who have had a abundance of picks here in the 5th and 6th rounds, are up next. So we're moving along pretty good. 49ers next pick is at 216. So that's where the 49ers are going to be. JLE says both of the defensive tackles can play inside and out like Hyder. Yeah, I'm with you. I agree on that. They definitely can. And the 49ers definitely love the guys who have position versatility. So you're right. And Freddie McDray says Taylor refuses to play right tackle. You're right, he does. Josh Hayes, cornerback from Kansas State, just went to the Buccaneers. But no, he does. And that's why I've been kind of saying it like more tongue in cheek, because, George Kittle tried to get him to come to San Francisco as a right tackle. And he's like, hey, man, I'm a left tackle. And you guys already got Trent Williams. So, yeah, I don't expect it. I think it's more likely the 49ers would sign an edge guy just in case. You never know. Get another edge rusher guy. Get another a guy that can make an impact on the 49ers team. You got to keep adding guys. You got to keep adding players, to the roster to make sure you get guys that can help out the football team. And so I think the 49ers have some edge guys, I'm sure veteran guys on their radar. Just will the price be right? And if the price is right, then you go ahead and you do it. So let's take a look at who's left on the ESPN board. So Corey Trice, A.T. Perry are their number one and number two. As far as offensive line, Luke Whippler, Jalen Duncan. Duncan has definitely taken a huge fall. Most thought, including myself, that he would go early 4. That has not happened. And so the Rams are on the clock right now. Ojomo, the defensive lineman from Texas, still available. Travius Hodges Tomlinson out of TCU still available. The size probably getting to him. Xavier Hutchinson, wide receiver at Iowa State. He's available. JL Skinner definitely has fallen because of the injury. Jose Ramirez, another speed guy. And here's Zach Kuntz. A lot of people super high on him, and he's still available as of right now. Another name that you've heard a lot, probably if you're, follow 49ers content creators, is Rajon Wright out of Oregon State. He's still available and on the board. So lots of guys still there. Let's see. Jan says, I have to keep adding brick by brick to build an empire. That's facts right there. Jelly says a surprise linebacker pick. It could happen. I mean, there's talented linebackers still available. I think they're happy with Oren Burks. I do. I think they like, Marcelino McCrary Ball. So I think if they went linebacker, it'd have to be somebody that kind of knocked their socks off. So here we go. Rams pick is in. Jelly says, Kuntz looks soft. Not a good blocker. Didn't look as flexible as a runner, as Josh Weil. So, Pace. I do like Pace. Yeah, I like him. He's more of an interior guy. I mean, he would be good against stopping the run, so I'd be down with that for sure. So we got Rams at 182, Denver at 183, and then the Jets at 184. And still a lot of really good football players left. Jalen Duncan still on the board. It kind of blows me away at this point. And KNDR says, I wasn't here for the last pick. What did you think? I was excited about it. Robert Beal is somebody that I've had on my radar. He was one of the draft gyms I had in the draft gyms video. I really like him. So I was excited they went with him, a speed guy, 4'8". He's 6 foot, almost 6'4". Or actually 6'4", 248 pounds. With all that speed, he's got bend, flexibility, sets the edge pretty good for his size. So I was a big fan of it. Big fan of it. And Jelly says Edge Bill from Philly. Oh, geez, that was good. The Philadelphia Bulldogs. So the Los Angeles Rams pick is in here at pick 182. And with pick 182, we'll see how long they hold it. The selection is Travius Tomlinson. So LaDainian Tomlinson's nephew just got selected. And so he'll be playing nickel corner for the Los Angeles Rams. So we're going to get to see him. We'll see how he does stopping the run. Can he stop, Christian McCaffrey and can we please get a Tomlinson one-on-one with Jordan Mason? I want to see that for sure. And JLE says, I mean, Georgia. I like that a lot. So the Rams have made several picks, and they've done a pretty good job. They've started addressing a lot of their needs. They went edge rush a lot. Now they went with a nickel corner. So this is a solid selection by them. We're going to go 183 Denver and then 184 New York Jets. I'm liking it so far. The draft has been panning out pretty good. As far as my board, Jalen Duncan's still the best that is available. Eli Ricks, I'm wondering why he's fallen this far, but he has fallen. McClendon Curtis, interior offensive lineman. We're almost done with my entire left side of my board. It's almost gone. And then we got to Alex Austin, the cornerback out of Oregon State, and then Thomas and Coombe out of Central Michigan. Demario Douglas, wide receiver out of Liberty, possibility. And then wide receiver Jared Wayne, I think, is a potential guy that could take some snaps that Jawan Jennings. So you could probably get Jared Wayne late, maybe redshirt him 1 year, and then play him in the Jawan Jennings category if you needed to. So I think that is definitely a possibility, and the 49ers could go that way. And yeah, Voorhees is still a possibility. The fact that he's still on the board, to me, JLE, is kind of crazy. I did not think that he would still be on the board and available. I thought someone would take a chance in the 4th round. Because, he had the injury, but the dude was a definite 2nd-round talent. And so it kind of surprises me. JLE says Douglas versus Tomlinson. There you go. And so pick 183 from the Broncos is in. They'll be announcing it here pretty soon. We got 183 Denver, 184 New York Jets, 185 Jacksonville. So the 49ers so far have went with safety Jair Brown with pick 87. They traded up from pick 102, gave up pick 164 of the 5th round and pick 222 of the 7th round to go up and get him. Jair Brown expected to compete, but I would say it's more expectation for him to get some snaps as a rookie, the way that you got from Taano Ufonga, and then eventually to take over that spot next to Taano Ufonga. And then with pick 99, they shocked everyone and kicked this draft off by taking Jake Moody. And Jake Moody is going to be the kicker for the 49ers in 2023. I think the questions will be what happens with Zane Gonzalez. Do they keep him on the 90-man roster and bring him into camp to compete? Or do they go ahead and release him now and see where he lands? And then they went with pick 101, Cameron Latou, tight end out of Alabama. Shows a lot of ability. We had a lot of conversation about the fact he has been moved from linebacker to tight end. And so he's a guy that's definitely growing at the position. He did go to tight end U with George Kittle last year, something to keep in mind. The Denver Broncos pick is in. But it's interesting the way the 49ers have went about the draft so far. I thought the thought process was edge early. They didn't go with edge. So I guess they decided not to go Isaiah McGuire, that they found more value in getting Cameron Latou. And they went edge rush with Robert Beal later on. And they went with, J.L. Skinner goes to Boise State. So safety J.L. Skinner comes off the board. Big player. The injury definitely hurt his draft stock. So, yeah. It's been pretty good. Darrell Lutter, 155, I think was a great selection. And then Robert Beal was definitely a selection that I enjoyed. We've had the 49ers have made some good selections. They've addressed the positions that most thought. They went safety, kicker, tight end, which we knew they were going to address. Cornerback again. It seems like they go cornerback a lot, and it seems now cornerback in the 5th round is something they like to do. And then they went with the edge rush. And, Robert Beal's got some skills. JLE says both of the corners from the Beavers still available. Yeah, and I like Alex Austin. I like him a lot. So, I don't know if the 49ers would go corner again. Could they really go, Jair and then go Lutter and then go? I mean, they could. He's still available, and he's a very, very good football player. So potentially they could go that way. We are pick 184. 49ers pick again at 216. Thanks everyone for that's logged in and watching. I really appreciate you. You guys are all the best. Thanks everyone that has contributed to the stream today, whether it was content or super chats. I just can't express how much it means. I really appreciate you coming through and helping out. And I've really had fun interacting. We are 4 hours into the stream, and I'm feeling pretty good, enjoying the content, enjoying interacting with everybody that's in chat. So thank you guys so much. We have Zaire Barnes, linebacker out of Western Michigan, going to the Jets. So the Jets add another player to their defense. And with that pick, that means Jacksonville is on the clock at 185. 49ers pick at 216. So we're getting there. It's going to take a little bit for the 49ers to get there, but we are firmly headed towards the 49ers pick here in round 6. The 49ers have 1 pick in round 6 and then 2 picks in round 7. They used to have pick 222, but they used it in the Jair Brown trade. So some more coming your way. Well said. Jance's aunt is the real workhorse. Good play on words there. I really appreciate that. JLE says it's a barn burner. Love that term. I like to use that one as well, especially when you get a game where you got nothing really going on. It's like, it's a real barn burner, huh? Yeah, I like it with a little bit of sarcasm. So we're working pretty good in this draft right now. Jacksonville on the clock. We got Jacksonville at 185, Tennessee at 186, New England at 187. I would have to say that Jake Moody was the most shocking draft pick so far. Darrell Lutter didn't surprise me. Robert Beal didn't surprise me. Both those guys were guys that, I had on my radar, both on my top 75 board. Jair Brown on the top 75 board. So it didn't really surprise me that those players, when I thought Jake Moody was the most surprising, not because they drafted the player, just more so that they drafted him. And I think that has been one of the, the most interesting. I think Cameron Latou has surprised a lot of people. Didn't surprise me. I liked his film overall. I thought he was a solid player. And if they felt they couldn't wait, until round 5 to get him, then you needed to go out and get him if he was your number 1 guy left on the board. So very, very solid right there. Jans is a little too much shuck and jive for me. Oh, that's funny. Well done. Dana's having fun too, laughing it up. So yeah, it's a good time. We're having fun out here waiting for the picks. The 49ers are going to make next, and there's still good players out there. I think if you'd have told me Jalen Duncan and Andre Carter were still going to be on the board, I would definitely be surprised. Both those guys are pretty good, and I thought they'd be picked. So Jacksonville, his selection is about to be announced, and then we'll be on to Tennessee at pick 186. Jacksonville has selected Parker Washington, wide receiver from Penn State. JLE thought Latou was early with so much other talent there. Could be the case. I want to see how he transitions into this offense. I'm very curious to see how they use him. I want to know, if he's just a solid number 2 behind George Kittle, or if they're planning on using him as a more of a, not just a number 2 off-ball tight end, but also a guy that can play in the slot and take some of those power slot snaps. Also, the tight end mentality is one thing, but a linebacker mentality too. I want to see how physically he plays at the next level. I'm really, really curious about Cameron Latou for sure. So I get what you're saying, Jelly, but I'm kind of like, okay with it. It didn't really affect me too much because I like the player, but it could be early. We'll see how he translates. Freddie says, what do you think about Charlie Thomas, linebacker? I like Charlie. I liked a lot of the linebackers that I watched within the process. It was funny because I didn't pay a ton of attention to linebackers. I didn't feel like it was a real need. It's kind of like quarterback. I looked at guys, early. There was guys that, we thought like Clayton Tune, Jake Hayner, DTR. It's like all these guys are going to go 6th, 7th round. And I started watching them, and I'm like, if that happens, it makes sense for the 49ers. But after these guys started moving up, it's like I didn't watch too much quarterbacks after that because the odds of those quarterbacks getting drafted by the Niners weren't good because they want to draft guys that are going to make the team. I kind of went the same with linebacker. I thought the time the Niners would go linebacker would be 6th or 7th round. And I thought probably more likely 7th round, guys who could compete, but really guys they could stash on their practice squad. So I did watch Charlie Thomas, but I did not go too far into most linebackers, just knowing that the 49ers weren't going to address that. And that, this is completely kind of the direction I go is who the 49ers are going to pick. JLE says tackle machine. He is a tackle machine. He's fun to watch. Art the Collector says our conference rivals are really whipping us in this draft. I think they're doing a good job. I mean, I do believe for a second straight year, the Seattle Seahawks are doing a good job. I think they might have waited a little bit for defensive tackle, but they've gotten some skilled players, cornerback. They got Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's going to be fun for them. So I think they've done a good job adding, talent all over the place. I think they still have question marks about interior defensive line and question mark at quarterback with Geno Smith. I know, a lot of people like him, but they got a good run game too. They're very talented. I think they're very talented. As far as the LA Rams, I think that they've done a very good job as well drafting, but they have a lot of holes to fill. They're going to have, and there goes Jalen Duncan off the board to the Tennessee Titans. So Rand Carthon, he just takes all the guys that, the 49ers would be interested in as well because, the same. So Jalen Duncan off the board here, too good to pass up on. That was our number one offensive lineman left on the board. So I do, it's one of those things where I do believe the 49ers are got the NFC West to worry about, and they're definitely getting better. But the 49ers don't have as many holes. So I think that's part of the reason that it looks like they're getting whooped up on right now. JLE says we draft depth. Yeah, they do. I know I was kind of hoping Jalen Duncan would somehow make it to the 6th round. It did not happen. So he is off the board, but still very talented players like Luke Whippler and Andre Carter available. Eli Ricks is still there for whatever reason. McClendon Curtis. So McClendon Curtis is now my number one offensive lineman on the board. Thomas and Coombe is still there, and Alex Austin. Demario Douglas from Liberty is still available. So there's still some guys the 49ers could target, but Jalen Duncan was a great pick there by the Tennessee Titans for sure. And so now we're definitely firm. We got one safety left over on the left side. That's not going to happen for the Niners. So as far as the left side of my board, Eli Ricks, McClendon Curtis are the only two guys left. Everybody else is on the right side and was kind of expected to be there still. So going pretty good. I do like Fisher, the offensive tackle. Watch this film from Shepard. I think the concerns about him are injury. So for me, he was somebody you couldn't take until the 6th round and more preferably in the 7th round. All the injury concerns, plus just how physically imposing he was compared to the other players he went against. It almost looked unfair. It seemed like, at least 10 times a game, you would see him just throw someone on the ground. And so, I mean, I know Joey Fisher, it makes sense for him to do that. That's what he's expected to do, but you just can't do that to the players in the NFL. So I want to know how that'll end up translating, but athletic ability, pretty good, physically pretty talented. So, I mean, yeah, if you're talking 7th round, I'd definitely be down for that. Art says, will we get a quarterback? I think it's likely that the 49ers will either get a quarterback with 253, 255, or UDFA. I think it's going to more than likely be UDFA, undrafted free agent. I think that would make the most sense. And that's what JLE is saying as well. And Gary says it's a good thing we play on the field and not in the draft room. It's true. And you know what's interesting? Every year, there's at least a couple of questionable picks for the 49ers. And most of the time it ends up working out. New England's picking at 187. We'll see who these guys, interesting jackets, end up announcing for the New England Patriots. And then Philly will be back on the clock looking to draft another Georgia player if there's any eligible left. So there you go. They go with the wide receiver, Kayshawn out of LSU. So good selection for them. Patriots moving wide receiver area. So Philly's going to be at 188, and then the Los Angeles Rams pick for what seems like their 1,000th time in the 5th and 6th round at 189. So we're getting close. We're about 26 picks away. Actually, it's 28 picks away from the next pick for the 49ers. So a little bit of time here. But, I mean, I think as far as position needs now, it's definitely changed because, some of the guys, and I'll go over to my, if I can find it, my position needs heading into the draft. I mean, positions of need were defensive end. They've addressed that. It was safety. They've addressed that. It was tight end. They've addressed that. They have not addressed offensive line, but it could be like some have said in chat, maybe it wasn't considered as big of a need. And then I thought that positions you wanted to get ahead on as far as like redshirting and getting players for the future was O-line, and they haven't done it. Wide receiver, haven't done it. Corner, they did. So they did take care of that. And then interior defensive line, which they haven't done. So out of the spots I put, they've got one spot they didn't address, which was offensive line and positions of most need. And then as far as, positions they wanted to draft for the future, Darrell Lutter picks here at 1, but they haven't addressed interior defensive line, which they really don't have to, unless they want to get like DeJuan Johnson or somebody like that, and then wide receiver. So those things are still coming up. We'll see how it goes. JLE says, what Bulldogs are left as the Eagles pick Tanner McKee, quarterback out of Stanford. So it's not a Georgia player. Stetson Bennett wasn't available, so they had to go with Tanner McKee out of Stanford. A good pick, though. I'm surprised he's still here at this point, but very solid pick. And then 49er Gal says, next year's NFC West will be big in the draft. Rams and Niner with first-round picks. Well, at the moment, and Cards with high picks. Yeah. It's an arms race. Seattle, it looked like they were going to be doing a huge rebuild, but that didn't last very long. Last year, they were competitive. They did a quick rebuild, and they continued in this draft to have tremendous success. I thought they've drafted some really good players to stack on the players they got last year, and I think they're going to be formidable. I think the question marks for them are quarterback and defensive line. And then Arizona's got a huge rebuild. The Rams got a huge rebuild. And I think they're working on both of them. But 2 years from now, both of those teams could be, teams that could make a problem for the 49ers. And JLE says, what? That is a weird pick for Philly. Does not fit. Not if you're going in the direction that they've been going with Jalen Hurts with the running quarterback. I don't think McKee is a guy that can really, do the running like you would expect. But we've seen this before, kind of with the 49ers. You get a Trey Lance, who's a more mobile quarterback, even though not really a running quarterback. And then you draft, quarterbacks that are, kind of just more escape worthy, like, Brock Purdy. So maybe it's a direction that way. Maybe they thought they just had too high of a grade on him for value to go that direction. And they think that potentially he could, be a solid backup just in case. I think teams are definitely worried after what happened to the 49ers about, the quarterback situation. So if they think too that the league is going to pass the rule where you can have 3 quarterbacks active 4 games, potentially that's why they're doing it. So I think teams are making necessary decisions because of some of the rules that are coming up. So it's interesting for sure. And JLE says Tanner can briskly walk. Oh, I like that a lot. So here we are. We're at O'Shawn Mathis. So this is one of Lou's guys. O'Shawn Mathis is gone, linebacker, Nebraska. The the Rams have just went outside linebacker like with almost, it feels like almost every pick. So the Rams get another really solid player out of Nebraska. Candy R will have some comments on this at some point, I'm sure. 190 is up next. So the 49ers are 26 picks away from their next selection at the end of the 6th round. Philly is on the board in a couple of picks. We got Cleveland at 190, Philly at 191. So another Philly pick coming after somewhat interesting Tyler McKee draft pick. And we're inching closer to 49ers pick, and we're inching closer to 200 picks. Almost done with 200 picks in this draft. It's not as long as last year. Last year, the draft went to 262 picks, and we're not quite ready to make it that far yet. There wasn't as many comp picks this year. And so who will the 49ers get with their next pick at 216? I think that's the bigger question. We've talked about, players that are still available. There's still some really, really talented players available. And let's go over some of those players that are still available that the 49ers could be interested in. I'll try to eliminate guys that don't really make sense. But Luke Whippler, the center from Ohio State, at this point in the draft would make sense. A.T. Perry and Antoine Green, wide receivers. Perry, of course, from Wake Forest. Antoine Green from North Carolina, both out of the ACC. So those guys, if the 49ers decide to go wide receiver, of course, Xavier Hutchinson would make a lot of sense because he played with Brock Purdy at Iowa State. Edge rusher Jose Ramirez, edge guy out of Eastern Michigan, has a very good first step, a lot of speed, a little bit of a smaller, shorter frame at 6'1", but could make sense. Zach Kuntz, the tight end, if the 49ers want to go tight end again with elite traits, I don't think that would be the case. Ivan Pace, like Jay Ellie brought up earlier, inside linebacker. If you're going to go linebacker, he's a really good one that's on the board and they could potentially go with. So where would they double up? Are they double up at corner? Maybe Alex Forsyth, center out of Oregon, is available. Of course, my guy, Thomas and Coombe. If you're going to double up on defensive edge rushers, Thomas and Coombe is still available and one of my favorites for sure. Let's see. Hutch is still there. Who are you referring to, Jay Ellie? Yes, Xavier Hutchinson is still there. He's or maybe he's not. Let me see. He must have got drafted. My board. Oh no, there he is. He's the number 6 best on this board that I'm looking at available. So yeah, he's still available. So I mean, there's still some guys out there. And Jaley's saying a 3rd or 4th rounder. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of people that would think that was the case, that potentially he could have been a 3rd or 4th rounder, but he's still there. Tampa Bay's on the clock in round 6, pick 191. O'Shawn Mathis went off the board to the Rams. That was a solid pick. Luke Whippler went off the board to the Browns at 190. So that was the pick I missed when I was reading, through all the players. So yeah, Luke Whippler is now off the board. And so McClendon Curtis, Alex Forsyth, those are interior offensive linemen. If the 49ers are looking to go offensive line. The art collector says, how about Elijah Higgins from Stanford? I believe he's still on the board. Let me double check, but he should be still on the board and available. I thought I had seen, yeah, there he is. Elijah Higgins is still available as well. So still some really talented players, some really good wide receivers that definitely, could fit, what the 49ers want to do. And Tanner McKee, you get to see some highlights if you're watching the ESPN broadcast. They're going over that. So Tampa Bay Buccaneers are about to make their selection. New England at 192, Washington at 193 are the next picks coming up. Yeah, by Luke, unfortunately losing Whippler would have been a very solid pick, especially in the 6th round. So Trey Palmer, KNDR's guy, wide receiver out of Nebraska, is off the board. The solid pick by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And they get a guy that can stretch the field. So they've been attacking certain positions, and now they get something going here. And so New England is on the clock with pick 192. 49ers' next pick is 216. Working towards that direction. And if you're watching and it's your first time watching and you haven't already subscribed to the channel, I really appreciate it. If you haven't liked the video, like the video. Everyone has been coming through and doing a really good job with that. I appreciate all the support. And thank you guys so much for doing that. And Jay Ellie says, still a ton of talent. There is. I mean, just a ton of really talented guys. I mean, just alone on my board, I mean, Trey Dean, Eli Ricks, McClendon Curtis, Alex Austin, Thomas Incoom, who's by far one of my favorite edge guys in the entire draft. Ronnie Hickman, Demario Douglas, Jared Wayne, a wide receiver I love from Pitt, Dante Stills, Ben Simmons, Blake Whiteheart, DeJuan Johnson, all available for the 49ers. Gervais Owens, still available. There is a ton of talent for sure. And there's some later round guys who are going to be big time as well that are potentially available. Stevo Supremo, the 52nd like. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. NDR's enjoying the pick. Patriots go punter, Bryce Beringer. So Bryce Beringer out of Michigan State gets drafted. The Patriots went kicker and punter in this draft, using a 4th round pick on a kicker and a 6th round pick on a punter. There you go. Yeah, and Jay Ellie brings up Andre Carter and Jose Ramirez. Thank you for that. Yeah, both of them are still available on the edge as well. A lot of talent. I think Andre Carter's inability to be able to hold ground against the run game is the reason he's still there. I think people see the project that he is, and I think when it comes to Jose Ramirez, I think it's just about height. Worried about length and things coming off the edge. I think he does definitely belong in the NFL, but we'll see what he ends up getting to be, which team ends up drafting him. I'm really curious about it. But yeah, you're right. Still a ton of really, really good football players. I mean, I'm just looking at the list, and there's names all over the place, and even guys that the 49ers have met with, like Ronnie Bell, wide receiver out of Michigan, still available. Ali Gay, edge rusher out of LSU, still available. Isaiah Land, edge rusher out of Florida A&M. This is a guy that has some skills. So I mean, there's a good amount of talent still. There's going to be some good undrafted free agents. There's my guy Blake Whiteheart, Andrew Voorhees. Apparently, JLE ESPN has him Voorhees down as the 54th best player available. Sean Tucker, running back out of Syracuse, listed here as well. So they are definitely more down on some of these players, than some of us were, because they have them down here. Keandre Coburn is number 66 on the list. McClendon Curtis, 69 on their list. MJ Anderson, he was one of my edge guys. That was a gem. He's listed as 71 on the list. So I'm going a little bit deep here because I just want to see which depth they have kind of down farther than what I was expecting. Because some of these guys I thought were going to be a little bit higher. Here's Caleb Murphy at 86. Who else? Wow. I mean, there is a lot of talent I'm going through there that is still available for these teams. I mean, they got Trey Dean listed as the 113 left on the board. He's going undrafted. Joey Fisher, 116. If these hold true, he's going undrafted. Dante Stills at 121. He might go undrafted. Joseph Ngata, the cousin to Brandon Ayuk, he's at 123. He might go undrafted. He probably will. So there's a lot of undrafted free agent talent out there that the 49ers could definitely matchup after the draft too. So just when their picks are done doesn't mean they are done bringing guys in for sure. What's up, 49ers Fogey? Says still here, just not much to say right now. You're right. It's definitely that lull time as we're waiting. The Commanders pick is in 193, and then it'll be 194 Kansas City, 195 Denver. Yeah, JLE says Ferris State. You're right. It said it wrong on the board. But you're right. It was Ferris State. And then JLE says, do you like Bell? I liked him as a possession guy. To me, like I said, I like Michigan State's Jared Wayne better. But I mean, overall, at this point, I think you get a pretty good player that can help on special teams and blocks and is tough. So that makes sense. Art says this is a really deep draft. We should do well with UDFA. You're right, 100%. So yeah, there's definitely players that are going to be available, undrafted free agents that you can grab that can make an impact on your football team down the road. And the 49ers are really good about redshirting players and getting guys that they can develop. And we've seen that be successful. Azeez Al-Shire, Emmanuel Mosley, all guys that they brought in that were on the practice squad. Jawan Jennings started 2020 on the 49ers practice squad, and we know what he's become. So this is something that they do, and it has worked out very well for them. Jelly says Landers, wide receiver, Arkansas. Yeah, there's a ton of wide receivers that are available that are pretty darn good. I mean, they're just really good. And so, I mean, that's the thing is like, yeah, we're 193 right now. We got a ways to go to the 49ers, but there's going to be some sort of talented player there. Will it be at a position of need that the 49ers go, or will it be a position that they're just looking to take the best player available? Paul said earlier, you go BPA. That's what Horst was saying too. 49ers don't usually go best player available. It's usually best player available meets need. It's kind of the direction they go. Chris Rodriguez Jr., running back out of Kentucky, goes to the Commanders. That's pick 193. So 194 on the horizon. The Kansas City Chiefs, followed by 195, the Denver Broncos. Those are the picks that are coming up here in the very near future. And we're inching closer to the 49ers making their next pick at 216. But along the way, we're going to have, a lot of conversation about who it could be. The best player available on my board would probably be cornerback Eli Ricks. But that is not somebody that is available or that is the best player available on other boards. Corey Trice would have been the best player available on ESPN's board. And then after that, A.T. Perry from Wake Forest, Antoine Green, a wide receiver from North Carolina. Those are the guys there. So there's about 3 wide receivers in the top 10 available players. And there's some fun players here as well. The Chiefs selection is about to come down. Once it does, I'll make sure to update everybody on who it is. So there are some pretty good players. Thomas Nkoum has now made it into ESPN's list, but 22. So the 49ers will definitely have a shot to get him if they would like. We'll see if that's a direction they want to go. I think they could go with any position. I would definitely be a huge fan of them going with Nkoum or Blake Whiteheart. I like both of those guys for the 49ers. So the Chiefs pick is getting ready to be announced. And then we'll see. Then we'll move on to New Orleans at 195. And it's Keandre Coburn out of Texas. So Coburn goes to the Chiefs. Very solid selection. And that means New Orleans is up at 195, followed by Tampa Bay at 196. So Coburn is a bigger guy for sure. But let's see. What is up, Sound Grips? How's it going? Sound Grips says, let's go. So I hope you're enjoying chat right now and enjoying how everybody's interacting. Thanks, everyone that is on right now. If you haven't had the opportunity, go ahead and like the video. If you just joined the conversation, Keandre Coburn just went to the Kansas City Chiefs with pick 194. Pick 195, the New Orleans Saints are on the clock. 49ers pick again at 216. So 21 picks away from the 49ers being able to make their selection. So it's getting closer. It seemed a long time ago, but we're getting there. So there's still really, really good football players left on the board. And the Kansas City Chiefs just selected a pretty good one, an interior defensive lineman. So what is the 49ers' biggest need left available? I would say it would be offensive line. I don't know if they would go offensive tackle. If they did, potentially an offensive tackle they could go for is Ryan Hayes. He would be somebody that, they could take a chance on. A lot of the guys that we really liked, in this draft, as far as offensive line, are off the board. But there are still plenty of guys that they could go ahead and try to draft. The big time guys, we knew that they weren't going to be there, but some of the other guys still available. There's actually a lot of them. I mean, there's a Horst available, Jarrett Horst out of Michigan State. He's available. Alex Palzewski out of Illinois. I actually really enjoyed his film. Ryan Hayes. Those guys make a lot of sense for the 49ers, especially as we're getting later in the draft. If you want to bring in guys, that compete, maybe put them on the practice squad eventually. So I think there's still some talent there. There is going to have to be, some give there. These guys are not going to be able to help your football team early on. But eventually, they might be able to make an impact. So, I mean, out of the guys, edge rush guys that are still available, that could, the 49ers could still go. Baldonado out of Pittsburgh, Ali Gay out of LSU. Those guys, Thomas and Coombe out of Central Michigan, that's my guy. I like him a lot. Jose Ramirez out of Eastern Michigan, definitely a possibility. Ikena out of Rice, another guy that is a possibility. Caleb Murphy out of Ferris State, still there. Brevin Allen out of Campbell. I believe he's still available. And so there's a lot of talent in several positions in this draft that the 49ers can still go with. Jan says Horst would love that. You're right. 49ers Gal says, so Miami and Hawks up soon. What will they go for? That's a good question. Miami, I hope they draft defense. If they draft defense, it's someone different than what the 49ers normally draft. If they draft offense, it's usually somebody in line, with what they do. So potentially that's the direction that Miami could go as offense. They went with a really, really fast running back out of Texas A&M yesterday. So they have been loading up on speed. So usually with them, I mean, it's almost like they're the new Raiders. Raiders used to always get everybody that was fast, and that's kind of what Miami does right now. Miami could also go tight end. That would be a possibility for them. As far as Seattle defensive tackle would be a spot that they could go. They could go with a big defensive lineman. They've went edge and defensive line a lot, but it's still something they could do. They could also go linebacker. So they've been knocking it out of the park. I think I've been very impressed with the way Seattle has drafted. I've been impressed with the NFC West in general. It's pretty good. So we have been live for 4.5 hours, equaling the time we went live yesterday. It was a lot of fun. If you weren't here earlier, Horst was here with me for the first couple hours. It was a lot of fun. 49ers made some good picks that we liked. Darrell Lutter, for sure. Robert Beal, both of them were on my top board that I was excited about getting those players. So I'm really excited about what they've done so far. And now we're waiting for the 49ers to pick at 216. The Buccaneers pick is in here at 196. And like 49ers Gal said, Miami's picking at 197. 198 is Seattle. Inching closer to 200. We're in the 6th round. The 49ers pick at the end of the 6th round with pick 216. But there's some really good players available still, including Andre Carter. And we'll see when he ends up going off the board as Tampa Bay's selection is about to be revealed. And we'll have an idea if it's another guy coming off our board. And it's Jose Ramirez, the edge rusher out of Eastern Michigan. So he's off the board. And one of those guys that, a lot of people really liked is falling off. 6'1", 260-pound defensive edge rusher out of Eastern Michigan. I think the concerns with him was always his size and height. But I'm sure, most players would have definitely, or most teams would have definitely liked to get a guy, especially late in the draft, like Jose Ramirez. And so, Wake Forest, A.T. Perry is still available. We'll see what happens with him. But you never know who's gonna come up and grab one of these guys here pretty soon. And there's plenty of guys still available that are very talented for the San Francisco 49ers. The Miami Dolphins are now on the clock at 197. We got Dolphins 197, Seattle 198, Baltimore 199. Xavier Hutchinson, Zach Kuntz still on the board. The guys that were thought to have went way a lot earlier, as early as the third round, and they're still here. So I think it's interesting as we look. I'll read off the top names here as the Dolphins pick is about to get going. Once the Dolphins pick is announced, I'll read it. But Corey Trice, Antoine Green, wide receiver from North Carolina, Ojomo from Texas, Scott Matlock, the defensive tackle from Boise State, and Xavier Hutchinson are the top 5 on ESPN's list of players still available. Just outside that, Jalen Redmond, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma. So Elijah Higgins could have been a 49ers target, and look what he goes to the Miami Dolphins. So it's like we said, if they are going to go offense, it could be a guy that the 49ers like, and the 49ers were definitely in on Elijah Higgins. They had met with him a couple of times, and there was actually a big push this week for him. And with him being 6'3", 235 pounds, they think they're getting their Jawan Jennings there in Miami. And so that's what, that's one of the guys that the Niners were interested in bringing in, and Miami goes out and grabs him. So A.T. Perry gone, and now Elijah Higgins gone. Some of the 49ers options at wide receiver are gone. We'll see what happens. Is this going to start a run on wide receiver? There's some good ones still available. Antoine Green, Xavier Hutchinson still available. My guy, Jared Wayne. So lots of talent at the wide receiver position. But this is a really, really big wide receiver that the Miami Dolphins just went out and got. Like the pick. Really, really solid. So let's look. Updated list. Antoine Green is now the number 1 wide receiver according to ESPN. Xavier Hutchinson, a 5th overall pick, is the 2nd best wide receiver. So wide receivers coming off the board here pretty consistently. Now it's kind of all over the place as far as players. Thomas Incoom is now creeped into the top 20 players available. He probably will get drafted at some point. Ronnie Bell, wide receiver, Michigan, another player the Niners were interested in. Eli Ricks, corner, Alabama, still on the board as well. So Jarek Reed, safety out of New Mexico, is the Seattle pick. So pick 198 is a safety from New Mexico, Jared Ricks. And that means Baltimore Ravens are making the last pick of the 100s at pick 199. Baltimore Ravens picking 199 here. Who will they go with? Ronnie Montoya says Ronnie Bell. I like Ronnie Bell. He's a solid player. I'm sure Warren really likes him a lot. So I'm looking at the board here. Eli Ricks still available. McClendon Curtis, the interior offensive lineman, still available. Ronnie Hickman, I don't think they're going to go safety, so no. Demario Douglas, wide receiver out of Liberty, could be a possibility at 216. Jared Wayne, wide receiver from Pitt, could be a possibility at 216. 2 tight ends, Ben Sims and Blake Whiteheart. They met with Ben Sims. 4.5 speed, deceptive speed from Ben Sims, but an all-around tight end, red zone threat. Blake Whiteheart, one of my favorite tight ends in the entire draft. They're both available. Defensive tackles, Dante Stills and DeJuan Johnson. Both of them, like Haley talked about earlier, have the versatility to go inside and outside, playing D-tackle and defensive end in base sets. Those guys are both possibilities. And then Dom Peterson as well out of Nevada. So still some really, really good talent. There's still some good tight ends. Also, a name to keep an eye on, Casimir Allen, running back / wide receiver out of UCLA, to eventually take over the Ray McLeod role. But Casimir Allen could go undrafted. So if he goes undrafted, I could see the 49ers signing him as well. Art the Collector says, dang, thought we had Higgins. He's a faster Jennings. He's a bigger one, too. Jennings goes, a little over 215 pounds, and Higgins is 235. So you're talking about an extra 20 pounds with more speed. Yeah, I mean, it definitely was an option to get another player that could eventually take over, Jawan Jennings' role, as you potentially can't afford to keep him, on your football team. So pick 199, Ravens on the clock. Ravens are going to go 199, then the Chargers 200, and the Houston Texans at 201. With it being 199, the 49ers are 17 picks away from their next pick. So we're moving along pretty good now. We're getting really close to the 7th round, and this is where all the fun happens, right? I mean, last year, Brock Purdy. So yeah. Ronnie Macho said, I might have missed it. Is Deuce Vaughn available? I believe he is. Yeah, I believe Deuce Vaughn is available. Let me see if I can check this board real quick and find out if he's available. I don't remember seeing his name. If somebody sees it, put it in chat. Because I don't remember seeing his name getting announced. He's another guy that I would be curious to see the 49ers potentially get as an undrafted free agent if he did not get drafted. So far, I'm not finding him. I do not know how far he is down on ESPN's board. Okay, either he is extremely low on the board or he already got drafted. And no Forktail, we have not picked any O lineman yet. Art the Collector says, Casimir is my cousin, super fast and really gadget player. He's fun. He's fun to watch. I'm a huge fan of that. And I'm a huge fan of Casimir, so you could tell him he's a special player. Evil Zilla says Tyson Bagent with our last pick. It could happen. It definitely could happen. I'm not counting that out for sure. 49ers could decide to go, with a quarterback at the end of the 7th round. It worked for him last year, so maybe that's a possibility. As I'm still looking for Deuce, I don't see him on here. I must have missed him because I'll be mad if he was like on the first page and I just went past it. So I don't think he has been drafted yet. So it appears that he's still available, Deuce Vaughn. Unless somebody else sees something else, I don't think he's been drafted yet. And so he would still be available. And that's interesting. I mean, the guy's got major wiggle. Pretty interesting guy. And we're on 201. I think during the whole thing, I missed a couple picks. I'll try to update everyone. Ben says Deuce is 23. Is he 23 on the list? Maybe I just went right past him. Oh, Deuce Vaughn is 22 now. You're right. So thank you for that. I missed him coming in clutch. Ben Sturgis coming in clutch and helping with Deuce. Yeah, he's still available. So he is in the top 25 now, but he's still on the board. Clutching Ben right there, coming through with it. Really, really appreciate the help and assistance, my guy. Very, very nice. And so We are on pick 201. The Houston Texans pick is in, and they're going to be picking in then Jacksonville and Las Vegas. 15 picks until the 49ers make their next selection. Dave is saying, hey, Frank Gore Jr. There you go. All right. I mean, we'll see what they do. 216 is going to be an interesting, very interesting pick. I'm excited about it. We're officially going to be the end of the 6th round when we get there. But I thank everyone. We got 54 people watching, 54 likes. Thanks everyone that's given it a like. I really appreciate it. Goes out, kicks it out the algorithm so other people watch. Scott Maclock was drafted by the Chargers. So interior defensive lineman, he's off the board. But if you're watching for the first time and you haven't subscribed to the channel, I appreciate you giving a subscription. It means a lot, and I appreciate everyone for what you've done for the channel already. You guys have been absolutely fantastic, and I've had a great day doing the stream. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've had a lot of good times, especially with the 49ers making some pretty good selections today, some solid ones that I think everyone can be excited about and happy about, and looking to continue to build this roster. And we have picked up some subscribers today, so thank you so much. Super chats were fantastic. Jarrett Patterson, center for Notre Dame, was just selected by the Houston Texans. So they go interior offensive line, and a solid pick as D'Amico Ryans looks to build his team. Next up will be the Jacksonville Jaguars at 202 and Las Vegas Raiders at 203. Rocky McIntosh is still available. Dave is saying, hey, Frank can do it all. He's breaks a lot of tackles. I think he has like the second best breaking of tackle rate there is. It's like crazy. Like he's been doing a really good job. Christian Braswell, cornerback from Rutgers, is the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars at 202. So 203 coming up, 13 picks away from the 49ers next selection, Las Vegas Raiders, and then at 204, the New York Jets are going to make some picks. So yeah, it kind of picked up a little bit of speed there for a second, and then we'll see where we're at. But Braswell goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he's out of Rutgers. So I'm going to go back, and I'm going to look at the ESPN board a little bit, see if it's been updated. Corey Trice still sitting there, the big cornerback at 6'3", 206 pounds. They had him ranked just outside the top 100, and he's still on the board. And we've crossed 200 picks in this draft. It's crazy how, the eye of the beholder thing happens. So Zach Kuntz, a guy that was getting a lot of love for the athletic ability and elite traits when it came to the combine, still on the board and available here in the 6th round. I think this is kind of when it becomes Zach Kuntz time. When you take an opportunity on a big guy, if he's undrafted, he's definitely a target. And so he's out there. Xavier Hutchinson, wide receiver out of Iowa State, still available. So there's some good players. Rajon Wright out of Oregon State. How did I get that wrong? I can't remember. I can't forget him and his family from Last Chance U. Alex Austin, cornerback out of Oregon State, still available. Las Vegas is still on the clock right now. And then there's still a tremendous amount of talent. Thomas Nkoum, my edge rusher that I like so much, he's still available. He's number 18 on ESPN's board of players available to be drafted. Art says, is it still 5 minutes between picks? It is. It's still 5 minutes between picks. What slows it down a little bit is a lot of the ads and things like that. They'll kind of delay things. That's why they go on like these little runs where it's like 1, 2, and 3 picks all in a row. They do ads, and then also they have times where they're having their conversations about other picks, and so then you kind of don't get real time announcements until later. So we got Las Vegas still on the clock. Their pick officially came in, but we'll be getting Las Vegas's pick here at 203. Then 204, the New York Jets. Then 205, the Buffalo Bills. And so after this pick by Las Vegas, now that it's in, the 49ers are 12 picks away. So we're inching closer to the 49ers picking, but yes, 5 minutes between picks for pretty much every round after the first round. First round, 10 minutes. Everything after that is pretty much 5. So we're getting there. Las Vegas Raiders selection has been made. Just waiting for the reveal to see who it is. And it is Amari Burney, linebacker out of Florida. So Amari Burney is off the clock, linebacker out of Florida. He's headed to the Raiders. The New York Jets are on the clock, followed by the Buffalo Bills at 2:05. 49ers pick at 2:16. So we got a little bit of a wait here, but definitely inching closer to their next pick. And with that, we still have all the same players that we've been talking about, because really the players that have been coming off the board recently haven't been targets or fits for the San Francisco 49ers offense and defense. So Jan says, I'm getting sleepy. I'm going to need me one of them Horstshire energy drinks, or Horstshire. Ooh, okay. I said it wrong first. Horstshire. There you go. So yeah, I can. Curry 211. I definitely can. Nick Gurr, how's it going? Happy birthday. I hope you're having a good one. Really enjoy everybody that watches, but yeah, enjoy your birthday. I hope you have a really good day. It's draft day. 49ers are making picks. You got to be excited about it, but happy birthday, Nick. I hope you have an excellent day, and really appreciate the support of the channel. So thank you so much. And yeah, have a good day. It's a good time of the year. We're at the end of April. Beginning of May is fast approaching, but you got a good birthday because it's right by the draft, and it's always a lot of fun. So happy birthday, Nick. Have a good day for sure. And we are now at pick 204. So the New York Jets are up. 205, Buffalo coming up. 206, Cincinnati, inching closer. So we're almost here, guys. We're almost to the pick. It was a long stretch between pick 173 and 216, but we've almost made it, and I'm really excited about it. Dave says, what good offensive tackles are left? Offensive tackles get pretty interesting. I think the guy that makes the most sense for me, that fits the overall what the 49ers want to do, as far as offensive linemen, let's see. I know Ryan Hayes is the guy that I'm a fan of out of Michigan. You got Alex Palczewski, offensive tackle out of Illinois. Both of those guys, I think, make sense for the 49ers. And then we've got kind of the guy that we're all rooting for selfish reasons, Jared Horst, just so we can have another Horst within the 49ers organization, or not organization, but fan base. But yeah, I mean, there's some good ones out there that potentially they could get. I think those two guys make a lot of sense for the 49ers. And then of course, Joey Fisher out of small school Shepherd is also a possibility for the San Francisco 49ers. Let's see. Ben says, I like Ronnie Bell with the Niners next pick. I think that would be a solid one. Ronnie Bell's a good player. Played at Michigan, plays tough, playing for Harbaugh, plays with physicality. So, yeah, I think Ronnie Bell would be a good selection. I like Jared Wayne as well, wide receiver out of Pitt. To me, those are two options, Dave. Pretty good. I'm sorry, Ben. That would be a great selection. Jan says, who has the Mr. Irrelevant pick? Let me see. Let me see who has that Mr. Irrelevant pick. Right now, it's 259 for the Texans, unless they traded it. I believe it's going to be the Houston Texans that pick at 259. Yeah, this is Kruger guy from Illinois. Yeah, that's Palczewski. Yeah, he's Kruger's guy. Jarek Bernard Converse out of LSU just went to the Jets. The guy that I've been a fan of, actually, Mel Kiper turned me on to him. I heard him talking about him. He thought that Converse was going to go way earlier in the draft, but I watched him. I liked him, but I thought he was a 5th round pick. Here he is in the 6th round pick area going to the Jets. So he is a fit, but he goes then. So Palczewski is pretty good. Brian Carter, who does a lot of stuff. So he has Brian Carter 99 podcast. You guys can check that out. He does a lot of draft work. He sent me over all of his draft breakdown. Fantastic. If you didn't have a chance to get into that, I mean, be looking for that next year. I tweeted about it and stuff is good. But he got onto Palzewski. But yeah, I mean, Larry Krueger's been on Palzewski, I think forever, is what I've been told. But I watched him. I liked him a lot. I did think he was a late round guy. So I have him on my list, but he's a late round potential guy so 6th, 7th round, I think would make a lot of sense for Alex Palzewski. Where Ryan Hayes, I have him a little bit ahead, but both of them very solid. So Houston is on the clock here. D'Amico Ryans and the Texans ready to make their next pick here in round 6. We are 11 picks away from the 49ers making their next selection. Jan Stewart says, Mel Kiper, that guy? Yeah, I don't always listen to national media because they only talk about especially the Niners. They don't really talk about him because they weren't in the first 2 rounds. But I happened to catch one of their podcasts, and he mentioned a couple of names, and I was like, okay. But I started listening to him because he was getting guys like Jonathan Mingo that I was super high on, and some other ones, and saying they were flying up the board, and then they weren't going to be available. So after that started happening, and the guys that I was high on that people were saying were, originally 4th and 5th round picks, but now we're going to go way up, I started listening to them just to find those guys who were screaming up boards. That way I knew, like, okay, even though I want those guys, it's probably not a realistic option for sure. Are the Collector says, I really like Moro Ojomo out of Texas for our next pick. It's possible. He's still on the board. And the 49ers, can definitely still go defensive line. And so if they did, hey, that's a guy that a lot of people are super high on. Dave says the cornerback you mentioned earlier would be a good pick to cover Metcalf. Depends on which. Oh, you're probably talking about. I just went blank. Oh gosh, Rajon Wright, because Wright has all the size. Rajon Wright, he's got a tremendous amount of size. He's got length on length to be able to cover him. DK Metcalf. So I'm guessing that's who it was that you went with. The Houston Texans selection is in. It's about to be revealed. We'll see where they go, and then we'll be moving on to pick 206 and the Cincinnati Bengals. That's the only thing about these broadcasts. It takes so long just for them to release who the selection is going to be. Pretty funny. But the Texans select Xavier Hutchinson, wide receiver, Ohio State. So Hutchinson goes off the board, and the 49ers' chances of hooking up Hutchinson with Brock Purdy go away. So we are now on to pick 206. That'll be the Cincinnati Bengals pick. The Green Bay Packers pick at 207. The 49ers are officially 10 picks away from making their selection here in the 6th round. So Xavier Hutchinson, interesting, good pick for the Houston Texans. And you've seen it a lot in this draft. Miami taking guys that would have fit the 49ers, the Jets, the now Rand Carthon and the Tennessee Titans, and the Houston Texans. Lots of guys out there that value the same players because Kyle Shanahan's system and the way that the Niners go about scouting has kind of spread throughout the league. So it's been pretty good. We've got pick 61 last year was Drake Jackson. That was a great pick. The 49ers, of course, did not have a second round pick this year. Really excited to see what the 49ers do with their next pick at 216. So super excited about everything that is going on with the 49ers. We are getting very close, guys. 10 picks away from the 49ers' next selection here in the draft. Really, really excited about it. If Ivan Pace wasn't so short, he'd be a great pick from Art the Collector. He's a guy that's got some ability. You know what I mean? He does. The fact he's still available means they could take a chance, on him. And potentially go that way. Maybe we'll see. We'll see what they do. So, pick 207, Andres Carlson, kicker out of Auburn to the Green Bay Packers. So the Green Bay Packers are going kicker in the draft. But I think this is kind of the time, right, where you kind of expect everyone to go kicker. So it's a solid time to make it, to give it a shot. And really about the spot where you expect it to happen. So now we're on pick 208. Jacksonville is on the clock. We'll see who they end up going with. Looking at the boards here, we're getting inching closer to the 49ers' next pick. So, Cincinnati Bengals went with the player out of Yale, the big wide receiver. So let's see. JLE says, what's the top tight end available, Ant? Let me look at my board and see who I have as the top tight end available. Ben Sims and Blake Whiteheart, I think, are the two guys that I think are the best available. I know Zach Kuntz would probably be what most people would say, but I'm not going to have him. I think he had so many injury histories that I'm probably going to lean towards those two guys for sure. I like both of them. And Braden Willis, another guy that is on the board, that would be a solid choice. Kamori Gamble as well. All of those guys, tight ends that the 49ers could definitely go with. Dave says, are there any big, nasty offensive linemen like John Hanna from the old Patriots? I don't think so. I think those guys are, kind of, not really available anymore. I don't think there's any guys that the 49ers have that, are big and nasty like that were going to fit their system. The closest could be Joey Fisher out of Shepherd. I mean, he's a big nasty. I just don't know if, the 49ers are going to be willing to take him. He's got a lot of injury history as well. We are getting closer to the point where you do take a chance on some of those guys. And so maybe, but you're getting to the point in the draft now where you're taking guys that they have something. Jaguars just selected Eric Hallett II out of Pittsburgh, the safety. So Jaguars go safety at pick 208. Pick 209 is coming up next. That's from the New York Football Giants. And the New England Patriots are picking at 210. So both of those guys coming up next. Really, really appreciate it. So here we go. Let's see who's on the board. Left end for the ESPN board. We have my board. According to their board, Zach Kuntz is the best tight end available, JLE. But in their top 10, they still have Corey Trice, Antoine Green, the wide receiver out of North Carolina, Moro Ojomo out of Texas, the defensive end who we were just talking about, Jalen Redmond, the defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, Kuntz, he's number 5 on their list of overall players available, and he's the number 1 tight end. Dwayne McBride, the running back out of UAB, Ivan Pace, who we've been talking about in chat as well, linebacker out of Cincinnati, Lonnie Phelps, offensive linebacker out of Kansas, Carrington Valentine, cornerback out of Kentucky, Zach Evans, running back out of Ole Miss. Those guys are the number top 10. After that, notable names: Rajon Wright, who we were talking about earlier, cornerback out of Oregon State, Alex Forsyth, center out of Oregon. Thomas Nkum, my guy, the edge rusher out of Central Michigan. Nick Broker, offensive guard out of Ole Miss. Ronnie Bell, who we've talked about, wide receiver out of Michigan. And then Eli Ricks, cornerback, Alabama, still on the list. Demario Douglas, wide receiver from Liberty. All those guys are available for potentially the 49ers when they pick. We're at 210 with New England. And JLE says Dante Stills and DeJuan Johnson. Those two guys are definitely available and potentially could be targets for the 49ers for sure. And so we're at pick 210. 49ers pick at 216. New England's on the clock. At 211, it'll be Indianapolis. At 212 will be Dallas. And David Campbell says the Robert Beal pick is a potential steal given the Kasarik factor. I'm with you. Elite traits, elite speed, bend, length. I'm a huge fan of that pick, and I was definitely excited when they said it. I'm with you, David. I think it could be a huge pick for them, and we're gonna get to see what that 4.4 speed looks like coming off the edge in a wide 9. He's the fastest edge player they've ever had as far as straight ahead speed. Of course, the number one speed guy as far as off the snap is D Ford. He would cover the ground faster than anyone I've ever seen off the ball with that first step. Bosa's got a good first step, but D Ford's was elite. So excited about that. JLE says Voorhees out of USC, the offensive guard, or the Chattanooga offensive lineman, which is McClendon Curtis. Both of those guys are also available for the 49ers. Still some good talent available. Pick 210 from New England is in. It has not been announced yet. 211, Indianapolis. 212, Dallas. So we're almost to the pick here in the 6th round for the 49ers. The end of the New England selection is about to be announced. We'll see if it ends up being one of the guys we were just talking about that were potential fits for the San Francisco 49ers. Or if, hey, he's just not off the board, and it's Demario Douglas, the wide receiver out of Liberty. He was the definite fit for the 49ers to take that Ray McLeod role in 2024. He would have been drafting ahead, but the Patriots are going after wide receiver. So Demario Douglas goes off the board, and he was on the list. And so another player down, good player. So 211 will be the Indianapolis Colts. 212 will be the Dallas Cowboys. Now, Demario Douglas he's an explosive player, screens, a guy that can get down the field vertically, not the biggest, the most imposing player, but definitely would be a fit as far as, catching the football and making plays with his legs. I think the questions would have been for him in Shanahan's system was blocking. But now he goes to New England and they run a lot of quick game. You guys can remember last year, it was they're yelling at the coaches, no more quick game, because they run a lot of it. But Demario Douglas fits the bill for a quick game in New England. The Colts pick is in at 211. Dallas Cowboys will be on the clock once the pick gets announced. The selection is about to be revealed. And then we're going to go Dallas at 212 and the Arizona Cardinals at 213. And the Indianapolis Colts select Titus Leo, linebacker from Wagner. Okay, now that one is out there. I definitely, for whatever reason, I feel like I might have watched like a little bit of video of Titus Leo, but not enough to be able to give a full breakdown, I'll be honest. So interesting pick. Titus Leo, linebacker from Wagner, is on his way to the Indianapolis Colts. That means 212 is up. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. It goes Dallas at 212, Arizona 213, New England 214, and the 49ers are going to be picking at 216. So 49ers are 4 picks away. Buffalo Bills picking right ahead of the San Francisco 49ers. Well, it's almost time. I mean, you guys can start talking. Who is it going to be? Who's going to be the pick for the San Francisco 49ers when we get, to that point, when we get to pick 216? There's still some players left on the board. I think as far as, the number one player on my board is corner Eli Ricks, but they went corner earlier with Darrell Lutter. Interior offensive lineman McClendon Curtis is next. So would they go interior offensive lineman? JLE's been bringing up Voorhees as well, the interior offensive lineman from USC. Those are possibilities. I know if I was making this selection, I would double up and I would go with Thomas Incoom, edge rusher out of Central Michigan. To me, this is the perfect spot to take him. He's dynamic, explosive, got good bend, good ankle flexibility. I'm a fan of him for sure. I would double up with him and Robert Beal. I'd feel like my edge rush, department, I was sitting pretty good. But if you're going interior defensive line, Dante Stills, DeJuan Johnson are available. And if you're going tight end, still got Blake Whiteheart, which I'm a huge fan of Blake Whiteheart. Kiro says, how many more picks do we got? We've got 3. So we got pick 216, we got pick 253, and pick 255. 216 is coming up in 4 picks. And that is a 6th-round pick. And then 253 and 255 are 7th-round picks. We traded 222, which would have been our first 7th-round pick in the trade yesterday. So that's got 3 picks. Still not bad. Houston edge still around. Let me look to see if I believe so. I believe he's still around. I'm going to say he's still around. I don't know for sure. I know Gervais Owens is still around from Houston. So we got that going for us. Let me go to my other list. Houston. That would be DeAnthony Jones. Yeah, he's still available. DeAnthony Jones is still available too, JLE. So a lot of players still available for the 49ers. And Dallas's pick is in. Their selection's about to be announced. And it is Deuce Vaughn, running back, Kansas State. So Deuce Vaughn goes to the Dallas Cowboys. They get a all around. I mean, he's a quick back. He's fun to watch, and they go ahead and they grab him. So Deuce Vaughn on his way to Dallas, which means we are now at pick 213. Arizona Cardinals on the clock. New England at 214, and then the Bills at 215, and then it'll be the San Francisco 49ers. So we are almost there. Take this quick moment to let everyone know that's just joining the broadcast. If you haven't liked the video already, if you would, that would definitely help the algorithm kick it out to more people. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel. We've been getting a lot of subscriptions today, and I really appreciate everyone that has taken the time to subscribe to the channel. It means a lot, and I appreciate the continued support. So JLE says, chance it with Andre Carter, edge, Army. He's still available. The fact that Andre Carter is still available, I think it surprised a lot. There were people that had him going as early as the 3rd round, but he's still on the board and available. So the 49ers could definitely take a chance. What is up, Joel? How's it going? Joel in the house. Arizona Cardinals pick is in. I'll let you know when it's going to be read. It looks like the Dallas Cowboys are super excited about Deuce Vaughn. I'm watching the video, and it literally looks like one of the talent scout guys is losing it. So very, very cool moment as players get selected and their relationships with others in the organization. I'm excited about what the 49ers are about to do. They have some really good players available on their board. Arizona Cardinals pick is in, so we'll have New England and Buffalo before the 49ers pick at 216. And then we'll see what kind of stud player the 49ers are able to lock up on. There's a lot of guys out there that are still available. We've been going through them pretty extensively. It depends on, let me know in chat what position you think the 49ers are going to go with. Lots of conversation about wide receiver, edge rusher, still a potential position that they could go with. But then there's interior defensive line, tight end. I don't think they'll double up on safety, so most of the safeties are out of the category. But could they go wide receiver? There's a couple of different avenues to go. Go with a big wide receiver like Jared Wayne or someone like that, or more of a quick do-it-all kind of wide receivers that you can get, like a Nico Remigio, or even a player like Casimir Allen. We were talking about Casimir earlier. So in the chat, people are starting to throw it out there, what they would like. Kicker, we did that already. Joel says offensive tackle or wide receiver. They have not addressed the offensive line in this draft. If they're going offensive line, it more than likely, in my opinion, would be Alex Palzewski or Ryan Hayes. Those guys kind of fit the system and make some sense. Arizona Cardinals pick is about to be revealed here. As soon as I see what it is, then I'll give a little bit of an idea of what it's going to be. JLE says replacement for Jennings. That's where I go Jared Wayne. Lou says wide receiver as well. 49ers normally take wide receivers in every single draft, the same that they do with cornerback and with defensive line. So I'd be surprised if they didn't. Dante Stills, defensive tackle, West Virginia, is off the board. So Stills is an option the 49ers lose here a few picks before they were about to pick. So Dante Stills on his way to Arizona, which means as far as defensive line, Ojomo, right? A lot of people have been bringing him up. Of course, DeJuan Johnson out of Toledo is another player I'm a huge fan of. And then Dom Peterson out of Nevada, I think are guys the 49ers could go interior defensive line-wise. But I think Dante Stills was someone the 49ers did consider, and Arizona's went ahead and took him. Good player, very athletic interior guy that can probably have a little bit of position versatility. But defensive line is something that Gannon finds very important coming from the Eagles, and that's what he's going ahead and doing up there. David Campbell says double up on edge. I'm with you. I would do that too. Art the Collector says Ronnie Bell still seems like the guy. Ronnie Bell out of Michigan would make a lot of sense, the wide receiver. So yeah, I think he does make sense as well. Potentially Ronnie Bell, another wide receiver that's available, Jared Wayne. And so when you're looking at wide receivers that are on the board there, Antoine Green, of course, out of North Carolina is still available as well. Those are guys who are normal 49er conversations. JLE says Holy Toledo, referring to DeJuan Johnson, who the 49ers have met with. So if they're going wide receiver, there are definitely a few options. I'm sure there's even more options than what we've just talked about, because a lot of times guys kind of fly under the radar, especially at the wide receiver position. So Ronnie Bell is definitely one of those guys. Let's see who else is out there that could make some sense for the 49ers. I know Matt Landers was brought up earlier by JLE. Antoine Green I brought up a second ago. Jalen Wayne out of South Alabama, possibility. Jared Wayne's my guy out of Pitt. I like him a lot. CJ Johnson out of East Carolina is another big physical wide receiver that can catch the ball and then do some things on the ground. As if you're talking about a guy that catches the ball and does things with the ball in his hand, but can also kick return and is kind of like all over the place with quickness, I like Nico Remigio out of Fresno State. So there are definitely some guys that the 49ers could go with at the wide receiver position if they decide to go wide receiver. There's a lot of very talented players in this draft, but there's still some left. Let's see. Jan says trench it up. Dave says, are there any SDSU prospects? That I don't know. There were some that I watched in the process, but none that jumped out to me. I really liked Taylor Hawkins last year. Nee says fullback, LOL. There are people that would like to get Lupke right now, so that actually is not surprising. JLE says, yeah, Dave, a solid defensive tackle, I wouldn't mind. So yeah, defensive tackle. There's some good ones out there. So Art the Collector says, how about Max Duggan? He's still on the board. I don't know if the 49ers would decide to go wide receiver. I'm sorry, quarterback. I don't know why I saw wide receiver. They would decide to go quarterback in the draft. I think John Lynch, maybe 253, 255 but you have to have some concern about, these guys making the roster. When you have the 3 guys that you have, the Buffalo Bills have traded their pick to the Rams. So the Rams just jumped in front of the 49ers guys to make a selection at 215. Let's see who they get and if it was somebody that the 49ers were potentially going to grab. But the Los Angeles Rams are being stinkers and jumping ahead of the 49ers right now at pick 215, and they are now on the clock. We'll see. They must have an idea if what they want to do there. But I mean, still good players available. Really good players available. Andre Carter, Zach Kuntz still available. A little bit surprising that they are. I thought both of those guys would have win already, but here they are. So the 49ers are the next pick up. It's going to be 216 after the division rival Rams make their pick. Their pick is officially in. We'll see what they do. Once we find out what they do, then the 49ers will officially be on the clock for their 6th round pick. So I'm pretty curious. So the New England Patriots selected at 214 Amir Speed, cornerback out of Michigan State. So we'll see what the Rams do here. Lou says, do the Rams have a spy in the draft room? You never know. I mean, a lot of times, right, people start making phone calls about potentially, moving up, and they find out, they have an idea of what guys are going to get. It could have been Dante Stills going off the board. Could have made the Rams think, hey, because a lot of times when you're sitting there, you got 2 guys you like. You're like, okay, I'm good with either one of these. One of them goes off the board, and then you're afraid that the 49ers will take the other one. You go ahead and you make a move. So if this ends up being, it's about to be released, if it ends up being defensive line and they go with like DeJuan Johnson, it could be a direct signal of, what happened with Dante Stills. We'll see. As the Rams pick is about to be revealed. Very interested in what the Rams wanted to jump the 49ers for and what player it was. They got Zach Evans, running back out of Ole Miss. So I don't know if they thought the Niners were going to take Zach Evans out of Ole Miss, but they felt they needed to get up there ahead of the 49ers. So I think I'm okay with that. Getting Zach Evans out of Ole Miss, solid selection for the Los Angeles Rams, but I don't think it really has an effect on the 49ers. So now the 49ers are on the clock. Everyone fill up chat. Let me know, who are the 49ers picking? Who are they going to take right here? What position do you think they're going to go with? I want to know. Let me know in the chat, who it's going to be. David says, can you remember a service school player making an impact on the NFL level? I can't. I honestly, I cannot. I think it's very hard for them. I definitely think it was hard for him in the process. And I've thought from the beginning that it was going to be a struggle for him. The 49ers pick is in. We'll see when it gets released. But I thought it was going to be a struggle for him because of the fact that, he just has to train differently. He's not in a modern weight room, doing those things. Most of his stuff is naturally built. So he's a developmental player. I think when you're just looking at him, you're seeing the size, speed combo and thinking that he could eventually develop. But I mean, Carter would have been, I would have put him in the late 6th round. So this really would have been where he was for me. So 49ers pick is going to be announced here pretty quick, and I'll be excited. Jay Ellie says Navy had a couple. Dave wants Frank Gore Jr. We'll see. 49ers selection is about to be revealed, and we'll find out who the 49ers picked here in the 6th round. It's D. Winters, linebacker out of TCU. So the 49ers go with the linebacker out of TCU, D. Winters. How do you guys all like the fact that they went D. Winters with their pick? Hopefully, everyone likes it. TCU getting it done. Some people thought it was going to be a different TCU product, right? They thought it was going to be somebody else, but it wasn't. Very interested to see how, the 49ers going linebacker. It's not shocking. I think 6th round, you're starting to get to where it's linebacker time for sure. But D. Winters is a guy that, is another guy coming off the edge. So He's done pretty good for himself, and he wasn't really. I'll be honest, he wasn't on my top 75. He wasn't on my list. But I'm going to bring up the breakdown of D. Winters so we can talk about who he is. He's another fast linebacker, and we'll kind of go over the selection here. D. Winters, 22 years old, ran a 4.49, pretty darn good. 5'11", 227 pounds, and look at his stats. As a senior, he played in all 13 games, 830 snaps, 51 tackles, 10 assisted tackles. While in coverage, he made pass breakups, no interceptions, and he had 24 total pressures, which included 3 quarterback hurries, 2 quarterback hits, and an impressive 9 sacks on the season. 9 sacks. Interested in how they used him for sure. I wasn't as familiar with D. Winters as I was with others, so I'm okay with the pick. Like I'm good with the pick overall. Did the chat go down? What happened? We lost chat. Just a second, chat. So yeah, JLE says we needed one. All in, bagged for more and more. So we're at 218 now, officially in the 7th round. I don't know exactly what happened with the chat. I'm sorry, guys. It's not really showing up, and I tried to refresh it, and just not working. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen there. But we'll just keep going along. We'll keep grinding. So look at your chat. What do you guys think about D. Winters? Let me know what you guys think about the 49ers last selection out of TCU. And if you are a huge fan of the 49ers drafting a linebacker here in the 6th round, I think most were thinking they were going to go edge. Edge or offensive line. They did not. They went with a fast linebacker. He's out of Texas and went to TCU. So there you go. Good overall. Seems like a pretty good player. I'm going to look forward to watching, some of his film. I haven't really got to watch, too much of D. Winters, but I am looking forward to potentially watching his film now and seeing who he is. So next up, the Chicago Bears are picking. Their pick is in. The 49ers are going to have a pick here coming up pretty soon. Not really soon. 253. So we got another wait ahead of us, everybody. But it'll be no time before we're there. And the 49ers make their pick, and they'll have 2 picks pretty close to the end of the draft to be able to find a guy. You know what I mean? And so we'll see. I'm also going to be like checking out some D. Winters in my life because I want to see how he looks, so I can give some synopsis. Jess says chat timed out. Basically, that's what it feels like. Haven't been able to get it back on. We'll see if I ultimately can. But yeah, it hasn't. I haven't been able to get chat working. I think chat died. Sorry, everyone. Chat does not want to show up on the screen anymore. So, but you still have it there. We'll see what's up. And so 219 is on. The Lions are on the board. It's so D. Winters is a flashy individual. I'm just going to catch the highlights. I'm going to have to watch a game later. But I'm watching him flash around and fly. You could see the speed showing up on film, and the way he's able to run. He's definitely a twitchy guy. Yeah, the dude's got some ability. I see what they're looking at here. Physical too. He just gets after it. did a very good blitzer, is going to be able to bring pressure off. I like that a lot. So yeah, I mean, he's definitely a 49ers fit. Watching him, I'm gonna have to go watch an entire game so I can see how he plays play to play. I'm just getting to see the highlights right now, but I like his ability. His running track speed is really good. A good feel in the zone too. It must be why they went with him. So yeah, that's a solid. It looks like a solid pick. I want to go back and watch it. And everyone's having fun with the fact that chat gave up. And Kaimi says he can stop the run, hopefully. Yeah, and right now he will just be an off-ball linebacker. JLE says he didn't spend a lot of time at linebacker. Really? I mean, I'm watching the film and he looks like he's playing a pretty good amount at linebacker. Let's see what else I find out here. Yeah, I mean, he's running and tracking people down out of the backfield. I wonder where they see him, how quickly they expect him to make an impact on their football team. But he definitely comes off the edge and flashes when the opportunity presents itself. You can see him as a blitzer. He's got some major tracking speed. You can see the 4.5 speed on him. He's fast. I like that. I like getting guys who flash and make plays behind the line of scrimmage. So to me, that's going to be a fun one to watch. And see how he ends up producing. They got the guy who adjusted to linebacker last year, McCrary Ball. You got Oren Burks, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. I would say this might mean that Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is going to end up being released because this guy's flashing. As long as he's able to play like he's showing on film, and of course I want to watch a whole film, but him and then McCrary Ball, you've got a major athletic ability that the 49ers really covet from the linebacker position. Let's see. Oh, JLE saying, I did not spend a lot of time at linebacker. There you go. Kane DR says, Kurt Angle made chat tap with a broken freaking neck. Sorry about that, JLE. I totally misread it. It's getting to that point now. You know how it is. 5.5 hours of live stream, and I am not reading everything correctly. So sorry about that, but thanks everyone that's still on and watching with me. Really appreciate everyone that's come through. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, help through super chat. You guys have been the best. Anyone that's added through content by asking questions, leaving comments, really appreciate you having a fun time here. So we'll see. This thing is going pretty good. I'm excited about how everything is going with with the draft, and we've got some time now until the 49ers make another pick. It's going to be a little bit of time before the 49ers make their next selection, that's for sure. And we'll see what's going on here. I will continue to do my due diligence on getting chat up and running and see if I can't get this thing back up, but I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure if it's going to happen. We'll see if I can get it going, though. If I can, great. If I can't, I think chat is going to come back, guys. So if you guys hit up chat, it could come back. We'll see. I think I've worked on it enough to get it back. I reset it, and we could have chat back up and running here now. Jan said chat went in union mandated break. Well done. And Rookie and Friend says you're the best. Go Niners. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And with that, I mean, chat is back up and running. So get back into chat. It's back up on the screen. And Jan's coming with the puns that just don't stop. 221 Colts pick. Selection is in. I'm going to get back into paying attention. We got through the advert break from the broadcast that I was watching. And so the selection will be revealed here shortly. While Jan says we are all exhausted from from pulling through. Well said once again. The chat is up like the Undertaker. There we go. See, we're getting it going. I just had to figure out how to fix this problem. And Jalen Jones, cornerback out of Texas A&M, went to the Colts. Zach Kuntz was drafted apparently during the break, or I missed it, focused on something else. So Kuntz comes off the board. Jalen Jones comes off the board. We're going to get to 222 now. It's going to be, that's the other pick the 49ers gave up to move up for Jair Brown. So I did not see where Kuntz ended up going to. I was not able to look up and watch that at the time. Yeah, Matthew Rowley says back up. Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate that. Jess says it just needed a quick 5-minute break. Yeah, it just needed that time. Candy R says RIP Chad jokes 2023 through 2023. And it was the Jets that took Zach Kuntz with pick 220. So the Jets go and get a big tight end for the Aaron Rodgers-led Jets team, which still feels weird to say. And the Vikings are now on the clock at pick 222. 49ers' next pick is 253. So we have 31 picks left until the San Francisco 49ers pick again. And we'll see how long it takes to get there. We're on track for, looks like 6.5 hours of recording today. So that's good news. And then Jess said, what about Ant? You need a break? No, I'm doing okay right now. I don't need a break. Horse was nice enough to help me get a break earlier, which I really appreciated. So yeah, so far I'm hanging in there, doing pretty good. And ready to see what's going on. And Jan says, no, Ant is a workhorse. There you go. Jan is nonstop with puns. Jan is killing it with the puns right now. He's on track and on target. And chat rate has been jumping up. So thanks everyone. Thanks for getting the chats going again. I'm appreciative. You guys are killing it right now. So here we go. 49ers this would have been a 49ers 7th round pick. It would have been their first pick of the 7th round. They traded away to Minnesota. Minnesota selection's in. It's going to be revealed. And we'll see, what this pick looks like and who it is. Minus it being Thomas and Coombe, I think I'll be fine with it being anyone. Maybe Blake Whiteheart. That might kind of frustrate me a little bit as well, as those are guys that I'm definitely still holding out hope for the 49ers. And it's Dwayne McBride, running back out of UAB. So solid selection for the Vikings. They get one of the top running backs that are on the board. So Dwayne McBride off the board. Still have plenty of talent left on on this board overall. I think that there's still a lot of talent the 49ers can go ahead and get. So I'm excited about, the potential here in the 7th round. 253 and 255 are when the 49ers pick next. The Los Angeles Rams are currently on the clock. They pick at 223. The Atlanta Falcons are picking at 224. So those are your next couple picks. We are firmly in the 7th round now. And well said, Jan. Well said. So we've now went over 1,000 messages in chat. So thank you all for reaching 1,000 messages in chat today. Well done. You guys have killed it with the conversation. And Ethan Evans, punter from Wingate, goes to the Rams. I did not even know there was a college called Wingate, but the Rams did it. So well done. That is freaking hilarious. And then, we do need some merch for the horse. I had made a horse shirt. I don't think I ever even released it. There's even horse shoes that were released that haven't been put up. 49ers cutback shoes that haven't been officially put up on the merch shop. I need to put some more merch up on the shop. If you guys haven't had a chance to check it out, you can go over to 49erscutbackshop.com. And there is some merch over there, both 49ers related and 49ers cutback related. So you can get either one if you would like. And there's a lot of really cool stuff over there if you have the opportunity. If you don't, it's cool. You don't have to either. And then we're at pick 224 now with the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta's picking 224, 225, and then 226 will be Jacksonville. So Atlanta going back to back here. I feel like they've had a really good offseason through free agent signings, and they've had a really good draft as well. Their pick is about to be revealed. Their first pick, the 224. It's really coming close. And let's see, Atlanta Falcons. Let's see who they select with the next pick. It is DeMarco Hellams, safety out of Alabama. So DeMarco Hellams is off the board. The safety of Alabama. So more safeties still to go. There's lots of players still on the board that are available, for teams to pick. I don't think the 49ers will go safety again. So pretty much all the safeties are off my board. The number one player on my board right now, Eli Ricks and Trey Dean, but they're not going to go safety. But Eli Ricks, McClendon Curtis out of Chattanooga, still available. Those guys both there. Alex Austin, cornerback out of Oregon State. Thomas Incoom, defensive end out of Central Michigan. And Ronnie Hickman, safety, available as well at Ohio State. So still some really good players. Jared Wayne, one of my wide receivers that I've been a really big fan of, he's still available as well. Ben says, is there any team more lost in this process than the Atlanta Falcons? I don't know. I mean, I think, I think they've made some good picks. I like some of their offensive line picks that they made. They're Arthur, they just go about a different way than a lot of teams do. So we'll see how it translates. So pick 225 coming. Dale, he says, is there a South Carolina player available for a position of need? That I don't think. I think most of the South Carolina guys that were going to be in the draft are going to be traded. So I don't think they coincide this year. I don't think the 49ers actually go South Carolina player. So that'll be a little bit different from the norm, because normally the 49ers end up going with a South Carolina player at some point, but not going to happen. Zach Pickens went earlier, and we had some of the other guys get drafted already. So Falcons on the clock here. They have their pick in. It's going to be probably announced after the ad break. Then Jacksonville will be at 226 and 227. So Jacksonville with a couple of 7th-round picks after Atlanta had a couple of 7th-round picks. Niners picking again at 253, and they will have picks at 253 and 255. So almost time for the 49ers to pick again, about, 38 spots. I had to do some quick math. Whew. I had to do quick math real quick and see. And so I think we're getting almost there. We're going to get there eventually. Atlanta Falcons pick is in. And I send a quick text here. Got a text. And I got to respond. It's my wife, so I'm going to respond. And that way she knows that, no, I'm good on snacks and everything, that we're going good. We have enough beverages to be able to make it through the end of the draft here. So thanks everyone for your patience as I turn to my cell phone. But we got a little bit of time left. I think before the 49ers pick again, we're probably talking, 35, 40 minutes at least. We'll see how quickly a lot of the players come off the board. But of course, ESPN and the NFL Network are going to get as much as they can out of the ads as well. Art the Collector says, Winters is my favorite pick today. In high school was all-state in baseball, point guard in basketball, and scored 19 TDs as a receiver his senior year. Also ran track. I like that. So that's an interesting one. Yeah, D. Winters was a very solid pick for the San Francisco 49ers. And we can recap a little bit what the 49ers have done today. D. Winters at 216 was a solid pick. What they've done today is they went with Darrell Lutter, cornerback out of South Alabama. And he's a 5'11 corner and plays really good in zone coverage. They did that at 155. That was our first pick in the 5th round. With pick 173, they went with Robert Beal out of Georgia. And Javon Gwynn ends up going from South Carolina. So there's a South Carolina guy, Jay Ellis. Javon Gwynn from South Carolina gets drafted by the Atlanta Falcons. But Robert Beal out of Georgia, the edge rusher, 4'4", 6'4", 250 pounds, really, really fast guy with elite traits. He was the pick at 173. And then at 216, they went with D. Winters that you just saw, what Art the Collector, was taking care or was talking about. So very good picks, all of them extremely athletic, fits for the 49ers scheme and technique. They're going with guys with elite traits that flash. I like that a lot. That's even what they were doing with yesterday in the picks that they made then. Jair Brown, tremendous amount of upside. I like his ability. Cameron Latou, tremendous amount of upside. So the 49ers definitely have a certain way to go about it, and they're getting it done. And Jay Ellie, given the wifey credit of taking care of me, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jess. You are the best for sure. And so here we are. We're at pick 226. The Jaguars pick is in. Hasn't been announced yet, but we're going to get Jacksonville at 226 and 227, and then Tennessee and Rand Carthon, who's picked a lot of the guys that I really like. So Rand Carthon bringing that 49ers, front office mentality over to Tennessee, and they're drafting players that definitely fit, within those, realm of possibilities. And so the Jaguars are about to make their selection. Somebody is coming up to the monitor. This is interesting. They haven't had an announcement shown in a long time, but they're going to do one right here. So pick 226 coming up for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and then it'll be 227 Jaguars as well. So maybe he's going to read both at the same time. That's what I'm hoping for. From the Pat Tillman Foundation, L. Trice Burks is the one doing the announcements. So we'll see what's up. And with the selection, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Cooper Hodges, guard, Appalachian State. Trent Baalke must like his arm length. But the Jacksonville Jaguars have another pick coming up. Pick 227 is on the horizon. So 227 Jacksonville, 228 Tennessee, 229 Cleveland. JLE says, did you guys do tacos? No, we haven't done tacos yet. To be honest, I haven't really eaten anything as far as actual food. I did have some, you guys probably saw me during the episode. I had some fruit snacks. That's been pretty much the extent of my eating today. I do have some chips over here, some tortilla chips that I haven't really gotten into. But I do have, unless Jess eats it all, we have pizza left from last night. But there wasn't a whole lot. So if she eats it, I'm going to have to, get tacos after this, especially with the big XFL playoff games coming on. Who can miss those, right? So let's see. Jacksonville Jaguars' next pick is about to be announced. Always curious where Trent Baalke goes with his pick. Some of them make a lot of sense, and then some of them are just interesting. Raymond Vohasek, defensive tackle from North Carolina. So interior defensive line here, looking for depth. That means Tennessee is on the clock. Jelly says some little snackies. Yeah, that's kind of where I was going. The little snackies, didn't eat a lot. I'll probably, make sure I get into something after, get some food, because I'm sure I'm hungry. I'm sure she's hungry, and we'll make sure we get some food. But yeah, it's all been about making sure we have the right beverages. You got to have the beverages and everything going. So let's take a look at who's on the ESPN big board, who is still available. That's, I think what's interesting, right, is they have the number one player available. Let's see. Probably going to be Trice again. I don't think he got taken yet. Corey Trice still there. So, a big physical corner. He's still available. Ojomo, who we talked about earlier. Jalen Redmond, Ivan Pace. Pace would definitely not be on the 49ers radar now. But Jalen Redmond and Ojomo, those are two interior defensive linemen. Rajon Wright and Carrington Valentine, both cornerbacks. Valentine from Kentucky, Rajon Wright out of Oregon State. Anthony Johnson Jr., the safety out of Iowa State. I like him, but he's not going to be on target for the 49ers. The Alabama guard that JLE was talking about earlier, Emil Courier, is available. Alex Forsyth, center out of Oregon. My guy Thomas Nkoum, edge rusher out of Central Michigan, is now the number 12 player on the list. Tennessee is picking now. Won't be surprised to see one of my guys get selected by the Tennessee Titans and Ran Carthon. Ran Carthon, he knows what he's doing. The guy is very good at what he does, and he gets very talented players. And he goes Colton Dow, wide receiver out of UT Martin. Okay, I do not know who Colton Dow is. So Ran Carthon, congratulations. There you go. That's extremely impressive. Wow, I definitely have never heard of UT Martin. I've never heard of Colton Dow. But we'll see what's up. We'll see who he is. Ronnie Bell is still available. And on the board, Ryan Hayes, the offensive tackle out of Michigan, of course, a guy that I'm a fan of. And then, you have Ali Gay, LSU defensive end, Andre Carter. We've talked about him pretty extensively. It's starting to look like Andre Carter might go undrafted. And then Gerard Clark, lots of people are a fan of defensive tackle. Those are kind of in the top 25, according to ESPN, players available in this draft. Or the school, yeah. Interesting. Jess says, I did not eat the pizza, but I'm thinking we need taco truck. I'm liking where your head is at. So yeah, taco truck after the draft sounds like a plan to me. Sounds delicious. So that sounds like a good idea, Jess. Art the Collector says, what do you know about Matt Pryor, who he signed? Will he compete for right tackle? Yeah, they brought him in. He's a really big guy. He's got some athletic ability. He fits the system. I think they did bring him in to produce a competition with Colton McKivitz and with Jalen Moore. And I think that they think he adds some depth as well, just in case, they have an injury or whatever, they can go ahead and use Matt Pryor. I thought that was a solid signing, a system fit, and a guy that's got a lot of mean to him. So to me, I thought that was a great signing. And yeah, I think he's going to go in there and he's going to push Colton McKivitz. I fully expect Colton McKivitz to win the job and start at right tackle. But I think Matt Pryor also puts pressure on Jalen Moore to produce. You can't have Jalen Moore just thinking he could sit back and get that spot. So to me, it was a nice insulation move. Candy R says, can you get me some taco truck? It lived up to the hype. Yeah, so I have a favorite taco truck that I go to, and they catered the wedding, and Candy R got to have the tacos, and he's saying, hey, it lived up to the hype. So yeah, the taco truck is absolutely fantastic. Baltimore Ravens pick is in at pick 229, so we're almost at 230. And they pick Andrew Verhees. So there you go, JLE. Andrew Verhees, the guard from USC, goes off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. A tremendous value here at pick 229. Pick 230 is coming up next for the Buffalo Bills, and then 231 for Las Vegas Raiders. So we're getting really close. We got 23 picks left until the 49ers pick again. Christian McCaffrey away from picking at 253, and the Ravens take a very talented player in Andrew Voorhees. So well done. It's you got to sometimes take chances. This is where you do. 49ers pretty close to this range last year. I believe it was 220, took Kalia Davis as one of those 6-round comp picks, and they knew he had an injury and they're probably going to redshirt him, and this is the time that you could do that. So next up for picks is the Buffalo Bills. We'll see what Buffalo ends up doing in this draft and who they take off the board that the 49ers could be interested in. It's a good question who it's going to end up being. I keep looking to keep updated on any news. Haven't really seen anything yet, but there are still some really good players available for the San Francisco 49ers throughout this draft. Isaiah Land is still another player. Keaton Mitchell, the speed running back out of Eastern Carolina. That is an interesting one there. TJ Bass, offensive tackle out of Oregon. As we're talking about that. Jackson Kirkland out of Washington. I think he's a guard. I wasn't a huge fan of his film. Blake Whiteheart, of course, number 37 overall, according to ESPN. I love him. If he's available at 253, I'd be interested in that. Sean Tucker, good running back out of Syracuse. He becomes an undrafted free agent. Get him. Hunter Lupke, get him if he's a undrafted free agent. I think that's something to remember too. Now we're starting to get to the time where some of these guys are going to be undrafted free agents. McClendon Curtis out of Chattanooga would be another solid, guy for the Niners to be able to pick up. There is a lot of really, really good talent late in this draft. It was definitely a deep one. Gervais Owens, safety out of Houston. Looks like he could go undrafted. Alex Austin. Rashad Torrance, the safety out of Florida. Looks like he could go undrafted. And JLE, I just looked it up again. And sure enough, Caleb Murphy is listed out of Fresno State. So instead of Ferris State. So they did mess up on the website. I thought for a second maybe I just said it wrong, but that's how it was read on here. Braden Willis is still available, the tight end. He looks like he probably going to go undrafted. So it's getting pretty interesting. The Buffalo Bills pick is in, and it's going to be read here in a second once it's revealed. It is going to be Nick Broker, guard Ole Miss. So a little bit of a run on interior offensive linemen here. Guys looking to get value. So there's going to be a lot of players. And it looks like, the linebacker we were talking about earlier with Freddie McDray, Charlie Thomas, could go, undrafted as well. So plenty of talent, that's going to be available in the undrafted market. The 49ers, I'm sure, are going to pounce on some of those. And there's still going to be, a pretty good amount of players that's going to be available at 253 and 255. With the Bills pick being in, the Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock at 231. Green Bay Packers pick at 232. And the 49ers are getting closer here. We've got to get to 253. So they are 22 picks away from selecting. And it's going to be fun. The Raiders pick is in. Green Bay up next, Washington after that. And we're almost within 20 picks of the 49ers next pick. And then once they do, they have 2 picks. They're in the 7th round, right almost back to back. Just like at the end of the 3rd round, the 7th round kind of ends the same way with those 2 picks that happen pretty quickly. So NFL draft, I'm still looking at some of these guys that are on the charts. I'm getting an idea of who's going to be undrafted free agents. It looks like my guy Tanner Morgan is going to be an undrafted free agent quarterback. Could the 49ers take a chance at him? Potentially. We still have Max Duggan, right? He's still available. So looking at the list, I mean, there's a lot of guys that are still available in this draft that the 49ers could get. And then there's a lot of guys that are going to be undrafted free agents that they could take advantage of signing. How many they get, I think, will be a big question. But with the amount of talent, they could definitely fill out their roster with the amount of guys that are there. Another guy that I like, an outside linebacker, edge type guy, Noah Taylor. I thought he had developmental pass rushing ability out of North Carolina. I would not mind seeing them get a hold of him and redshirting him on their practice squad. I think if they put some size on him as far as weight, he could develop into a pretty good edge rusher. I thought he had decent technique. Of course, Tyson Bagent, who got brought up earlier out of Shepherd, potentially another guy the 49ers could sign as an undrafted free agent. Nesta Jade Silveria, defensive tackle from Arizona State, just got drafted to the Raiders at pick 231. So a big defensive tackle that I know that we had heard, rumors the 49ers definitely had some interest in. Was it going to materialize? It didn't. And so at pick 232, Green Bay Packers are on the clock. Washington Commanders at pick 233. Those are coming up. As I keep reading, Cam Jones, the 49ers have met with him, linebacker. He's still available. Brenton Cox, we had brought him up before, but his off-the-field issues are probably the reason he won't go drafted. Maybe someone doesn't feel, they could take a chance on him. Joey Fisher, the tackle from Shepherd, is still available as well. So good players. And then Joseph Ngata out of Clemson, but he went to Folsom. I've been watching him play since he was a freshman in high school. Joseph Ngata, his brother Daniel Ngata was at Arizona for a while. So pretty talented family overall. I believe they are cousins with Brandon Ayuk. Both of them, originally from that Nevada area, and then Brandon Ayuk going to Rockland and them going to Folsom. But that's why Ngata's been working out with them. And David Harmon says, is it running back o'clock? It could be. There's definitely, if the running back is there, you could go take a chance on it. Luke Luna says, do the Texans bite us and go with quarterback with Mr. Irrelevant? They could. Could they get their own? If Max Duggan is available, that would be probably a really good pick for them. As a guy that started a lot of football games in college, has enough athletic ability to get outside the pocket. Definitely needs some work, but he's got some pretty good potential and a pretty good arm. To me, that would make sense. So the Packers are on the clock here. The pick is in. We're just waiting for it to be revealed. The Washington Commanders are at 233, and the Rams again at 234. Rams are definitely getting a tremendous amount of volume as far as picks go. But hey, you got to do what you got to do. So Andre Carter, Rajon Wright, Kenny McIntosh, the running back out of Georgia. Those guys are all available. The Green Bay Packers selection is about to be revealed, and we'll see where they go. Another team that runs 49ers offense. So we'll be looking for a similar skill set. Let's see what they've done. They've definitely helped out their young quarterback, going tight end twice, getting a wide receiver. Let's see if they continue to help out Jordan Love. They get Carrington Valentine, cornerback out of Kentucky. A tremendous amount of value here in the 7th round. So a good move by Green Bay. And with that pick, we're now at pick 233 for the Washington Commanders, which means the 49ers are now 20 picks away from their next selection here in the 7th round, and their next to last selection. Gotta love the movement in the draft early on. Not a lot of movement since. There hasn't been a lot of trades. There's been a couple here or there, but round 1, tremendous amount of trades. Rounds 2 and 3, good amount of trades. And then day 3, there's been a trade here or there, but it seems like it really hasn't been a ton of movement. And I think that's okay. I kind of like it when they go through the picks. I think most of the time they already know who they're going to take. Like here's Washington, their pick is in. And so Washington pick is in. We'll be waiting for it to get revealed. And then they'll be moving on. And it'll be the Rams and the Green Bay Packers again. So 2 teams once again that could take 49ers offensive personnel. If I'm looking at my board right here, as far as players that I'd like the 49ers to take with the next couple picks, I love Thomas and Coombe. I would love that. I love Blake Whiteheart, and I love DeJuan Johnson. If we got 2 of those 3 guys, I would be extremely happy about it. And so those would be guys I'm definitely interested in. As far as guys that I want to see them sign as undrafted free agents, I'm down with Tanner Morgan, the quarterback out of Minnesota, Nico Remigio, wide receiver out of Fresno State, just to name a couple, but there's a ton of other guys too that I would like as well that I think could fit the system. And if any of these guys that I'm high on, like Blake Whiteheart or Thomas and Coombe, do not get drafted, number one, I'll be shocked if they don't get drafted. But if they don't, I wish the 49ers could bring them in as UDFAs, undrafted free agents. I think that they would be good. And we just crossed the 6-hour mark in the stream. So thanks everyone for staying with me. If you've been here the entire time, congratulations. I can't believe you've been here for 6 hours for this stream as we continue to talk 49ers draft and NFL draft. Thank you so much. If you just joined in, I appreciate you being here. If you'll like the video, I really appreciate it. If you share it on social media, it helps a lot. It helps the algorithm kick out more content. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Do lots of 49ers content here. Always enjoy doing 49ers content, and I'm looking forward to doing even more in the future, and you could be all a part of it. So thank you guys so much for everything you guys do. You guys have been great, and we have gotten a lot of subscriptions today. So very thankful for that. The amount of super chats that came in were overwhelming, and that was really special. So thank you guys so much for that as well. I appreciate all that you do. The Washington Commanders pick has come in, and it's Andre Jones, linebacker from Louisiana. Next up, I don't know much about Andre Jones. I'm going to keep it honest. But next up is going to be the Los Angeles Rams. They're going to be picking at 234, followed by the Green Bay Packers picking at 235. So we're right in the middle of the 7th round right now and looking to push through and see what else happens there. 49ers have made 6 selections in this draft. They made 6 selections in this draft. They had 11 picks. They have picked Jair Brown. They picked Jake Moody. They picked Cameron Latou. They picked Robert Beal, Daryl Lutter, and D. Winters. So they've addressed a few of the positions that you needed to go. KNDR says, dang, Ant, you've been on longer than I slept last night. Yeah, 6 hours. Kind of expected it. But yeah, so when I went to my positions of most need, we said that we were saying they needed to address edge rusher. They addressed it edge rusher with Robert Beal. They need to address safety. They did with Jair Brown. Offensive line, they have not. Tight end, they did with Cameron Latou. They need to, as far as getting ahead, making sure you're drafting guys to help in the future. They did get a corner. So they haven't addressed offensive line. That would somewhat, you would think it would be expected, but like we've talked about in chat, maybe they don't. The Rams picked Jason Taylor II, safety out of Oklahoma State. So Jason Taylor II off the board at pick 234. So maybe they think their offensive line, they don't really have a need at offensive line. That's what it looks like. They're good with rolling with Colton McKivitz and the guys that they've brought in, including John Feliciano. And so they're going to go that route. And as far as getting ahead, they've been willing to do it with Daryl Lutter at cornerback. But interior defensive line, wide receiver, and O-line, they haven't. But the fact they haven't addressed O-line means they feel like they don't have to get ahead. And this is something that I thought could be a possibility with potentially no players available from 99 to 102 that could start over Colton McKivitz, that maybe you just wait a year and address offensive tackle in next year's draft in the 1st and 2nd round. You have all your draft picks next year, and the value of offensive tackle you could get in the 1st or 2nd round is definitely high. I mean, think about this year. If you had a first-round pick, a late first-round pick, you could have drafted Matthew Bergeron, and yes, he could have stepped in and started day one for the San Francisco 49ers at right tackle. So I think that might be the best way to go, especially if you could get a stud tackle in the draft next year. And Trent Williams had decided to play a couple more years. Eventually that tackle could move to the other side. So I think right now they've done a pretty good job so far. And what's up, Stovey? How's it going? Stovey says, how are we feeling about the draft? Feeling pretty good. I think they've done what they needed to do. I liked a lot of their selections. I thought Jair Brown was good. He's gonna be nice playing next to Talanoa Hufanga over the next several years. Probably a red shirt with Tayshaun Gibson. I'm sure he'll get some snaps, but Gibson's gonna be the starter this year. And then when you go to Jake Moody, you had a need at kicker, maybe a little high with the 3rd round. We've had mixed responses from that about Jake Moody. I think the selection of Ryland in the 4th round by the New England Patriots makes you think that they probably would have taken Moody there. So if you wanted to get him, that was your spot. You had to get him. Cameron Latou, a guy that's hasn't been playing tight end very long, but he's athletic. He does catch the ball well. He's good after the catch, and he's got a linebacker mentality. So they get him there. Address tight end. I think it was important to address tight end. I think day 3 is really where I've enjoyed it the most. Daryl Lutter out of South Alabama was a player that I've been a fan of. He was on my top 75 players the 49ers should draft, and he's really, really good in zone coverage. So I thought that was solid. Then they get Robert Beal, another guy on my top 75 players the 49ers should get, and he's a 4'4" guy off the edge, 6'4", 250. you're getting an elite trait guy that Chris Kasarik can mold and develop, and you put a little bit more weight on him, he'll be dynamic. I like that a lot. And then with the last pick, D. Winters, dude that can fly around and make some plays. So Lou Nichols, the third, out of Central Michigan, the running back, is the pick of the Green Bay Packers with pick 235. So overall, I think the 49ers have done a really good job of selecting players. They still have 2 selections left. They traded away, some of their picks, but overall, they're doing a really good job. And I think that they got, let's see what they do with these next couple picks. But I think they came in the draft with a certain mentality of what they wanted to execute and who they wanted to get, and I think they've done a good job with that. Jay Ellie says DeJuan Johnson, Curtis, the offensive lineman, Carter, the defensive end, and Jarrett, the wide receiver, Fisher, the offensive tackle. Those are guys that he likes. Fisher, the offensive tackle, right? Joey Fisher out of Shepherd. Interesting. Frank says we're going to end up taking Jack Offenheimer and Joe Huda. Future all O linemen, just watch. They'll be ready in 2026. Oh, geez. Killing me. But that was pretty good, Frank. That's pretty good. So we're at pick 236. Indianapolis's pick is in. They'll be announcing that pretty soon. And then we got Seattle. And we always want to watch what Seattle does as far as picks. And then the Miami Dolphins, who, once again, if they go on offense, it's a guy that you could take their spot. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see, who those guys pick in those situations. And we are 236. The pick is in. So we're probably at actually 237. It means the 49ers are 16 picks away. Yeah. Toby says, love the Moody pick. Look, the Pats traded up for a kicker, so we had to get him before the 4th. I think you're right. I think you're right, Stovey. I think that is the reason that the 49ers ended up going kicker early. They just felt like they, had to go ahead and make a move, and they did it. And, good for them. If they felt convicted enough to do so, that they needed that player, they went out and did it. So good job on them. And the Colts pick is still in. They have not announced it. Seattle, Miami, soon to come. So we'll see what happens here with the board, but a lot of good players available. Nkum still available. Jared Wayne, I like Jared Wayne a lot out of Pitt. Who knows? He might go undrafted. But DeJuan Johnson, like JLE said, that's one of the players that is really fun to watch. Blake Whiteheart, absolutely great all around tight end. He's somebody that is exciting to watch as well. So really good football player still left on the board. The Indianapolis Colts selection is about to be revealed here, and we'll see who they end up going with. And it's Jake Witt, offensive tackle out of Northern Michigan. So Jake Witt is the selection with pick 236. That puts the Seattle Seahawks on the board at 237. And then the Miami Dolphins at 238. So a D2 player in Jake Witt, very athletic guy, is going to the Indianapolis Colts. And the Colts taking a shot at a guy that really doesn't have a lot of name recognition, but is potentially a developmental guy that can do some things. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock, and in fact, the pick is in. They're picking at 237. At pick 238 is the Miami Dolphins. Pick 239 is the Los Angeles Chargers. So pretty good here. James Hall, what's up? James says Jennings would transition well to pass tight end probably. You're right. Justin says my boy Caleb Murphy out of Ferris got to get drafted. I like Caleb Murphy a lot too. I don't know if he's going to end up getting drafted. I'm looking at the board here, and he's still pretty firmly down, and so not sure he's going to end up getting drafted. But the Seattle Seahawks have selected Kenny McIntosh, running back out of Georgia. That's their second running back they've taken in this draft, so they have definitely loaded up at the running back position. But yeah, Caleb Murphy, very talented player. I enjoy watching his film. I thought he was explosive and fun to watch. This is kind of the category where you take a chance on a guy like Caleb Murphy that could develop into a big-time player. So hopefully he gets drafted in the 7th round. I do believe that if he doesn't, that someone will take a chance on him as an undrafted free agent. The Miami Dolphins selection is in here at 238. So they went a little bit speed here and fast with the picks. It makes sense with the Miami Dolphins because everybody they draft seems to be fast. The Dolphins select Ryan Hayes, offensive tackle, Michigan. So there goes one of the guys on the board. And once again, scheme fit. So, when you're drafting these guys and you're finding them and they fit your scheme, you're going to end up either they're going to be on your team in those 11 picks or you're going to be disappointed they go somewhere else. But when you have so many offenses that run the same system as Kyle Shanahan, it's inevitable that you're going to have players like Ryan Hayes go to a team that makes sense. So, when they're drafting offense, you're probably going to lose one of those players. So let's see what we got left. Stovey says still some good tackles left we could get. There is. Jay Ellie says he thought that Witt would be an undrafted free agent towards us. 49ers Faithful, what's up? Josh says Jose Ramirez still out there for a flyer. No, he got drafted already. So Jose Ramirez got drafted. Frank says a kicker, bad 49ers, bad. You must be punished, LOL. Justin says we from the same school, so I'm praying for him. Same high school. There you go. Yeah, support your guy. Definitely. I like that, and he's a good player, Justin. You should be very proud of him. His video and film is really good, and I hope he gets a shot. I really do. Chargers pick is in at 239, so we'll see. We're at an ad commercial break for the broadcast that I'm watching. Daly says trench it. I like trenches too. Josh says still want my boy Gervais Owens. It's looking like Josh Gervais Owens might go undrafted. There are still plenty of safeties on the board. We've talked about the devaluing of safeties amongst the league. Same with off-ball linebackers. It seems like it's just a devalued position along with running back. Running back has picked up a little bit lately, but it just appears that that's the case. And so Gervais Owens might be available for the 49ers. I know they brought him in as an undrafted free agent, but at 253, 255, I wouldn't be against them taking him there either. James Hall says, best tackle, please. I love that Stovey said kickers are players too. I've been loving that. James Hall, best tackle, please. Yeah, we'll see who that is. It could be, on my board, the best tackle available is Alex Palzewski out of Illinois. If you guys listen to Larry Krueger, he's like his dude. But that's not why I like him. I like him. I was watching him kind of the same time Brian Carter was watching him as well. I kind of picked up on him around the same time. I heard Krueger talking about him, but I didn't get to offensive tackle film until later. I did confirm that he was a good enough player to be drafted, but I never thought he was a high round pick for sure. Let's see. Yeah, 49ers Faithful says, if we can just scoop, I'm with you. Luke says we need fast running back. We need a speed guy. There's still running backs out there that are available in this draft. 1 second, guys. I'm going to have to. I thought I was going to have to sneeze, but it went away. I thought I was going to have to mute and sneeze, but I was able to withstand. Let's see. Where's it at? I'm going to go to running backs real quick. There's a running back, Keaton Mitchell out of East Carolina. Could be somebody the 49ers could target unless he goes here pretty soon. Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. They are pick 240, which means we're 13 picks away from the San Francisco 49ers picking. We'll see, who the Jacksonville Jaguars pick. They've been picking it. Will they take somebody that was potentially on the 49ers list? We'll find out here pretty quick. 240 is the Jacksonville Jaguars. 241 Pittsburgh Steelers. 242 the Green Bay Packers. Let's see. Josh says, if we can't just scoop him for a camp body, I'd love it. I'm with you. Frank says 5th round, the cornerback and the edge. Those picks feel solid. I'm with you, Frank. I like the picks of Lutter and of Robert Beal. I'm a huge fan of those. 49ers Faithful Josh says 5th round by far best round. It was. It seems like it always just feels really good. 49ers Faithful says Elijah Higgins. He got drafted as well. Miami Dolphins took Elijah Higgins. And so the Dolphins and a lot of these teams that are running the same system, they're going out and they're grabbing these players that fit the 49ers scheme. And so every time one of those players comes up, Green Bay, the Rams, the Dolphins, now the Titans, the Texans, the Jets, anytime those guys come up and it's an offensive pick, you worry about losing a player. Some of them defense, but mainly offense because, Miami runs a different defense out there. But yeah, I mean, as far as that's what's going on. Derek Parrish, fullback out of Houston, is the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's a complete Trent Baalke move, by the way. Go in that directions. JLE says, no need to draft a running back, UDFA it. I think you're right. So I do think that, running back will probably happen as undrafted free agent. They'll probably sign 1, maybe 2 as undrafted free agents and have them come in and compete. But that running back room for the 49ers is absolutely stacked. Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell, Jordan Mason, TDP. It's loaded. The chances of being able to make the 49ers roster at running back is not good. But hey, get a UDFA in there just in case there's an injury, let them develop, put them on the practice squad. I think it's always good and smart. Elijah Harper. Let me see if Elijah Harper is still there. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember seeing his name come off the board. But I like to double check and make sure, that he's still available, but I haven't seen him come off the board. There has been a lot of wide receivers left. So looking here, looking. Not finding Elijah Harper yet. But I did do this earlier and missed the guy when I was looking in the search. So maybe I did miss him, or maybe he got drafted, but I don't think he did. I don't remember seeing Elijah Harper's name come across. But there's been so many players in this draft that it's pretty crazy. So I didn't see Elijah Harper, but it doesn't mean that he's not available. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is what did they list D Parrish as fullback, not edge? Was that who just got drafted? Yeah, I think they listed him. If that's who it is, he got listed as a fullback. Oh, very small school guy. Then yeah, I think he's available still. I have not seen him come off the board. And then the list I was looking on, he's not even on there. So he's probably not somebody they believe is going to get drafted. The Steelers just picked Corey Trice, who has been the number 1 guy on ESPN's board for maybe the last hour. So Corey Trice goes to Pittsburgh. Now we're on pick 242. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. 242. Niners are about 11 picks away. So we'll see what they end up doing here with 253 and 255. Actually, it looks like the 49ers are up to 247. Did they make a trade? Did I miss something, guys? I don't know why I'm thinking that I missed something, but I could just swear I just saw the 49ers. Oh, no, the 49ers do pick 247. So my apologies. 49ers pick 247, 253, and 255. So the Niners are almost up. We're about 5 picks away for the 49ers making a selection. So I made a little bit of a mistake and missed one of their picks. So they're almost up. We're almost there, guys. So they still have players that they're able to draft. So Green Bay is on the clock. We got the New York Football Giants at 243. The Dallas Cowboys at 244. I know Tim is saying, no, we had 3 in the 7th. when the 49ers traded pick 222 yesterday, I thought that was the 7th round pick that they traded. So that was on me. I just saw the pick go, and I thought that was one of the 7th round picks that they traded away. Paul says, I have my own list, and you weren't pitching, so I thought maybe we could trade it away, but it's there. So there you go. So Jelly says, yeah, 247, 253, 255. Olivia says, quick recovery. Did Hunter go? Let's see. I don't remember. No, Hunter is still available. Hunter's still available. Austin Alvarado said, would like Jordan from Jackson State, Andre Carter, and Wright. Those are some talented individuals, and right now would be the time to take a chance on those guys for sure. So, yeah, 247, that's the one I missed. Apologies on that, everyone. And Anthony Johnson Jr., the safety out of Iowa State, just got drafted by the Green Bay Packers with pick 242. Olivia says, depth is the name of the game. I'm with you. Definitely. So 247, 253, and 255. We're going to have some fun here at the end as the 49ers are going to be making some more picks. We've got New York Giants and Dallas Cowboys. So NFC East will get there first. Jan is back. Said you timed yourself out. But welcome back, Jan. Welcome to chat. We're getting closer to 49ers time. So as we get closer to the 49ers time, I welcome in all the new viewers that are coming in to check it out and check out the pick. Thanks for coming back in. If you haven't been on the channel, like it, give us a subscription. Really appreciate it. It goes a lot to help the channel. So thank you guys so much for everything that you do and all that you've contributed. You guys have been absolutely fantastic today. And we have picked up lots of subscribers. So thank you so much. Looking forward to more interactions with all of you in the future. Justin says, I hate that the Saints took Jacob Hayner, Fresno quarterback, over DTR, UCLA's quarterback. It was a move that it makes sense because of the type of offense that you're going to be running, right? I mean, you have Derek Carr. Jake Hayner is very similar to how he goes, but he's definitely a 4th round version of Derek Carr. So I mean, I get it. Personnel wise, it makes a lot of sense. DTR, he's on his way. He's an athletic guy, but I think there's a lot that needs to be done there, accuracy wise, and just processing information. Right now, he's a 1-2 read and run guy. He's going to have to learn to process left side of the field to right side of the field, but I think he can do that for sure. Josh says, Ant, did you like the Latu pick? I did. I know I'm probably in the minority in this a lot, and they did list Parrish as a fullback, by the way, JLE. So yeah, I like the Latu pick. To me, I liked him in the passing game. I understand the concerns with him as an inline blocker and as a blocker in the NFL. I think he's developmental in that category. But as far as the way he catch and run, the ability to make plays with the ball in his hands, I thought it was good. The mentality to take on defenders was something I enjoyed. I thought his route running it keeps getting better and better. So yeah, I was actually a fan of the Latu pick. And I think that, I think he's eventually going to be a playmaker for the 49ers. Also, his ability to play power slot is something strategically I think is going to be smart for the 49ers. Right now, when Jawan Jennings comes on to play the slot, they stay in a sub packaging and play nickel. And I know I like Jawan Jennings on, most. Jordan Riley going defensive tackle from Oregon goes to the Giants. And I like that a lot of times sub packages Jawan Jennings on nickels. But I think I would love to have a matchup sometimes where we put a power slot in there against a base 4-3 linebacker. And if he can develop as a run blocker, that would definitely be good for the 49ers. Those personnel groupings are better for George Kittle. Those personnel groupings are better for Christian McCaffrey and for Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. So I think that's part of the trend and why I kind of liked it. Are the collectors also still like to see a wide receiver? It could still happen. Plus, with the amount of guys available, there's going to be some undrafted guys for sure. Frank says this has not been a bad draft at all, but it's about the future. The 2024 draft will be so interesting. Yeah, they're going to have picks in every round. They're going to have a ton of picks and a ton of draft capital to use. That one will be about securing one of the tackles of the future, whether that's the eventual tackle for Trent Williams or the tackle for Colton McKivitz. Austin wants Grant Dubois or Dubois. I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. But yeah, I did end up watching him. I believe he's out of Charlotte. I liked him as well. Sean Tucker. I like Sean Tucker as well. I think he's good. Muhammad Ibrahim, another running back. Those dudes all have some skills. And I think those guys at this point with the 49ers would be undrafted free agent targets. I don't think they're going to select a running back. I could be wrong, but I think you could kind of get more bang for your buck later. So Dallas is on the clock. Their pick is in at 244. 49ers picking at 247. We're going to have New England and then Cincinnati after the Dallas pick. Olivia says, or Big Wing with Big Poe. Yeah, Jason Poe is a fun player. I'm curious to see his development. They went out and got John Feliciano. They've talked about Nick Zakelj developing his strength and his ability, explosiveness during the offseason. I think those are definitely things he needed to work on. So I want to see who Poe ends up being. He definitely developed during the preseason last year and went from being a third string interior offensive lineman to be a second string interior offensive lineman for preseason. Of course, he wasn't that during the season because Daniel Brunskill came back, but curious to see how he develops for sure. Austin says Moro Ojomo, he's still available, the defensive end out of Texas. So yeah, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of talent that is still on the board that the 49ers can get, and they have 3 picks coming up, and I still have lots of players on the 75-player big board. So that's really good news for the 49ers. They're going to get some good picks here at the end of the 7th round. So Dallas pick, we're waiting for another ad here. I wish they would just go ahead and show them. I mean, the pick is in, right? We're ready. Let's see. And Allison says just wasn't a fan of the tight end, though. He's a poor man's Kittle. I think he's different than Kittle. To me, he reminded me more of Jordan Reed as far as body style and some of that. And he's definitely not in Jordan Reed's category right now, but just kind of more that way. I think he's different. Frank says, I think Winters will be a star very quick, very instinctive and quick. Yeah, I like that one. I wasn't too familiar with Winters, but I went and watched a little bit of his highlights. I'm going to break out a film later and watch it and check it out and see how he does play to play. But the flashiness, the way he's able to get downhill and make plays, the blitzing off the edge with an aggressive style blitzing coach made a lot of sense. So going after what they do as far as defense, to me, it was a very good pick, fits the system, and I think he could be an impact player here in the next couple of years. I liked it a lot. You throw him in there in the competition with Marcelino McCurry-Ball. Jalen Brooks, wide receiver from South Carolina, is the selection at 244 for the Cowboys. So 245, New England is now on the clock. WTM says it feels like Steve Wilkes is setting up his defense. Yeah, I think so. I think that was Winters was definitely a player that fits. The fact he had 9 sacks, the way he's able to blitz and come off the edge was very apparent. He's good as far as field in the passing game, as far as zone. The 49ers, they know about drafting linebackers. They've done such a good job throughout the years. So Winters, a solid pick for the San Francisco 49ers. I liked it a lot. But I am looking forward to breaking out, and just seeing how he does play in and play out. Luke says, whether it's in the 7th or undrafted, whatever running back they pick up, I hope it has speed. We're lacking speed, that shifty, quick speed. Even Mitchell's speed is more power than anything, and he's injured a lot. Yeah, I'm with you. Keaton Mitchell will probably be a guy to grab as far as speed goes. But they definitely shifted when they had Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida, Tevin Coleman. All those guys were 4.4 and under. And then they shifted to a more big physical running back. And then now they got Christian McCaffrey. And McCaffrey's a 4.5 guy, but you could tell it's, not that elite speed, but he can do it all. Stovey says, Kittle's going to teach him how to bring the dog out. And he played linebacker, so he's got that mentality. So I'm curious what he ends up being for sure. Josh says Winters is a faster Fred. I like that. He looks quick. I mean, that was the first thing that jumped out to me because I didn't do a lot of work, Josh, on linebackers, knowing probably the 49ers weren't going to address it early in the draft for sure, maybe not until late. I thought it would actually be a UDFA guy. So I didn't get too far into it. So I didn't actually watch D. Winters until today after they drafted him. But I mean, just I saw a little bit of it, and I was like, oh, this guy kind of jumps on film, and I like that. Jelly says, is there that much of a difference between Latu and Willis? Maybe. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I like Latu a lot more. I think Latu definitely has a lot more feel in the zone. I think he turns to runner a lot better. He plays more violently. And I think because he's developing at the position and he hasn't been there so long, like I like him better. But definitely. Olivia says revamp secondary speed and playmakers. Yeah, they did revamp the secondary for sure. The Bengals just selected DJ Ivey, cornerback out of Miami, at 246, officially putting the 49ers on the clock at 247. So we're about to get a pick here. Tons of talent. Let me know who you guys think is going to be the pick or what position the 49ers are going to go after. WTM says, Coach Ant, for some reason it feels Winters might start. Well, he'll have the opportunity. I mean, it's definitely the 49ers always give people the opportunity to come in and pick. The 49ers pick is in or come in and play. So Winters will come in there and compete with Oren Burks and Marcelino McCrary-Ball and Curtis Robinson. They have some talent there. I think Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles will now probably be the guy on the outside looking in. Also, Winters is going to have an effect on special teams. I think that's where he could have tremendous value. But yeah, I mean, if he beats out Oren Burks, he beats out Oren Burks, right? It's pretty cool. Long time says, thanks for your work, man. And I read the 49ers had a visit with wide receiver from Adams State U, Colorado. I forgot his name, though. The article said he had 4.4 speed. I wonder if he went. No one out of Adams State has been drafted, but I would love to watch the player, depending on who he is. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, the pick, I'm still waiting for the pick to be announced. Luke says Latu will learn quick. I think he has upside that others on our roster don't. He was a late transition into the position, and he got better as he played. Yeah, I'm for it. I think he's an upgrade, and that's what it was about, upgrading the tight end position, and I think that's something they still have to do. Randy says, did Josh Wild go? And I've been working all day. Yeah, he did. He got drafted by, I believe it was the Tennessee Titans that took Josh Wild. So, yeah, he's gone. Stovey says tackle. Austin says I wanted them to get Ringo or Adabare, Johnson, McGuire, Fayoko. They did not get that, not the tight end. So yeah, I mean, then that would burn, right? That would hurt. So the early on in the draft, I wanted the Niners to be able to get Jonathan Mingo. I had a feeling he was probably going to go in the second round, and they weren't going to get him. So that one, when he got picked, that one kind of hurt too. So we're waiting for the 49ers pick to be announced. They're going to have pick 247. Houston will pick 248. Philly 249. And then 49ers will be back up on the clock at 253. So we're going to get 3 picks here in the next 10 and actually the next 8. So that'll be good. San Francisco 49ers selection is about to be announced, and we'll see who it is. Hopefully it's Thomas Nkoum. That's what I want. Blake Whiteheart, either one of those guys. I'm jumping for joy. And it is Braden Willis, tight end from Oklahoma. So it is a tight end, just not the tight end, that I would have picked right there. But Braden Willis. So you brought it up earlier, Jay Ellie, and they go Braden Willis. So now the 49ers did address tight end. They get Cameron Latu. They get Braden Willis. They are going for guys that can get it done in the passing game. This is cool. So, I mean, overall, it's a cool pick. They went tight end. We were right about them doubling up on tight end. Braden Willis is a fun watch. So, it was inevitable they were going to go tight end. They've got 2 picks left, and we'll see what they do. Yeah, JLE says Mingo would have been something. Yeah, I'm with you. I think he's going to be special in this league. He was giving me all those A.J. Brown vibes, and I didn't want to put that on him, but he was definitely giving me that. Well, they says another tight end. Stovey, they Brandon Hill, safety from Pittsburgh, just went to Houston. I think that the thought was always going to be 2 tight ends, and Charlie Warner and Ross Dwelly are going to have to work their butts off to be able to make this roster. I think the odds of Ross Dwelly making this roster now are not good, barring injury. But I think that Charlie Warner right now has the the foothold on the fact that he's a good blocker. But if Cameron Latou and Braden Willis can prove that they can be efficient blockers, they're going to be on this team. And if the 49ers decide you keep 4 tight ends like they did last year with Tyler Kroft, Charlie Warner, and Ross Dwelley behind George Kittle, they could easily keep Charlie Warner as the tight end to block and the other 2 young rookies to be able to make an impact. So they are all about bringing in guys to improve the room. Stovey says, I get it, but no O-line at all. That I'm with you on. I am seriously shocked that they have not drafted an offensive lineman. I did not think it was going to be in the 3rd round. I kind of talked myself out of that just because I didn't think any of those guys could start over Colton McKivitz, but I did think a Ryan Hayes or, one of those guys later in the draft would have made sense for the 49ers. Ryan Hayes, of course, goes to Miami, system fit. So I do think that, offensive line, they have 2 picks left. Would one of those guys make the team? Probably not. Maybe they're extremely high on, the guys that they've gotten. Maybe Jalen Moore improved a lot. They did draft 2 offensive linemen last year. Actually, they drafted 2 and then signed Poe as an undrafted free agent. So Nick Sakel, Jason Poe, coming in to help. Maybe they're more over the moon about those guys, but I am a little surprised. So I'm with Stovey on that. Jay Ellie says Blake Whiteheart should have been one of them. I love Blake Whiteheart. I'm with you. I would have been Blake Whiteheart as well. Kimmy says Charlie can't catch, but he can block. He can. He's a heck of a blocker, but you're right. The catching has been an issue, and I think ultimately that's what the 49ers have thought they needed to make a move at tight end because of that reason. David Campbell says, I like tight ends. I love that. Frank says, can he block? I have backup tight end anxiety. He's an okay blocker. He could get better at it. I wouldn't put him in the category of Charlie Warner where he's a really efficient blocker. So, there's going to have to be some work there, but you got another big bodied tight end that's going to be able to make a play, and Braden Willis, a San Francisco 49ers player with pick 247. Also another player on the big board. So it's been pretty successful big board so far. Philadelphia Eagles are picking, expected to be someone from Georgia that we didn't even know was available. We'll see what happens when that comes down. No, they take Moro Ojomo, defensive end tackle, Texas. So Eagles go D-line again. Wow. Austin gives the grade for the 49ers draft grade as C. Brad Jones says, Ant, my man, missed the whole stream too early down under. Sorry, mate. Happy so far with today's draft. Yeah, I've been very happy with the draft. Darrell Lutter, I'm a huge fan of that pick. I thought that was great. Robert Beal, the edge the edge from Georgia, that speed, fantastic. I was huge fans of that. So those are really good. D. Winter, the linebacker out of TCU, has all kinds of quick twitch, and he flashes on film. Very much like that pick. And then Braden Willis right now, it was all about getting a second tight end. I think I was going more for a tight end that was more well-rounded like Blake Whiteheart, but the 49ers decided to go with Braden Willis. It was just last week I heard Braden Willis say that the 49ers loved him and he loved them, and so apparently it was something that worked. So there you go. Luke says they like guys who have been developing. They like free agents brought in. I think our O-line is underrated. You think they would have brought in a guy to sit for a couple years? I think that's the issue. It's just, if you're going to bring someone in, right, they have to be able to get on the field. And I don't think they have that right now. Now they could take someone with one of these last 2 picks because the guy's not expected to make the roster. You could stash him on practice squad and develop him. So to me, that it would make sense now for offensive line for sure. Lou says the only position they are constantly delinquent is drafting is tackle. They draft a lot of tackles, just not a lot of them play tackle, right? Lou says, I can only assume they're going to move up next year and get a good one. Well, like this year, Lou, if they'd had the end of the first round pick like they were supposed to, they could have ended up with like a Matt Bergeron, and he could have started at right tackle day one. So you're right. Next year, if they're picking number 32, they could definitely get a good tackle. And if they needed to move up, they'll have the necessary draft capital to move up, 8 to 10 spots and get a really good offensive tackle. WTM says we drafted speed today. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Yeah, JLE says, did the Philly Bulldogs draft an interior offensive line? No, I don't. I think maybe they did. Yeah, they did yesterday. I think they did yesterday. WTM says Lutter 40 time 446, Robert Beal 40 time 448, D Winters 40 time 449. Coach Ant, can you say speed on defense? There you go. Randy Daytona says very, very fast. You got to love the elite traits, and the 49ers know that, covering players within their division, you have to have speed. Also to run down and cover wide receivers in this league that are out there, and plus quarterbacks like Jalen Hurts. You have to have guys that can get after it, and these guys all can. So Kansas City Chiefs pick is in, of course, because they're the home city. There's a lot of attention that goes into these picks. So they're at 250, so there's a little bit of a holdup. Pittsburgh will be picking at 251, Buffalo picking at 252. But the Kansas City Chiefs selected Nick Jones out of Ball State, cornerback, another guy that I'm a huge fan of. Nick Jones was on my list here. Been a fan of him, and so I have to take him off. I had forgotten to take Anthony Johnson off earlier. So yeah, I mean, some good players are still going off the board. Very, very talented. So Pittsburgh is now on the clock at 251. It's going to be Pittsburgh, Buffalo, San Francisco at 253. So Niners are about to have 2 picks within a few picks. So it's going to get fun real quick for the San Francisco 49ers. And if you're joining to see who the 49ers pick and to get the commentary, thanks for coming through. If you can, like the video, I really appreciate it. We're at 75 likes. Would love to get it to 100 if that was possible. Might be difficult, but I appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. 49ers content is what we do on this channel, and I've been very thankful for all the subs so far. So I'd appreciate if you had the opportunity to go ahead and click the subscribe button. It'd be great. Thank you so much. And we are definitely on the plus side of subscribers today. So thanks everyone for coming through, interacting on the show. All of you that did super chats, you guys are absolutely spectacular. And if you've been here through most or all of the stream, I tip my cap to you. Because we've been on the air for 6 hours and 46 minutes, and we are not done yet. Pittsburgh selection is coming through, and it is Spencer Anderson, offensive tackle from Maryland. So Spencer Anderson, offensive tackle from Maryland, is pick 251. Pick 252 is Buffalo. They are up next, and then the 49ers will be up right after that. Luke Luna says Winter's going to become a cold player. I like that. Nice play on words. I'm a fan of that one for sure. Freddie McDre doesn't like the last pick. Freddie, which tight end did you want? I know you had some favorites, so please tell me which tight end you wanted. Braden Willis was definitely not the tight end that I was expecting either, but I'm not against it. I just thought that they were going to go with the more well-rounded tight end. But I like upside, and Braden Willis definitely has upside. They definitely have put passing, receiving as something they're looking for from these, 2 guys. And JLE is right, should have been Whiteheart. So we were all in the same one. And right before the Niners pick, Alex Austin, cornerback out of Oregon State goes. And this was a guy that was high on my list for 49ers, and he's off the board. But yeah, we're on the same page. Me, you, JLE, we were all Whiteheart fans. Would have loved that. Maybe the 49ers will still bring Whiteheart in if he's undrafted as an undrafted free agent. Let him come in and compete. I would love that. He's a good player. I'm hoping he gets an opportunity in the NFL because I think he deserves it. So here we are. 49ers are on the clock with pick 253. If they were interested in Alex Austin from Oregon State, he's now off the clock for the Bills. That was a good selection by the Buffalo Bills. Still plenty of talent available. What will the 49ers do here? Their pick is in. There are plenty of guys available. Of course, I've been just pining for Thomas Incoom the entire time. I'm not going to stop there. McClendon Curtis, if they're looking interior offensive line, he's available. Alex Palzewski, the offensive tackle from Illinois, if they go that direction. But there's still plenty of guys, like cornerback Eli Ricks, safety Trey Dean. Those guys are available. Gervais Owens, that Josh was talking about earlier, he's available. Defensive tackle DeJuan Johnson or Dom Peterson are available as well. So there's a lot of really good players available. Still, if they want to go wide receiver, there's a couple of guys too. Jared Wayne out of Pitt, I've been a huge fan of, but they could also go Antoine Green out of North Carolina. But here's the pick. The San Francisco 49ers select. We'll see who it is. And they went to a commercial break. Are you kidding me? It was just about to say, and it went to a commercial break. Are you kidding me? If you guys see what it is, let me know in chat, because it was just about to notify who the 49ers were about to pick, and then it went to commercial for me. So I'm not a fan of that. That was frustrating. Hate you, commercials. Hate you. But Jay Ellie says probably Joel Wilson, tight end Central Michigan, as an undrafted free agent. I like that. I would be good with that as well. So waiting on the pick to see who the San Francisco 49ers pick. They've been doing a pretty good job of Ronnie Bell is the pick. Okay, so it was Ronnie Bell. Thank you, Stovey. Thank you, Jess. Ronnie Bell out of Michigan is the pick for the San Francisco 49ers. They do end up going with a wide receiver, and they went with a guy that fits the scheme. So the New York Giants are on the clock, and Ronnie Bell is the pick. So they did go with a slot wide receiver. Ronnie Bell out of Michigan, good pick. Guy on the list, of course. So Ronnie Bell is a solid pick. I don't game, says Ronnie Bell. Good, thank you for that. And then we've got the Giants pick in, and the 49ers are going to pick at 255. So you got to love the pick of Ronnie Bell, though. I mean, at this point in the draft, you get a wide receiver that's got some ability. I mean, he was definitely a pretty good pass catcher, and the 49ers were interested in him early on. They had met with him. The Giants selection is in. We'll see who it ends up being, but Ronnie Bell, solid pick for the San Francisco 49ers at the wide receiver position. 5'11", 191 pounds. So Ronnie Bell is a possession guy that plays in the slot. I think he's going to have to come in and compete to see if he can make the roster. Not an easy wide receiver room to make, but you could easily see him end up being. You could end up seeing him, be one of those guys that, ends up on the practice squad redshirting. And then I'm watching the broadcast, and they just listed Braden Willis as a fullback. Oh, the Giants took Gervais Owens. So Gervais Owens goes off the board there ahead of the 49ers last pick. So interesting that they listed Ronnie Bell as a fullback. He's definitely not a fullback. He's a tight end. So that was interesting. I've seen some weird things like that lately. Now they listed him as tight end. Okay, good. They figured it out. So Braden Willis, 247. Gervais Owens went 254 to the Giants. The Niners are on the clock again for their last pick at 255. We'll see who they end up going for. Yeah, Freddie McDray, they did. They took your guy Owens. Owens was a good prospect. Very talented player. I'm very happy for him that he got drafted. I do, some of these guys, their dream is to get drafted in the NFL, and we're, 5 or so picks away, 4 picks away from, some guys not getting drafted and being UDFAs. At this point, sometimes players do prefer to be UDFA so they can decide where to go. But for the most part, you want them to experience their dream and be able to be drafted. And the San Francisco 49ers selection is in. Let's see who they pick. It's the last pick of the draft for the San Francisco 49ers, the 2023 team. Let's see what it ends up being. And it is Jalen Graham, linebacker from Purdue. So Jalen Graham, linebacker, Purdue, is the last pick at 255. So very interesting, very interesting, very interesting. 49ers, they kind of did their stuff and got the guys that they wanted to get. We'll see how it pans out for sure. They go wide receiver at 253 with Ronnie Bell. And then they go with Jalen Graham, linebacker out of Purdue. So they actually took 2 linebackers here at the end. It's very interesting what they did here at the end. How is everyone feeling? I think a lot of people were excited about Ronnie Bell, but wondering about, what is going on with Jalen Graham. I'm not very familiar with Jalen Graham. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Jalen Graham's game. But I'm not, and I'm not going to lie and say that I am, because I haven't watched a lot of linebacker film. So I'm going to try to check out Jalen Graham here real quick. But until then, we'll just keep going through chat and seeing what's going on. Austin says we failed. Jelly says WTF. Freddie says unbelievable. Yeah, a little bit different feeling than last year. I mean, last year everyone was super excited about Brock Purdy being drafted. Now, not so much. Lots of people not as excited about this last pick of Jalen Graham out of Purdue. 49ers decide to go with another linebacker. I don't think that means, Jalen Graham makes the team, but I want to take a look at him for sure and see what he's about. So I'm actually currently watching to see who Jalen Graham is. I mean, I got the one earlier, right? The linebacker earlier, D Winters, like it flashed on film. But so far, I'm watching a little bit. I don't see it the same direction. So this one is definitely a little bit more interesting to me than the previous linebacker pick. So D Winters made a lot of sense. So we'll see what happens with Jalen Graham, but just early on thought process. I don't know. Olivia says, I thought they had 257. No, I don't believe they do. I think that was it. 257 is Denver, 258 Chicago, 259 the Rams. Let's see. Olivia said, I guess not. Freddie said, what a disappointment. Rob D says, so what's the grade for the 2023 49ers NFL draft? I'm definitely not giving any grades right now. I'm going to take a look. I'm going to go over it. I want to look more at, the players like Jalen Graham. I want to get more familiar with D Winters and kind of, listen to what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have to say about their picks. But I mean, I don't think it's an A+. I could tell you that for sure. But I do think they got some of the guys that they need. And Frank was on it the whole time. He said, I knew it. I knew it. JLE said, our UDFA may be better than some of these picks. I agree. I think the undrafted free agents, it could have been that, they wanted to bring in Jalen Graham as an undrafted free agent, but they didn't feel they were going to be able to. So they go ahead and draft him, knowing full well they can bring in someone else as a UDFA. They definitely play those games and bring in players like that. So that could definitely be a possibility. I will get into draft grades on another time as soon as I have a chance to kind of go through all these guys and read and listen. And see just what everyone has to say. And Freddie McDre says the 7th round grade is an F+, and there's lots of pluses there. So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where now the 49ers draft concludes. The Rams are going to have Mr. Irrelevant this year. The draft is almost complete, but the San Francisco 49ers, ended up with, several picks. They took Jair Brown with pick 87. They put Jake Moody, the kicker, at pick 99. They took Cameron Latou, the tight end out of Alabama, at 101. They took Darrell Lutter, the cornerback out of South Alabama, with pick 155. With 173, they took Robert Beal, edge rusher out of Georgia. I love that pick. And then after that, At 216, they took linebacker D. Winters out of TCU. Then at 247, they took Braden Willis, tight end, out of Oklahoma. 253, a wide receiver, Ronnie Bell, out of Michigan. And that one, they met with him, and they were very much in tune with him. And then at 255, Jalen Graham, linebacker, Purdue. So that's kind of the way that they went with it. The collector said, well, they got Bell after all, but Graham is a mystery to me. I'm with you on that. JL says, Ant is going to rewatch some tape and grade it out after UDFA is complete. Yeah, usually that's how I do it. I like to break down the UDFAs too. Last year, I loved once they made the UDFAs, and everyone was kind of high on Leon O'Neal, and no one was talking about Taylor Hawkins. And I came in, and I said, look, there's two of these UDFAs that I like more than everyone. Quantrez Knight, cornerback out of UCLA, Taylor Hawkins, safety out of San Diego State. I like both of those guys. Both of them equated themselves really good last year. And, I think that there'll be some guys in this UDFA class because, let's be honest, guys who went undrafted, Thomas Incoom, undrafted, Jaron Wayne, the wide receiver out of out of Pitt, Ben Sims out of Baylor, Blake Whiteheart, tight end out of Wake Forest, DeJuan Johnson out of Toledo. He might be a San Francisco 49er. So there are definitely some guys that I think could end up being on the 49ers, and we will see. Plus, I got to find out where my boy Tanner Morgan is going to be, unless the Rams take him right here with pick 259. Let's see. Luke says this team is good. It's so good. I think they tried to add unique talent they don't have already and give them something different, except the kicker. We needed him. Moody to the moon. I like that. David says, thanks for working overtime the past few days, and appreciate it, brother. And thank you so much, David, for coming through and always giving the positive words and also a lot of humor. I've been appreciating your humor. It's been great. Freddie says, I feel like someone just shot me in the head before the end of a marathon. Ouch. Freddie, it's okay, man. It's going to work out. Some of these players are going to pan out for the 49ers, guaranteed. It's just, it doesn't look like the way you want it to go, but usually it ends up working out. And I think that's something I always look that way. Frank says, well, Trent Williams, the UDFA. Oh, wait, he wasn't. Rob D says, concerns with Graham's explosiveness and athleticism. Boom. I'm with you on that too. And so the Rams, did they make their last pick? Did I miss it? I haven't seen it yet. Freddie says we better sign Whiteheart, UDFA. Yeah, we'll see if he wants to come in. I'm sure that he's going to be a pretty sought-after player after what I saw on film. Paul says, thanks for the great day. I didn't know where I was going to catch the draft, and this was pleasant. Well, thank you so much, Paul. I really appreciate it. Always good to have you in streams and in chat, and always good when I see you out. Last year we saw each other a couple of times at training camp, so looking forward to potentially seeing you out again. So thanks so much. Luke Luna with a $2 super chat says, thanks, Ant, really appreciate it, Luke. Day one, so appreciate it for sure, and I appreciate you giving the super chats. It means a lot. And Art the Collector says some great UDFAs. There really is. I mean, there's just fantastic talent all over the place. I got guys that, I could build a very good practice squad with the amount of talent that is still available. We'll see who the 49ers end up going with, and I think it'll be good. Please, baby Jesus, let the Niners sign DeJuan Johnson, Blake Whiteheart, and McClendon Curtis. That would be a good day, right, JLE? That's a good. I don't know how you guys are, but I'm get on the app with the UDFs, and I just keep refreshing to see if they sign somebody else. Going on Twitter to check it out. They're going through the whole process right now of Mr. Irrelevant to the Rams. I am curious who they end up getting it, because I think it'll be fun to see. Luke says, and the good thing about people not liking picks is it means we have guaranteed us finding a gem or diamond in the rough. It could be. That's the thing, that some of the picks, you'll scratch your head, and I think I've learned through the process of covering the team that usually when you have a head scratcher, you just take a second. So it's DeJuan Johnson is the Mr. Irrelevant. Oh my, Jay Ellie, my response right now. Oh, I love this guy. Did not want him to end up on the Rams. Whew. And Freddie Mac Jason, thank you, Ann, for sticking in here all day. Hashtag TCC, really appreciate it. So DeJuan Johnson ends up being Rams Mr. Irrelevant. Oh my gosh. That's a great pick for the Rams. He's definitely a guy that's got tremendous amount of ability. I see him as an interior defensive lineman, but he's got the ability to play on the edge as well. That was crazy. DeJuan Johnson ends up being the Mr. Irrelevant pick. And if ever you thought Mr. Irrelevant was going to be successful 2 years in a row, it has the potential because Brock Purdy and DeJuan Johnson, DeJuan's got a lot of ability and potential there. So crazy. Oh, that one caught me off guard. Art the Collector says we need to trust the staff. This could turn out to be a great draft. Thanks, Ant. I really appreciate it for sure. Anthony says, let's hope Johnson's another Purdy. I'm telling you, Anthony, you got a good one. DeJuan Johnson's been one of my favorites through the whole process. That was a great pick by the Los Angeles Rams. He's a good player. We'll see if he ends up making the team and being able to provide some production. It was good. And Lou says, congratulations on another successful day. Thank you, Lou. I hope you're getting better and feeling well so we can have more interactions on here. Really, really appreciate it. And Kimmy says, Rams wanted the attention so they can get a good Mr. Irrelevant. That's probably pretty true. Luke says, the pick sucks mainly because the landing spot is irrelevant. Ooh, I like that, Luke. Well said, definitely. Well, guys, the end of the draft is here, and I think I'm going to check out. Over 7 hours on live. Thank everyone for coming through. I really appreciate it. Definitely wouldn't be the same without all of you. You guys are the best. Thanks so much for coming through. I will definitely catch you all on the next one. But until then, stay safe and remember the right way is always the 49ers way.